Tanky Mage System. Chapter 301. The Gathering of Geniuses. Precursor, do you mean that the wicked gods believers and the visitors from outer space have cultivated the scriptures of power Upanishads? Gunai asked in a deep voice. Yes, I am. Badaru nodded slightly. The Book of Upanishads isn't an ordinary spell. Whether it's the fighting, shadow, or curse ultimacies, they're all combat systems of their own. As far as I know, among the visitors from the stars who came to the Oya continent this time, there is a teacher who seems to be from the top tier, large-scale extraordinary world, ancient Dragon Island extraordinary world. I don't know much about this teacher, but there was a blue-feathered man named Dias who followed him to the Oya continent. This person is no small matter. This extraordinary called Dias, a peak level 6 extraordinary, has cultivated a powerful book on the esoteric rule for wind. I don't know the specific name of the ancient book. However, I've seen a video of this guy's battle in the supernatural world of ancient Dragon Island. He can control the profound meaning of wind, and his speed is terrifyingly fast. Even some movement techniques aren't as fast as him. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he can easily cross 500 to 600 meters. If it's just fast, then so be it. Its strange body shape perfectly matches the unpredictable nature of the profound meaning of wind. You might not even be able to find its true location. The sharpness of its blade is even more obvious. I saw it easily tear apart devil gold armor with my own eyes, and then mince the enemy's body into pieces. This genius extraordinary called Dias is said to be very famous even in a large extraordinary world like Yulantan. Hearing Badaru's words, Gunai couldn't help but stare. Although he had already learned about the power of the Book of Upanishads from many notes and related materials, he was still a little confused. But when he heard Badaru's detailed explanation, Gunai couldn't help but feel his heart throb. Dias, who had cultivated the battle scripture, was indeed very powerful. There'll be some differences between the scattered spells and the comprehensive books on rune Upanishads. Even if you aren't weak, Sir Gunai, you must be careful of these powerful extraordinaries from the foreign stars. Other than Dias, there's a possibility that there's an extraordinary who has other books on cultivating the power Upanishads. You will never know how strong these geniuses who have cultivated the Book of Upanishads are before they fight. These extraordinaries, whether they cultivate with or without an esoteric scripture, or whether the esoteric they comprehend is strong or weak, all of these will make a huge difference in their strength. If we underestimate our enemy, we will inevitably suffer. Badaru said in a low voice. Indeed, the old wizard, Zul, also nodded slightly. The extraordinary world where our Oya continent is located, whether it's the size of the frame of the extraordinary world or the upper limit of the spellbook, is far from comparable to those powerful extraordinary worlds. Therefore, you must be very careful on this trip to the forbidden elemental lands. Gunai nodded. Gunai would naturally be cautious against these enemies. Gunai had a deep understanding of the power of the evil god's daughter in the dragon graveyard. Let's not talk about the visitors from the foreign starry sky and the believers of the evil gods. This time, the South Church of Healing and the Church of War are said to have already begun secretly intercepting the power of faith and using it to forge the bodies, origin pools, and souls of the two God creation seed geniuses. After being refined by the power of belief, I'm afraid that their competence has a little bit of the power of the messenger of God. Their overall competence isn't worse than the geniuses in the foreign space who have cultivated the scriptures of power Upanishads. At the same time, because the elemental forbidden area is restricted from the entry of masters and above, both sides will also send a certain number of peak tier 6 powerhouses who have been accumulating for a long time and can become transcendent tier 7. The strength of these people cannot be underestimated. After listening to Zul's explanation, Gun rubbed his fingers and chuckled. It seems that there are many powerhouses in this trip to the elemental forbidden land. Gunai said with a smile. That's for sure, Zul Araman nodded slightly. After all, this battle is related to the matter of the divine crown. It could even be said that it could determine the future direction of the Oya continent. Both sides have invested a lot in this game. No one will easily let go of life and death. Gunai lowered his head as he pondered. After some thought, Zul looked at Gun. How's the condensation of your occultic runes? It's already been condensed. Gunai said. That's good. Zul nodded. There's still some time before the opening of the Forbidden Elemental Lands. The mysterious island is currently in chaos. You've also received the techniques and methods related to the profound that Sir Badaru gave you. During this period of time, you'll focus on your training and work hard to improve your strength. This way, you'll be able to display your strength to a greater extent when you enter. All right, Gunai nodded. An hour later, Gunai entered a secret underground room in the ancient hall. The walls of this secret room had been specially strengthened. At the same time, the stone entrance was also a specially made transcendent door. It was extremely safe to cultivate here, and there was no need to worry about being disturbed or even assassinated. After making sure it was safe, Gunai took out a cultivation spot in a corner and sat down. In his mind, he recalled the geniuses who had cultivated powerful scriptures in the foreign starry sky, the seeds of the evil god and the South Church's god creator, as well as the peak rank 6 experts who had been there for a long time. Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. Without a doubt, you are all very powerful. But I'm not weak now. Gunai then looked into his body. These 4 months of cultivation, Gunai had made great progress. His progress in the profound meaning of runes was even more terrifying. In addition to the profound meaning of runes, Gun's foundation as a spellcaster had also improved. The rank 5 Gunai had gone through many reincarnations, and this breakthrough. Just the power of his origin power foundation alone had already surpassed that of a peak rank 6 magus. There were 3 demonized runes in his body. Gun began to think as he sensed the demonized runes. The first occultic rune could transform the source pool's origin power into a mana pool and mana. At this time, the origin pool and origin power in Gunai's body had also transformed into the mana pool and mana. At the very least, Gunai wasn't afraid of the spell Magi's greatest trump card, anti-magic. 2 occultic runes could increase the tolerance of the soul. To Gunai, this was a huge improvement. Before, Gunai had been afraid that his soul would be injured, as that would be fatal to a mage. Even though the CO soul of the devil was blocking the attack, Gunai couldn't make any mistake. A small crack in the soul could greatly reduce Gunai's fighting power, or even make him lose his ability to fight. However, after condensing 2 occultic runes, the situation was completely different. After being strengthened by the true netherworld origin fruit for such a long time, Gunai's soul had a strong resistance. With the increase in tolerance, Gunai wasn't afraid of any damage to his soul. It could be said to be a small transformation. The 3 occultic runes. Compared to the demonization of 1 occultic rune's source energy and the increase in soul tolerance of 2 occultic runes, the formation of the 3 occultic runes surprised Gunai. Gunai didn't seem to feel much change. The only change was that the efficiency of the origin power transforming into souls had greatly increased, and the mana pool's independent world had become more stable. These were the inevitable changes after the increase in numbers. As for whether or not the 5% soul damage limit would increase, Gunai didn't try. If he died, his cultivation would fall behind. Regardless, the condensation of these 3 occultic runes did not seem to be the critical point. The effect he got was just a normal enhancement. He would need more occultic runes. However, Gunai didn't choose to form more. He chose the secret crossing rune. After all, no matter how many occultic runes he had, it would only increase his defense and survival abilities. The formation of the secret crossing runes was the key to Gunai's transformation. 302 The world's profound meaning. Before, Gunai had 14 secret crossing runes. Now, Gunai had 22 secret crossing runes. With the Dark Wizard staff, Gunai could instantly cast 26 incantations. The 24 syllables of source power cost 10 points, and the engraving's Thunderfire curse could be cast instantly. This great Thunder Flame curse is now at rank 6. With every level up, the power of the curse will increase by a huge margin. After the 6 changes, the current power of the Thunder Flame curse is so great that even if the heretic god's daughter were to burst out with divine power, I would be able to kill her. It can be said that the current threat of the Great Thunderfire curse is something that no extraordinary who enters the elemental Forbidden Land can underestimate. You can treat it as one of my trump cards. When it explodes, it can have a miraculous effect. The host soul and the CO soul are both strong enough to resist the power of the secret engravings for a short time. The Dark Inscription Arcane Channel can also be cast instantly, but it doesn't make much sense. Most of the time, you need to hide in the dark and repeat the syllables to strengthen the power of the spell. True Scales Kun's protection's activation time has also been reduced to 4 seconds. After the Devil's Soul reaches the 6th step, it will not be injured when casting True Scales Clam's protection. Unfortunately, it can only be cast once. The second time will basically destroy most of the soul and the spell cannot be released. My previous continuous reincarnations caused my origin pool's capacity to decrease sharply. After these few months of supplying me with the Moon Emperor Sea Demon Tree's deep blue origin crystals, my current origin pool has 15,000 capacity units. I don't have to worry about the capacity of the source pool when it comes to casting spells. Of course, the more important thing is that after using a large number of dark blue origin crystals, my mana pool's absorption rate has greatly increased. The mana pool's recovery rate can quickly make up for my mana consumption. Normal casting won't reduce my source power at all. The recovery speed is enough to offset the consumption. After examining his own strength, with a flip of his hand, Gunai took out the black stone slab. The usage and techniques of the rune profound. Gunyemo looked at the unremarkable black stone slab and pondered. After some thought, Gu and I began to construct a passage to receive the information inside. A lot of knowledge about the profound meaning of runes appeared in Gun's mind. Gunai was like a sponge, absorbing all the techniques and techniques. With the emergence of different techniques for different rune meanings, Gunai felt like he had opened the door to a new world, which made him very happy. Many of the characteristics of this Dark Power Upanishad are completely different from the World Power Upanishad and the Destruction Power Upanishad. When I used Source Power and other methods to use Profound, I simply thought too simply of the use of Profound. The Destruction Ultimacy needs to be activated and fused with the Destructive Law Incantation when the Origin Power is activated. It'll be released in the form of a Law Incantation, which will have a better effect. It will fill the incantation with an unstoppable destructive power that will directly enter the depths of the soul and even the physical body. If I knew how to use this technique before, I would have been able to easily destroy the shadow with a dozen small thunder flame curses. But there's no rush. The destructive power contained in the Great Thunderfire curse is even more effective. The dark corrosion of this Dark Power Upanishad, when used with my annihilation energy, can be fully activated. Indeed, this Dark Power Upanishad needs to be used with my then Aether Beast to perform better. Ying doesn't know much about the profound meaning of the world. Is the World Power Upanishad so hard to comprehend? Half an hour later, Gunai slowly finished accepting the inheritance. After going through the techniques in his mind, Gunai began to understand and learn them. He had previously been unable to use the profound meaning of runes because he had been too deep in his comprehension. Now that he had learned so many techniques, Gunai began to make rapid progress in the use of the profound meaning runes. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. On this day, in the corner of the ancient ruins, he sat on the edge of the stairs, his fingers moving. One by one, the demonic blade curses were released. Each magic blade curse was different when it flew out. Some of them were very fast, while others were very slow. Some of them drew a huge arc in the air, some flew out and then flew back and out again, and some moved forward like waves. Each of the magic blades and strange curses had a different trajectory, and they all ended up in the same direction, falling into the pool about 50 meters ahead of them. When the demonic blade curses entered the pool, they would make a poof sound and annihilate a small part of the water before disappearing. Not far away, a man and a woman, who seemed to be a bit tired from their cultivation, quietly stopped in the middle of the corridor and watched Gunny cast the spell. After staring at each other for a while, the two of them slowly retracted their gazes. The world, darkness, and destruction ultimacies together aren't strong, but it's rare to have such a high level of control over a spell. The female Transcendent Master slowly spoke. It's obvious that Gunny Lawrence didn't add more profound meanings into it. He's only practicing his control of the 3 profound meanings. The day I can freely control these 3 profound meanings will be the day I can perfectly control the power of this light. The male extraordinary said. Yes, that's true. The female extraordinary nodded slightly. The male Transcendent Master's gaze then fell on Gunai. He's only rank 5, but he's already learned 3 kinds of rune profound meaning. Judging from his control, it's obvious that only a small part of the 3 kinds of rune profound meaning has been released. I remember when I was a rank 5 extraordinary, I was still being chased by those ice dragons in the northern ice field. At that time, I wasn't even familiar with the powerful secret engravings fighting techniques, let alone the rune profound. And this guy is already training his control of the profound meaning of runes. It's really infuriating to compare. The male Transcendent Master shook his head and sighed. The woman chuckled. When I was rank 5, my mentor locked me up in the Origin Tower. He said that I would only be released when I could condense the 6th density rune. At that time, I studied the Soul Codex every day, trying to figure out how to increase the strength and volume of my mental power. Then, I condensed the 6th secret crossing rune and reached the Ice and Thunder Ball that could instantly cast 6 incantations. And this Gunny Lawrence is actually using an 8-syllable magic blade spell to practice his control. As expected, there are differences between people. The difference is like heaven and earth. The two of them chuckled as they spoke. In their era, resources were scarce, and there were not many transcendent tomes and legacies of transcendent occupations. Times had changed, and the standards of geniuses had naturally risen. But no matter what, in this strange era where geniuses appeared in large numbers and even the star sequence had been born, this genius named Gunny Lawrence was undoubtedly the most dazzling existence in the new era. Gun was completely immersed in his practice. He was trying to strengthen his control of the spell. The 3 great profound meanings of world, darkness, and destruction. Right now, Gunai's main focus was the World Power Upanishad. Gu-Ni was the favorite of the World Power Upanishads, so he could easily sense any World Power Upanishad in the world. What was the most important thing about the world's profound meaning? Everyone had their own answer, and Gunai's answer was to accommodate and control. In my world, everything is under my control. Of course, Gunai was weak himself, but his power Upanishad was strong. Gunai couldn't control the entire world power Upanishad, and he couldn't use it to control the surrounding worlds. Therefore, Gunai had to start by mastering the incantation. When one perfectly mastered the incantation of law contained in the world's profound, a very strange scene would appear. Gunny's curses wouldn't just disappear after being cast. They would still exist in the surrounding world. To give a simple example. In the past, the Devil's Blade curse that Gunai had cast would fly out. If it didn't hit the enemy, it would fall to the ground far away. Spells of law were all released in one go. If they didn't hit the target, they would be useless. Basically, most incantations were like this. Once released, it would be useless if it did not hit. But now, with the world intense accommodation, he could use the world's laws to absorb the energy. Under Gunny's control, the large number of spells released by the demonic blades could float around the world. If Gunai wanted to, he could release hundreds or even thousands of spells around him. Gun's current effective casting range was 140 meters, and it could contain all the spells it cast. In addition, as long as they were within the effective control range of 140 meters, they would not disappear unless the incantation of law hit the enemy. They could continue to pursue the enemy within this range until they hit the enemy. For the same reason, the major and minor thunder flame curses, soul-stabilizing divine ring curses, and various other spells could all be condensed around him. Of course, Gunai wasn't able to do that yet. Gunai was constantly casting the demon blade curses to train his control of the world's mysteries. When he reached a certain level, he would naturally be able to master it. It was very simple to conjure a spell without releasing it. It was easy to secretly cast a spell. However, the incantation of law could be controlled in the surroundings and its power would not dissipate. It could also be controlled at will and then attack the enemy. This was difficult. Although it was difficult, Gunai, who had the world intent and could control an entire world, could definitely do it. This was also one of the directions of the world's profound meaning that the powerful sage who had become a god had explained in the black slate. Just as Gun was about to cast the spell, whoosh! A figure quickly landed on the side. Gunai immediately looked over. What he saw was the old wizard, Zul Araman, who had a serious expression. Seeing the serious look on the man's face and the time he had spent here, Gunai had a vague idea. 303 The Bloody Rules. Senior, the forbidden elemental lands have opened, Gun asked Zul Araman in a deep voice. Zul Araman nodded. Just now, the moving island shook violently, and at the same time, a barrier that contained a lot of divine power enveloped the entire island. The elemental forbidden land has been opened. I'm here to lead you there. It's finally going to open, Gunai thought. With a light wave of his staff, an invisible force enveloped Gun. Zul Araman quickly took Gun to the exit. As he flew, Gunai's face squirmed. A moment later, he looked completely different from before. He was a bit shorter and a bit fatter. Then Gunai put a golden wig on his head. His skin squirmed, and the wig fit perfectly. After the disguise, Gunai had become a completely different person. With some dark power Upanishad in his body and the dark cloak, Gunai looked like a shadow. This scene stunned Zul Araman. After a moment, Zul Araman laughed. You're really cautious. There are too many people out there who want to kill me. I have to be careful. Gunai said. That's true, Zul Araman nodded. When they reached the exit, Zul Araman, who was carrying Gun, stopped. We still have to wait for the others, Gunai asked. In less than a minute, two flying figures were rapidly flying over from two different directions. These two transcendent Grand Masters each brought a person. It was a long-haired girl who looked to be 16 or 17 years old. She wore a magic gold leather armor and carried a heavy sword on her back. Although the other party had concealed his aura perfectly, he was too close to Gunai. Mid-6th rank. Gunai thought. Gunai's gaze swept past the girl and landed on the heavy sword she was carrying. This heavy sword, Kazaya, seems to contain an extremely powerful spell. A strange magic weapon? Or a top-tier magic gold weapon with a legendary characteristic? The long-haired girl also noticed Gunai. After looking at Gunai for a while, she didn't find anything special about him, so she looked away. Gunai looked away from the heavy sword and turned to another extraordinary master. It was a man of about 25 or 26 years old, wearing black armor and carrying a sharp blood-red saber on his back. His aura was murderous, and the blood-red saber was just like his aura, sharp and imposing. His cultivation base was also perfectly released along with the killing aura. He was at the peak of the 6th step. He seemed to have noticed Gunai's observation, so he looked over at Gunai and smiled. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Zul Araman said in a deep voice. After breaking through the strange barrier formed by the Dominator, the three transcendent masters brought the three into the sea and quickly headed toward the mysterious mobile island. 10 minutes later, the group of 6 quickly broke out of the water. The sea that entered his eyes was currently in the quiet night. The thick fog pressed down on the vast ocean. As soon as he reached the surface of the sea, Gunai felt the terrifying power. "Let's go." The three transcendent grandmasters brought the three of them towards the direction of the terrifying force. After a few minutes, the six of them were already approaching the mobile island. The moving island wasn't too big, and a huge sphere-shaped energy shield perfectly wrapped the entire island. This energy barrier was at least 1 meter thick, and it was emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Having seen the evil god's divine power, Gunai knew that this was the fluctuation of divine power. Even though it was just the fluctuations it emitted, its power was as vast as a mountain, making people not dare to look at it directly. "Don't tell me that the energy barrier is sealed and we can't enter." Gunai's heart moved. Zul Araman, who was flying in front, said as he flew. "According to the information that was just sent out, the entire island has been sealed by divine power. Anyone who dares to make a move will be killed immediately. There's no room for negotiation. So when you enter the island later, don't act rashly, otherwise, no one will be able to save you." "I know." Gunai and the other two all nodded. Zul Araman flew into the energy barrier with Gunai. When they came into contact with the energy barrier, the energy passage was easily opened after a slight obstruction. However, as soon as he entered, Zul Araman's body quickly descended. At the same time, the other two transcendent masters also landed. "There's a power that forbids flight. Let's hurry over," Zul Araman said. Immediately, the group of six stepped on the water surface and quickly ran towards the core area of the island. As they approached the core of the island, Gun could clearly see that in the core area of the island, there were a large number of extraordinary people divided into three areas. A part of them was naturally on the side of the evil gods, the South Church, the pirates, and many other experts. On one side were the experts from the Ocean Division, as well as the Transcendent Association established by the three great southern empires, Yulan, Styria, and Adamantium. As for the other group, they were completely unrelated passers-by. When the group of six arrived at the Transcendence Association, Gunai looked around and saw that there were more than 300 people. The evil gods, the South Church, and the pirates had even more people, more than 1,000 of them. Of course, most of them were ordinary pirates, and their experts were roughly on par with the Transcendent Association. Gunai was looking at the supernatural organization from the front. He saw a few familiar figures, such as the Iron Wizard, Solstan Kareza, the Extraordinary Master, Gordon, and so on. And these transcendent masters were standing behind three powerhouses that Gunai didn't know. Gunai's eyes narrowed when he saw the three powerhouses at the front. An Oracle-level powerhouse. It shouldn't be just these three. I'm afraid the others should be hidden in the dark. Across from the area where the South Church and the Thulhu Church were, Gun also saw many powerful figures. After looking around and finding no trace of her, Gun slowly looked away. That Misha must have guessed that I'm here. She knows she's no match for me, so it's not surprising that she hid. After some thought, Gunai set his eyes on the most important part of the mission. Old Man Strange Sea's treehouse. In the center of the island, on an ancient banyan tree, a medium-sized treehouse was built on the branches of the banyan tree. In other places, if the power of the attack was not strong enough, it would not be a big deal to destroy things such as flowers and trees. However, if they were to attack the banyan tree nearby, they would be in danger. Then, the many roots and tentacles of the banyan tree would instantly pull the destructive entanglement into the ground and become the energy and nutrient supply of the banyan tree. On the stone path below the staircases of the tree houses, a whirlpool about the height of a person was slowly spinning and absorbing the energy around it. However, the energy vortex contained chaotic space, time, and other fluctuations. It was clearly not the time to enter. This is the location where the forbidden elemental lands will open? Gunai's eyes swept back and forth across the vortex as he pondered. Everyone waited in silence for more than an hour. Only then did the energy vortex gradually stabilize. The path to godhood is an extremely difficult path in itself. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have not wanted to become a god and obtain eternal life? At the same time, an old voice came from the wooden house. The voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear it clearly. This sound immediately caused the spirits of the thousands of people who were waiting in the surrounding to rise, and they all looked towards the wooden house. Even with the guidance of the divine crown of our predecessors, it is still extremely difficult. Sometimes, the shortcut you think of might not be the devil's whisper. The battle for the god's crown in the forbidden elemental land has been filled with bloody battles and killings since we entered. The door is there. However, behind the door is the Grim Reaper waiting to harvest the souls of the dead. That is the real Grim Reaper. If two people enter, one will definitely die. The Grim Reaper will only let you through after he has harvested the souls. If you want to fight for the divine crown, you must be prepared for death. 304 Gunai's plan. The two of them entered, one died and one survived. After listening to Old Man Strange C's explanation, everyone started to figure it out. In the crowd, Gunai also began to think. One life and one death, isn't this a cage battle to the death? Only the winner has the right to enter, it's really bloody and cruel. Gunai squinted his eyes. Old Man Strange C's way of doing things is truly hard to fathom. Then again, the divine crown is a shortcut to becoming a god. Although it's the same as the predecessors, it's basically impossible to break through the upper limit of the divine crown's owner's strength. But how many people want to leave but don't have the chance to do so? Eternal life is the supreme pursuit of countless extraordinary people. In the cultivation of extraordinaries, an extraordinary master was a threshold. The oracles, ancestral spirits, and sainthood above the extraordinary master were also a threshold. And the gods above that were undoubtedly the ultimate goal. After becoming a deity, one would be able to live forever. Eternal life was a very tempting choice in any era. Not to mention that becoming a great deity was also accompanied by the strength to rule an extraordinary world. While everyone was thinking, in the sky in front of the wooden house, a ray of light was projected down. What he saw was a patch of black grass dancing in the wind. As the angle of the projection gradually increased, a rugged mountain road appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the entrance of this rugged mountain road, a Grim Reaper, who was shrouded in black mist and holding a scythe in his hand, floated there quietly. The robe formed by the black mist on his body fluttered in the cold wind. At the foot of the mountain, there was a vast area of black grass. The area with a radius of about 3 to 4 kilometers was clearly visible. Beyond that was a strange barrier formed by the thick black fog. It was obvious that this area of black grass was a battle zone of life and death. If one rashly entered the thick black mist barrier, one would know the outcome without guessing. Following the rugged mountain path, one could vaguely see the strange and mysterious outline of a majestic mountain in the deep black fog. As for what was on the mountain, no one could see clearly. It was obvious that the first stage, the cage battle to the death, was the most important stage at the moment. If they won, they would be able to enter the depths of the strange mountain and search for the traces of the divine crown. And if he died, he would be completely dead. If he wanted to take a shortcut, he had to pay the price. Senior C. Elder, is this a battle of life and death, one-on-one or a chaotic battle? At this moment, a voice came from the evil god's side. One-on-one. An old voice was heard. After Old Man Strange C spoke, many people from the evil god's side gathered together and seemed to be talking about something. But they were all secretly communicating, so Gunai couldn't hear them. He's probably plotting something again, Gunai thought. And in this life and death situation, if I am a little more ruthless, there might be some loopholes that I can exploit. A moment later, the evil god and a group of more than 10 people from the church walked towards the rotating entrance. These people completely ignored the Transcendent Association. Before the Transcendent Association's experts could react, only to see two figures in that group of people leap, swiftly entering the vortex. The evil gods and the South Church had actually sent 2 people in. This scene shocked many people. Immediately, many people could guess what they were going to do. Needless to say, one of them must be extremely powerful, and the other was probably a cannon fodder who was devout to the evil god. As cannon fodder, the other powerful person could easily pass through the life and death juncture and enter the rugged mountain road. Seeing this, Gunai's eyes narrowed. As expected, I have to do this. What strange sea old man described was 1 life and 1 death, and the literal meaning was that one would pass if one died. However, it didn't state that there must be a life and death vendetta or a battle between the strong. This scene fell on the Transcendent Association's side, and many people immediately cursed. You don't even have the courage to fight? As expected of an evil and shameless person, to think of such a crazy method. That's right, with the nature of these guys, there's nothing they can't sacrifice. And NBSP, in the future, those evil gods will probably kill all his believers and absorb their flesh. These stupid guys still believe in evil gods, but they don't know that they themselves can be sacrificed. I really feel sad for them. The other side immediately retorted, not to be outdone. The noise of a group of low-level creatures without even faith. After you die, your souls will be completely annihilated and you will not be able to go to the divine kingdom. The rules are like this. The right way is to make use of the rules reasonably. Are you so stupid that you only know how to solve problems with your fists? It seems that your heads are in the wrong place. Only then did the 2 sides begin to argue with each other. In the end, the scene started to get out of control, and they directly started personal attacks and family greetings. Even some ordinary extraordinaries joined in the cursing. Gunai's knowledge of the situation increased. Indeed, when he couldn't fight, he was the king of all mouthy men. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he watched the battle between the 2. The battle between the 2 was clearly one-sided. Even if the Doomsday Devotee had the strength of a late-stage rank 4 Transcendent, he had no power to resist against the opponent who was a peak rank 6 Transcendent. The peak type 6 expert, after a symbolic exchange, easily split it in half. 1 life and 1 death, the outcome had already been decided. It's not easy to figure out the way this strange sea old man does things. I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass through this kind of trick. Seeing the end of the battle, Gunai began to think. Sure enough, after this life and death battle ended, the Grim Reaper was still guarding the mountain road, showing no intention of letting them go. At this moment, the experts from both sides also noticed this strange scene. Senior Strange Sea Old Man, this life and death duel has already decided who will win. Why aren't you letting us through? A loud voice rang out from the evil gods and the church's side. His soul is too weak, and a completely twisted soul like this won't be enough to satisfy the Grim Reaper. Only a powerful soul will be able to let another person pass. Old Man Strange Sea's voice slowly sounded. As expected. This scene immediately made the Transcendent Association's side feel relieved. This kind of trick was not feasible. He had sent a believer to die for nothing, and it had no effect. Just as everyone was thinking. Old Man Strange Sea's voice sounded again. The earlier we enter, the more likely we will be able to obtain the divine crown. At the same time, there are also many treasures left behind. There are even supreme books of profound meanings in large transcendent worlds. They are treasures that allow one to easily become a transcendent master without any drawbacks. There are also some legendary equipment and weapons, all of which exist. Moreover, there isn't much energy in the vortex passage. I'm afraid only a dozen or 20 people can enter. At this point, Strange Sea Old Man's voice fell completely silent. Many of the extraordinaries' expressions changed. In addition to the divine crown, there were many other treasures. Even if they couldn't get the divine crown, it would still be excellent to get the treasures. Many experts and geniuses below the Transcendent Master level who were originally observing also had the intention to make a move. Even Gunai's heart couldn't help but stir. To be honest, the god's crown was attractive enough for Gunai, but it wasn't so attractive that he had to take it. However, the books and legendary equipment were more attractive to Gunai. After all, these things could increase one's strength. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm afraid that many of the geniuses want to enter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they're too late, all the good stuff will be taken away. I need to go in as soon as possible, and at the same time, I need to. Gun's eyes narrowed as he scanned the group of extraordinaires from the evil gods and the church. When we go in, we have to get rid of a stronger guy. 305 2 consecutive wins. There were quite a number of powerhouses in the evil gods and churches. There was no doubt that the top geniuses from the foreign starry skies, as well as the powerhouses who had been at the peak of the sixth step for a long time, were Gunai's targets. Kill as many as you can. After all, the main purpose of this trip was to prevent those evil gods and members of the church from obtaining the divine crown. Naturally, it would be best if they could kill everyone first. If they all died, they wouldn't be able to get their things. After a private discussion between the two sides, he seemed to have made a rough decision. On the side of the evil gods and the church, an old man in a silver robe at the very front spoke in a clear voice. Osman, I've heard that there are many geniuses in your transcendent association, and there was even a super spell caster who appeared some time ago. Do you have the guts to compete with him? Hee, Louise, you were the ones who wanted to enter by offering your life, but now you're asking if we have the guts to fight? At the forefront of the Transcendent Association, an old man in a black shadow cloak and mage's robe spoke with a hoarse and calm voice. So you don't want to compete? Louis sneered. If that's the case, we'll send our own experts in. No matter who wins or loses, we will be the first to enter. It's not impossible to compete with us. The old man, Osman, said slowly. This one, and the three following, your people will go first, then we will go. Otherwise, we'll just waste our time here. It was obviously not a good idea to just waste time. The old man, Osman, was clearly using this method to gain the right to enter later. After all, in a fight between two people, the one who entered first would definitely be slightly restrained by the one who entered later. What about the next one? Louise asked in a deep voice. Each side will take turns to enter first. All right, no problem. In that case, you can send someone in. After a discussion among the experts in front of them. A moment later, an ordinary-looking man in his 40s with a resolute face walked toward the vortex. As he entered the vortex, in the projection in the air, the traces of two people had already appeared. As soon as they entered, there was no communication. The two sides immediately entered a battle. But Gunai quickly noticed something. The Thulhu and the church's peak tier 6 expert who had entered first. He wasn't weak, but he was clearly only a relatively powerful expert. As for the man from the Transcendent Association, he was clearly an expert at the peak of the 6th rank. There was a clear difference in strength between the two sides. After fighting for about 2 to 3 minutes, the expert from the evil god's side was ultimately killed by the Transcendent Association's expert. The outcome of the battle was decided. The god of death who was guarding the mountain path reached out and grabbed the corpse of the dead man, before fusing it into his body. Then, he moved away. The middle-aged expert from the Transcendent Association didn't hesitate and followed the mountain path into it. As soon as they entered the mountain path, everyone could clearly see some traces of the mountain path. The man's figure disappeared into the mountain path, and no one knew where he had appeared. When Gunai saw this, he couldn't help but start to think. Obviously, this mountain path is just an entrance to the teleportation. The real location should be in some unknown corner of this fog-shrouded mountain. It's probably impossible to block them from the mountain path. In the first battle, the evil gods and the church had lost. This seemed to be within the other party's expectations. After all, the first person to enter was not the strongest. A moment later, a frail-looking woman in red leather armor, who was about 27 or 28 years old, entered the vortex. He's strong, but not strong enough. He's not worth my time. After a moment of observation, Gunai suppressed his thoughts. In fact, when the two sides were ready to fight, Gunai had already quietly used the Eye of Fate to patrol the area. Naturally, Gunai could sense the presence of a few powerful experts. These people should be at the peak of the Type 6 realm for a long time, all of them existences that could break through to the extraordinary realm. There were also a few top geniuses who had descended from the starry sky, and Gunai had his eyes on them. These people were Gunai's targets. I'll play this one. Just as the experts in front were discussing, a deep and rough voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Everyone looked over. Gunai laughed when he saw this. The man was none other than Dragon Slayer Ziegruder. This is going to be interesting. That woman has dragon blood. Although she's also an expert who has been at the late stage of Tier 6 Transcendent for some time, it won't be easy for her to face a Tier 6 Dragon Slayer. At this time, Dragon Slayer Zigrud had also advanced to the early stage of the 6th step. Although his rank was lower than the other party, he was a Dragon Slayer, and the other party had the blood of the dragon race. The woman had hidden herself well, but she couldn't hide from Gunai's eyes, nor could she hide from the Dragon Slayer's senses. I didn't see this guy, Chiglud, just now. I guess he's hiding too. Now that he saw a dragon, he immediately showed up. What a sinister guy! As expected, when Zieglude appeared, the faces of the experts who knew that the woman possessed the dragon clan's bloodline immediately sank. They could vaguely guess the woman's fate. With a leap, he entered the vortex. When he saw it was Chieglo in the projection, Gun could see the woman's face shake. She must have heard of Chieglo the Dragon Slayer. Very quickly, the battle began. The Dragon Slayer made Gunai clearly feel the restraint of the extraordinary sequence. The woman's attack was very sharp, and at the same time, extremely fast. It could even be said that his momentum had completely surpassed that of Ziegrude. However, the problem was that the damage caused by the attack on Zieglude was too much to look at. The Dragon Slayer Zieglude let out a furious roar, and the woman's body trembled uncontrollably. A long-ranged blade landed on the woman, almost taking half her life. The perfect restraint of the transcendent sequence made it impossible for him to turn the tables. Is this the restraint of the extraordinary sequence? The difference is indeed huge. Gunai thought to himself. Fortunately, my blood curse Mancer is not restrained in any way. Even if I can slightly suppress it, my true power isn't limited to the blood curse Mancer's power. Soon, the battle came to an end, and as expected, Dragon Slayer Zieglude won. Even the woman's final burst of power was easily nullified by Ziegard. After 2 consecutive wins, the Transcendent Association's experts were all smiling. The advantage of having 2 people ahead of them was huge, so everyone was naturally in a good mood. A moment later, one more person from the evil god side walked out. When he saw the person, Gunai's eyes narrowed. It was an old man with a slightly hunched back. He was wearing ordinary clothes and his hands were empty without any weapons. He walked to the entrance of the vortex and stepped in. This guy is not simple. Gunai thought. According to Gunai's observations, this old man was one of the powerhouses who had been at the peak of the Type 6 realm for a long time. He might even be one of the strongest people. How is it, do you want to go up and try? A voice came from behind Gunai. Gunai wasn't surprised by the sudden voice. Gunai had already noticed the man when he had approached. Gun turned around and looked at the short and chubby extraordinary. He chuckled. Senior Nigel, long time no see. 306 Chapter 127 Gu Ni on stage. That's right, the person who had come was Nigel. Yup. It's only been a year and you've become so powerful, Nigel sighed as he patrolled Gunny's body. Senior, you still haven't broken through, Gun looked at Nigel and said in a soft voice. I was going to break through, but the higher UPS said that this trip to the Forbidden Elemental Lands would require a peak Tier 6 expert, so I suppressed my cultivation. Nigel said softly. That old man isn't weak, but he's not my target. Senior, you should go. I also have the same intention. Nigel laughed. Then, he looked up at the hunchbacked old man who had already entered the battle arena and said softly. That old thing is called Contract Shark. He's a rather brutal and ruthless fellow. He's escaped from my hands twice, but he won't be able to escape this time. Nigel then walked forward. A moment later, Neil's figure appeared in the projection. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind howled, and the grass on the ground was swept up by the wind and blown into the depths of the black mist. The ground was already in ruins, and under the black grass were black rocks and soil. It was as if the entire world only had one color, black. Contract Shark, you won't be able to escape this time. Nigel said indifferently as he felt the strong wind blowing against his face. Nigel, I knew you would be here. Chi Sha laughed gloomily, which was very scary. However, do you know why I still dared to come in? It's because I'm going to kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Contract Shark's entire body instantly turned into a blood-red stream of light and charged over. I came prepared. The Contract Shark roared angrily as it charged over. Boom! As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, a terrifying wave of air swept across a radius of more than 30 meters. All the black weeds within 30 meters were uprooted in an instant. Immediately after. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The two of them immediately entered a frenzied battle. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he watched the two fight. It didn't take long for Gunai to notice something. The chi of the man called Contract Shark was becoming more and more powerful, and each of his strikes was like a light slap. Nigel was starting to be suppressed. And as time passed, the Contract Shark's attacks became more and more ferocious. At the same time, his speed and the bizarreness of his attacks were also gradually increasing. Nigel began to be completely suppressed. Nigel did not even have the chance to counterattack after being repeatedly suppressed. His attacks and dodging movements began to slow down. Nigel, today is the day you die, the Contract Shark said in a low and sinister voice while attacking. Contract Shark, have you finally finished smelting the heart of the furnace? Even though he was being suppressed and even injured, Nigel's expression was still calm. It's good that you know. It's a pity. Nigel's voice was a little hoarse, and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. You're still trying to be stubborn. My furnace heart is compatible with my bloodline power. Even if your strength has increased greatly, it will be difficult for you to resist. Idiot, you should know that there are some things that can restrain your furnace heart, such as the Paishu. Nigel's body suddenly lunged forward. At the same time, a mystical item in his hand was secretly activated. It was an old mechanical pocket watch. The mechanical pocket watch moved. The Contract Shark's expression changed drastically, and his attack suddenly came to a halt. The momentary pause in a battle between experts was extremely fatal. Nigel's palm had already landed heavily on Contract Shark's chest. Boom! A sound. The Contract Shark's entire body smashed into the ground. Damn you! Amid the Contract Shark's furious roars, Nigel once again closed in on him. It was accompanied by a series of particularly fierce attacks. The Contract Shark was forced to retreat in defeat, and even his clothes were torn apart, revealing the mechanical scales on his body. One could vaguely see that where his heart was, there was a high-temperature furnace. The modification of mechanical lives? This scene shocked Gunai. As the battle entered its most heated state, the terrifying waves of air around the two of them stacked together. Finally, it exploded. When the fluctuations dissipated, Nigel, who was badly injured, stood among the ruins at the side. As for the hunchbacked old man called Chi Sha, he was already dead. The heart of the furnace had been shattered. After looking at the contract shark for a while, Nigel slowly retracted his gaze. At this moment, the death god in the distance had already collected the contract shark's corpse and dissipated soul, and at the same time, moved away. Without further delay, Nigel entered the mountain path and disappeared. He only knows how to use mystical items. Otherwise, this Nigel would definitely die in there today. The evil god expert said coldly. That might not be the case, an expert from the Transcendent Association retorted with a smile. That pocket watch that can restrain mechanical creatures is not easy to use. Also, how do you know that Nigel doesn't have any hidden cards? If we fight to the end, the contract shark will still die. It's just that the mystical item sped up the process. With 3 consecutive victories, the Transcendent Association's momentum was even greater. Even the experts smiled. Instructor, I'll go. At this moment, in the crowd behind the Transcendent Association, a foreign youth carrying a long sword condensed from the light of the house softly spoke. This youth was thin and his skin was like a matte silver-grey metal. At the same time, his face, arms were all sharp metal like horns. His entire body seemed to be forged from a sharp sword. When the young man opened his mouth, not far away, Dias, who was carrying a dark light battle sword on his back, looked over. Even Pasta can't hold back anymore. Dias knew very well that Pasta was a top-notch genius who wasn't any weaker than him. He was a genius who had the potential to become a saint. Although the powerhouse at the peak of the 6th step from the world called Nigel was powerful, he was only a slight threat to them. A battle of this level was only a slight challenge to them. Go, be careful, don't underestimate the enemy. Pasta's teacher nodded slightly. I know. Pasta nodded and walked forward. It's almost time for me to go on. Although Gunai didn't know the young man's name, he had an idea when he saw the young man with the demonic spell sword walk up to him. Gunai had been waiting for a long time to snipe the masters from the foreign starry sky. At the same time, he also wanted to test the strength of these foreign geniuses and the books of Upanishads they had. When he arrived near the vortex, this foreign genius's gaze swept past the large number of high-level extraordinaries behind the many experts of the Transcendent Association, and he chuckled. If you're not afraid of death, then come. A haughty look filled his face, and he was overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, Gunai raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. You don't say, there really is one who isn't afraid of death. Senior, I'm going. Gun lowered his voice and spoke to Zul Araman. N. Zul Araman nodded slightly. Gunai walked forward. Pasta, the alien swordsman, looked over. After staring at Gunai for a while, the foreign swordsman stepped into the vortex. Gunai, who had followed them, also entered the vortex. 307 Light Profound. Hoo. As soon as he entered, Gunai felt a strong wind. The entire world was dark and oppressive. Pasta, the alien swordsman, didn't immediately attack from 200 meters away. He just stood there, watching Gunai. Gunai was quite surprised that his opponent didn't attack. Since the other side wasn't in a hurry, Gunai wasn't in a hurry either. Gunai slowly took out his silver feather staff in front of his opponent, which stunned many of the masters outside. What was this guy doing? If the other party had attacked first, he would have been dead without even taking out his staff. Could this guy be a spy? He waved his staff, seemingly trying to get used to it. This made the eyes of many experts from the Transcendent Association twitch. I haven't used it in a long time, it feels much lighter. Gunai was indeed adapting. At the same time, it's just as the rumors say. It's impossible to recover origin power through ordinary means in this forbidden elemental land. The entire forbidden elemental land doesn't have any origin power or other energy. It's completely isolated. Only with the deep source anchor can one recover origin power after a battle. Otherwise, the source power will only decrease with every use. After waving it around for a while, Gunai suddenly waved his staff. Swish! An almost inaudible voice was heard. A demonic blade curse that was almost impossible to capture flew towards the foreign swordsman. The demonic blade curse was very fast. But the sword of the foreign swordsman was faster. A cold light flashed. Chiang! A sound. The curse of the demonic blade was easily torn apart. The foreign swordsman's movements were so fast that no one could see them clearly. He's very fast, and at the same time, he has the fluctuations of light profound. No wonder this guy's magic spell sword has such a strong luster. Gun waved his staff again, and a few more magic blades flew over. Clang clang clang! Pasta's light spell sword flashed like lightning and cut through Gunny's spell blade. He looked at the enemy he had never seen or even heard of before. After easily shattering a few of the other party's magic blade curses, Pasta frowned slightly. This guy Ying Luo can't really be that weak, right? Or is this guy terrifyingly strong? Pasta stared at the mage wearing an ordinary shadow cloak, but he couldn't find anything unusual about him. He didn't even feel threatened. Such people were either extremely strong or extremely weak. Swish! Another wave of demonic blade curse swept over. At the same time as he broke the spell, Pasta moved. Swish! The light seemed to be distorted around Pasta, and his entire figure was slightly hazy in the distorted light. In that instant, Pasta crossed 200 meters, his sword as fast as a bird as it pierced through Gun's head. What? Pasta's eyebrows twitched. Although it hit, Pasta didn't actually stab anything. This was only an afterimage. As the shadow disappeared, Gunai reappeared in the grass 100 meters away. This scene immediately caused the spectators outside to become alert. He's an expert. Pasta could feel his opponent's strength with just one strike. The speed of light was extremely fast. His light profound meaning had made his attack and movement speed extremely fast, and it was beyond imagination. When he sparred with a 7th-rank Transcendent Master, the latter would sometimes find it difficult to block his quick sword. However, this ordinary-looking extraordinary whom he had never even heard of could easily avoid his sword. 100 meters away, Gunai was also staring at this top genius from a foreign galaxy. As expected, the speed of the light profound is astonishing. During this time, Gunai had studied and cultivated the many techniques of the power Upanishads that Bhattara had given him. He knew the characteristics and powers of many power Upanishads, which gave him a general understanding of the entire system of power Upanishads. It was now even easier for Gun to deal with the light element swordsman. Of course, the most important thing was Gunai's profound world intent, dark intent, and destruction intent, which he hadn't comprehended much of, began to show their effects. It wouldn't be like before, where he had a deep understanding of the profound meaning but couldn't use it. You're fast, but I'm not slow either. Gunai's body had been transformed by the Holy Shadow Magic Stone, and he had been blessed with the Holy Shadow Runes, so his speed was naturally incredible. With the help of the World Power Upanishad, Gunai's speed increased to another level. If Gunai wanted to, he could even make his blood escape faster and go further. However, there was obviously no need for that. Your light power Upanishad's attack is too straightforward. It doesn't have any bizarreness. I can sense your every move in the range of my World Power Upanishad. When you move, I move at the same time. I won't let you attack me so easily. As Gunai's eyes swept over the other party, he began to think. As the favored child of the world's profound, Gunai's perception and control of a certain area were truly powerful. Swish! With a flash of white light, the sharp sword light came for him again. With a single thought, Gunai once again moved away. Then, the sword light began to pursue Gunai. For a moment, in the entire black area, only the blood-red light and the white light could be seen flashing rapidly, the two of them chasing each other at high speed. It was so fast that one could not even see its shadow clearly. Swish! The sharp white sword light came for him again. A sharp bolt of lightning instantly pierced towards Pasta. Pasta's speed in a straight line was fast enough, and the little thunder flame spell was also in a straight line, making it almost impossible for Pasta to avoid it. Pasta also didn't have any intention of avoiding it. The tip of the sword flew forward. Chi 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 chi. The little thunder flame curse was directly cut open by him. Even a rank 5 little thunder flame spell with penetrative power can cut through it. Is this the power of the magic spell sword? Gunai knew that these devil curse swords were special weapons forged by experts from the higher dimension transcendent worlds. Compared to the black iron, magic copper, mithril, magic gold, and even higher level legendary weapons that had been passed down in the history of the Oya continent. In the higher dimension transcendent world, these weapons were clearly not very popular. The more powerful magic curse weapons were clearly the mainstream. The power of each magic weapon was no weaker than a legendary weapon. Powerful magic weapons were even more powerful than legendary weapons. Moreover, its unique power completely overpowered legendary weapons. And today, Gunai had witnessed the power of the devil curse sword. It was actually able to cut through the thunder flame curse that contained penetrative power. Needless to say, the demonic spell sword's terrifying power can easily cut off the puppet's secret thread. Gunai thought. Fortunately, Gun was double casting, and both were overlapping in 1 second. Otherwise, under the attack of this swordsman who had cultivated the Book of Profound Meaning and grasped the devil spell sword, he would probably die even if he cast a spell. It seems that I can only use some powerful methods to deal with this guy. As he pondered, Gunai quickly came up with an excellent strategy in his mind. You're very strong. Gunai's eyes swept over this top-tier expert from the foreign starry sky as he thought to himself. It's a pity that you met me. 308 Chapter 129 The Fall of Genius. Pasta released the light power Upanishad to the extreme as he chased after Gunai. The many transcendent grandmasters watching the battle from outside had grave expressions on their faces. Without a doubt, Pasta's speed was fast, incredibly fast. In fact, it was a little hard for people to react. The profound meaning of light was perfectly compatible with the speed of his movement technique and the power of the sword gleam. It was even circulating perfectly, continuously integrating with the sword form and attack method, and could erupt at any time. It was so easy to control the power Upanishad. This was the power of the Book of Upanishad. As for the many transcendent masters, all they could do was use the techniques of profound meanings to enhance their attacks. The principles of using the two were completely different, and the depth of control was as different as the heaven and earth. The power of the two profound meanings was also different. In fact, many transcendent masters were secretly envious. How could they not want to have a book of Upanishads? But there was nothing. The Aoya continent didn't have any book of power Upanishad. Even in major transcendent worlds, they were rare. And the only place that truly had a profound meaning scripture inheritance was the high-dimensional transcendent world. This world was too far away for them to come into contact with. Pasta was very strong. It was so powerful that it made people gasp in admiration, whether it was in terms of personal strength or the use of profound meaning. Their combined strength was even above those at the peak of the Type 6 realm. What was unbelievable was the seemingly ordinary-looking Magus faced such a fast attack. Not only was he able to react in time, but he could also use his extremely fast speed and incantation to dodge the attack. At the same time, they could also counterattack. The incantations landed on Pasta's body. Although they didn't cause much damage, there was no doubt that this law incantation master was continuously retaliating. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. To be able to counterattack in such a short time was something they had not expected. The reason why Gunai was able to counterattack so quickly was because of the speed of his soul's thoughts. Ever since his soul had mutated, Gunai's thought process had become faster and faster as his strength increased and he continued to reincarnate. After the previous consecutive reincarnations and his advancement to the 5th step, now, Gun could cast 35 spells per second. His soul's reaction speed was extremely high, and his body was also extremely agile. This allowed Gunai to retreat and counterattack at the same time. Pasta, who was in the middle of an attack. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked. In his current battle state, he had not used his full strength. However, it was clear that the opponent was also doing it with ease. One had to know that he was a peak genius from a major transcendent world who had cultivated the profound of light. And this was only because of the source tide, and an unknown magus in the supernatural world that the outside world was familiar with was actually able to fight him to a standstill. What was even more detestable was that the other party was only at the early stage of level 5 transcendent and did not cultivate any profound meaning classics or the like. The other party had relied on his extremely strong foundation and profound world intent to fight him to a draw. If this law incantation master were to cultivate the law incantation or even the higher level of the curse domain, how terrifying would that be? Pasta couldn't help but have such a thought. It's a pity that you don't cultivate any book of Upanishads. So, Wufu, you're the one who's going to die today. And NBSP, he suddenly clenched the demon curse sword in his hand, and the light intent in his body was pushed to its limits. At this moment, Pasta was as dazzling as a small sun, making it impossible to look at him directly. Die! Following Pasta's furious roar, the sword light turned into 20 beams of light and shot towards Gunai from all directions. The speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Die! At the same time, Gunai, who had long since been prepared, cast his blood curse, Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. The Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse was now at level 5. The level 5 Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse not only had the powerful ability to pull people into the bloody dream world, but it also had the ability to create a blood-red dream world. At the same time, it also had the powerful offensive ability of soul attacks. After all, the Blood Origin Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse was a powerful blood origin ability that allowed one to enter a dream through blood and enter one's soul. It could lock onto the opponent's soul and launch an attack. At this moment, it was impossible for the other party to use his profound meaning to pull him into the bloody dream world. However, this soul attack technique could directly attack the opponent. Chi 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 chi. The sharp light beams quickly pierced Gunai's body. Gunai's blood origin, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse also turned into a long blood spear and pierced into the enemy's soul. The invisible blood source spear directly locked onto the opponent's soul, and the foreign swordsman had no way of dodging it. Buzz! The moment the blood source spear entered his soul, an extremely thick soul barrier blocked the attack. As a top-tier genius, he still had some soul techniques. In fact, this soul defense even contained the power of the light profound. Unfortunately, the blood origin spear also contained world intent and destruction intent. Even though the destruction ultimacy wasn't profound, it was still much stronger than the light ultimacy that the other party had added to his soul. As for the world intent on the blood origin spear, it went without saying that it was a one-sided crushing. The power of a rank 5 blood origin innate ability was already terrifying. In addition, he had the support of the terrifying world intent and the destruction intent. The soul defense barrier was easily pierced through. It couldn't even stop the blood origin spear. Swish! Pasta's soul was directly torn apart. Ah! Pasta let out a shrill scream. The pain that came from the depths of his soul made his face contorted. He couldn't even control the light power Upanishad on his body. This attack had annihilated more than 10% of his soul, and at the same time, it had shattered his soul like a crystal, with thousands of cracks and holes. Immediately after, chi 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 chi, a dense wave of little thunder flame curses came from all directions. Pasta's soul was shattered, and he couldn't even hold the curse sword in his hand, much less control his origin power and light intent to counterattack. The penetrating and powerful thunder flame curse penetrated through his body, destroying and annihilating every corner of his body. Peng! There was a dull sound. Pasta's body fell heavily to the ground. His clothes had been set on fire by the lightning, and his body was charred black. He was a genius who cultivated the scriptures of Rune Upanishad in the foreign starry sky. Pasta. He had fallen. 309 Entering a strange place. Silence. All the extraordinaries in front of the wooden house of Old Man Strange Sea were silent. Even the top oracles were looking at the projection with a serious expression. Even Old Man Strange Sea, who was on the giant banyan tree, stopped what he was doing and looked at Gunai in the projection, his eyes shining. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the ordinary extraordinary who didn't seem to show his talents at all. As for the corpse of the top genius from the foreign starry sky, no one cared about it. The strength of this genius from the foreign starry sky went without saying. But it had become Gunai's stepping stone. After a period of silence, the sounds of discussion gradually began. Who is this guy? He's so powerful. I'm not sure, could he also be a genius from a foreign starry sky? He seemed to have used a soul attack just now to kill the other party in one fell swoop. It should be. The projection can also show many things that can't be seen. That glimpse of the blood-colored afterimage directly entered the other party's soul. It should be a soul attack. I feel that this guy's incantation of law is very similar to a certain guy's. At the same time, in the camp of the evil god and the church, Pasta's teacher looked at Pasta, who had fallen to the ground with smoke still rising from his body. His breathing was heavy, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His eyes were filled with a surging killing intent. This student of his was overflowing with talent and had the potential to become a saint in the future. And now, he had fallen in such a small place. Then, the teacher's eyes fell on Gunai. Even with the protection of the Transcendent Association's experts, you can forget about living after coming out. As for those who knew Pasta's strength, they were even more shocked. Pasta was one of the top geniuses in the major transcendent worlds. He could easily become a transcendent master, and there was hope for him to become a saint in the future. And now, it had fallen in a small to mid-sized extraordinary world that shone slightly in the midst of the stars. This was simply unbelievable. This immediately made them calm down. Even in a small place, there were still monstrous geniuses born. If they underestimated their enemy, they would still die here. As everyone's eyes fell on Gunai, they began to discuss his true identity. Some people already knew Gunai's identity. Some of them had secretly figured out the true identity of this powerful Tier 5 extraordinary. The speed of the blood-red light, its extraordinary speed, the strange demonic blade spell, the little thunder flame spell, and so on. Those who knew Gunai well would be able to make a rough guess. I didn't expect Gun Lawrence, a super spellcaster, to have such astonishing power. It seems that this man can't be kept alive. At that moment, a deep voice rang out from the crowd of evil gods and churches. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned at first, but then they suddenly realized. Gunny Lawrence? Is this the super spellcaster who's famous on the ocean? Since a senior has said so, then it is naturally so. It's said that he killed several geniuses of the Starry Sky Array in the Dragon's Necropolis. I didn't expect that he would kill another top expert of the foreign Starry Sky here. He must have offended the evil gods. The way you speak, it's as if you'll let him off if he doesn't kill anyone. Oh, that's true. Before this, Gunny Lawrence was only slightly famous on the ocean, mainly because of his status as a super spellcaster. And this time, he had used his powerful strength to kill this genius from the foreign Starry Sky. I'm afraid that very soon, the reputation of this top genius in the history of the Aoya continent will spread to every corner of the continent. While everyone was discussing in the Forbidden Elemental Land, the power of this book is really powerful. It even pierced through my mithril and devil gold purple scaled chainmail and left 7 to 8 bloody holes on my body. Feeling the injuries in his body, Gunai gently shook his head. Even when the burning effect of the light exploded in my body, I felt intense pain. If my body wasn't strong enough, I would have been melted by this light. It's a pity that my physical body is stronger than you can imagine. The world's profound is contained in my body. This level of injury is nothing to me. With the thought, the blood began to flow. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the wounds that had been pierced by the light profound sword energies quickly healed. Blood curse mancers used blood as their foundation. The blood was endless, and the body was undying. Gunai then raised his hand. Pasta's powerful curse sword was snatched away by Gunai. At the same time, Pasta's corpse was quickly collected by the Grim Reaper and fused into the corpse. The Grim Reaper's eyes fell on Gunai, but he didn't move away. Gunai's eyes twitched. Do you think it's easy for me to get some spoils of war? A great existence like you has to be so calculative with me. After a moment of stalemate. In the end, Gunai lost and threw out his devil curse sword. After the Grim Reaper put away the demonic spell sword, he stepped aside. Gunai unhurriedly arrived at the entrance, which was shrouded in a faint mist. Then, he stepped into it and disappeared. The experts who were watching the battle from outside were speechless. But then again, that magic spell sword was a powerful weapon comparable to a legendary weapon. Anyone would covet it, so it was no wonder that Gunai would act this way. After the Transcendent Association's higher UPS recovered from their shock. Only then did they realize that they had already won 4 times in a row. Moreover, Gunny Lawrence was so powerful. With such a huge advantage, they were becoming more and more steady. Osman, it's your turn to enter first, the evil god's powerhouse, Louise, said in a deep voice. They had lost 4 battles in a row and even lost a top genius of the starry sky. His face was also not good. No, you guys go first. The old man, Osman, said with a smile. We made a deal first. Both sides will take turns, and each side will get 1 person first. Are you going back on your word? Louis sneered. The first 4 matches were agreed upon. You guys go first. The old man, Osman, said. Then, it's time for both sides to take turns. Now that the turns have begun, it's natural that you guys should start first. Otherwise, we'll just wait. His words made Louise's breathing heavy. I'll do it. Dias, who was in the crowd, suddenly spoke. Be careful. After you enter, you must be careful of that Gunny Lawrence. That guy is not easy to deal with. Dias' teacher said softly. I know. Yes. Dias, who was already prepared, nodded. He then leaped and quickly entered the vortex. He stepped onto the mountain path. The scene in front of him changed rapidly. He landed in a pitch-black forest. Gunai immediately cast an invisibility spell. The dark power Upanishad began to circulate around his body, and he became invisible. Gunai then looked around. A second after he appeared, Gun could feel the cold, hungry eyes on him. It was obvious that there were many powerful exotic beasts in the vicinity, waiting for their prey to appear. He scanned the area and saw 3 strange beasts. They're all at the 6th rank, and their auras are extremely fierce. I'm afraid they're not to be trifled with. Besides, after the battle, other than getting some blood, it will only consume force. The loss outweighs the gain. Gunai then carefully inspected the origin pool. Even with the silver-feathered staff in his hand, Gun still didn't feel any origin power flowing into his mana pool. As expected, it has completely isolated the origin power. The name Forbidden Elemental Lands is indeed true. Fortunately, the capacity of the demonic pool in my body is extremely large. At the same time, there's also a treasure like the anchor of the deep source that can recover origin power. To me, the consumption of battle energy is no problem. Then, Gunai took out a small bottle of spring water. After gulping it down, he began to feel it. It can recover a little bit of source power, but it's only the source power carried by the source water itself. It can't be absorbed from the outside world. For those who don't have the anchor of the abyss, this is the only way to recover origin power. After some thought, Gunai looked up to the top of the mountain. Even though Gunai had dark sight and source power vision, he couldn't see anything more than 50 meters away from him. The entire forbidden elemental ground was shrouded in a strange power, which greatly limited Gunai's vision. Gunai's eyes carefully scanned the darkness for a moment before he slowly retracted his gaze. No one knew what was in the darkness. But Gunai always felt that something was lurking in the darkness, and it was full of fear. Let's go. Gunai calmed himself down a little and quickly moved forward along the rugged mountain road. At the same time, he opened his miracle page. 310 The Realm of Distortion. The Miracle Adventure page opened. Gunai wasn't surprised to see the empty page. The miracle page showed that there were no miracle events nearby. This was not strange. From the life and death battle outside just now, it could be seen that this elemental forbidden land was not a place to come in and pick up treasures. This place was obviously some kind of dangerous trial ground. Of course, this was only Gunai's initial guess. Just by entering, one would have to pay the price of one's life or death. If he wanted to obtain more treasures in the future, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. It was impossible for the treasure of immeasurable value to be thrown into a corner by the strange sea old man to wait for the fated one. The legendary equipment, book of esoteric laws, and even the supreme divine crown mentioned by the strange sea old man should only be obtained through the rewards after many tests and trials. Gunai wasn't sure if that was the case, so he could only take it one step at a time. In the dark, Gunai quickly climbed up the mountain. After about a minute, Gunai stopped in place and looked at the scene around him. A strange feeling rose in his heart. I think I've just been here. I remember the one big and three small round stone pillars there very clearly. I also took a look at the black tooth fruit here. Even if the scenes overlap, the overlap might not be too high. After a moment of thought, Gunai stepped on the ground. Ka! A small piece of rock cracked under Gunai's foot. Gunai continued forward. A minute later, Gunai stopped. His gaze swept past the one big and three small round stone pillars and the black tooth fruit. Gunai looked down at his feet. The cracks on the rock were clearly visible. Gunai had returned. With his eyes closed, Gunai carefully sensed his surroundings. When the world power Upanishad touched the world, it slowly spread out. Soon, the feeling of the world being twisted filled Gunai's heart. It was as if the entire world in the darkness had been twisted together. This place was completely a twisted realm with no way out. Gunai was completely trapped on this desolate and dangerous mountain slope. In another corner of the darkness, they killed more than 10 strange giant wild boars that were more than 3 meters tall and had scaly fangs and needle-like manes. Dragon Slayer Zegrud panted slightly, then looked at the dark area around him. The expression on his face became more and more solemn. What's wrong with this damn place? No matter if it's up, left, right, or even down, we'll always end up in this place. There were 3 wild boar-like creatures in the first wave, 4 in the second wave, and 5 in the third wave. They're getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, these wild boars and giant beasts seem to have some kind of special dragon bloodline, so they don't pose much of a threat to me. However, we can't continue like this. We have to find a way out as soon as possible. After absorbing the bloodline power of the 5 dead giant wild boars, there were already muffled sounds in the darkness. This time, there were 6 giant wild boars. Let's go. With a leap, Zeglud began to search for a way out. In a valley. Nigel frowned. These 4 peak tier 6 giant pythons before him had already been completely killed by him. However, it seemed that another giant python-like exotic beast was about to appear in the darkness. His gaze quickly swept across the surrounding darkness. It should be a restricted area. We have to find the way out or meet certain conditions. For example, we have to kill dozens of these giant pythons or find the way out with a powerful perception ability. It's a pity that my perception is not strong enough. It's so awkward. Nigel's sharp gaze swept across the approaching pythons in the darkness. At this time, 5 peak tier 6 giant pythons slithered out of the darkness. These 5 peak tier 6 giant pythons were even stronger than the ones before. Kill, with a leap, Nigel took the lead and attacked the giant pythons. In the quiet darkness, Gunai opened his eyes and looked into the dark area. The mist in this direction doesn't seem to be completely distorted. Let's go and take a look. Using his perception of the world power Upanishad, Gunai quietly moved in the direction that wasn't distorted. In the darkness, he followed the sense of the world's profound meaning and moved forward unhurriedly. This was because Gunai, who had been observing the surroundings closely, noticed that as his perception of the world power Upanishad advanced, the surroundings were completely different from before. It was clear that Gunai had found a way out of this place. The further they went, the less forest they saw, and the more rugged the mountain rocks were. Gunai wasn't in a hurry. He followed the path of the world power Upanishad and moved forward steadily. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a rugged path through the mountain appeared in front of Gunai. This rugged mountain road was very much like the stone steps that were opened up in the rugged and steep mountains of the human world. After looking at the stone steps for a while, Gunai stepped onto them. There's no sense of distortion when going up and down these stone steps. If I'm not wrong, this should be the path to the top. I just don't know if the others will also be trapped in the distorted space and then land on the stairs. If that's the case, I can try to climb up and then guard the last intersection. One man can hold off 10,000 men and kill all the enemies that come. If not, then it would only be a waste of my time. According to the strange old man's previous practice of not allowing one-on-one combat to take advantage of loopholes, it's most likely useless for me to guard the top. After some thought, Gun quickly climbed up the stone stairs. When Gun had just climbed 100 meters, swish! A strange tentacle that looked like a vine shot out from the darkness like a sharp arrow. It was fast, but Gunai was able to sense its presence as soon as it moved. The world power Upanishad and his powerful soul perception domain allowed Gunai to clearly grasp the slightest movement around him. Swish! A magic blade curse flew out quickly. The trajectory of the demonic blade curse was not to directly block the vines. Instead, he dodged the vine's attack from the side, and then slashed across a shield, ruthlessly slashing at the middle of the vine's body. Swish! A sound. This vine was directly cut into two by the magic blade curse in the middle. The back half of the cut vine quickly retreated into the darkness. The 20 meters that were cut off rolled on the ground like a python that had been cut off. The puppet's secret thread moved and pulled the vine over. It's extremely tough. If it's just a regular level 1 or level 2 intermediate spell, it'll be almost impossible to cut it. After sensing it for a while, Gunai had a general understanding of the characteristics of the yellow vine. Fortunately, my magic blade curse is a spell at the peak of the intermediate level, and it has been upgraded to level 5. It should not be a problem to cut it. Even if more vines appear, I can easily cut them off with just a little bit of destruction intent or darkness intent. Gunai was just casually thinking about it. Gun climbed another 40 to 50 meters up the stone stairs. Buzz! 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 3 yellowish-brown vines quickly came from 3 directions. They seemed to be faster and thicker than the previous vines. He really got what he wanted. As he quickly cast spells to attack the 3 vines, the corner of Gunai's eyes twitched. It can't be that the higher we go, the more there are. 311 The mysterious platform. 2 hours later, the dark mist on both sides of the stone steps grew heavier. About 20 meters away from the left and right sides of the stone steps, the thick dark mist seemed to have condensed into 2 high walls. It completely cut off his field of vision. Even though his eyes could not reach the depths of the darkness. But Gunai could use his powerful perception to understand what was going on in the depths of the fog. Gunai was standing on top of the stone slab, engaged in a fierce battle. More than 30 legs thick, earthen yellow vines with a few golden lines, came from all directions, attacking, whipping, sweeping, or binding Gunai. They were using all sorts of methods to surround Gunai. Gunai, on the other hand, transformed into a flash of blood-red light. He kept using the demonic blade curse that contained the profound truths of destruction to cut down the thick vines. Each of the attacks from the golden patterned vines was terrifying. Every time he attacked, he easily tore the air apart, creating a muffled sharp whistling sound. When they landed on the ground, there was a deafening bang, a muffled explosion. The rocky mountain trembled slightly, and at the same time, gravel flew. At this moment, the rocks on both sides of the stone stairs had been crushed by the vines. As for the stone slab, it had been smashed to pieces by the vines, and no one could tell that it was a stone staircase. If an ordinary Tier 5 mage or Shadow-type mage were to be hit by them, a single hit would be enough to heavily injure them. Other than the 30 vines that were fighting Gunai, more than 20 thick vines had already been cut off by Gunai, and were now writhing on the ground. In other words, there were more than 50 vines fighting Gunai. He had already climbed 3,000 meters up the stone stairs. Gunai had tried it before. For example, he could break free from these vines at an extremely high speed and then run all the way. As long as I run fast enough, you vines won't be able to catch me. The idea was very rich, but the reality was very cruel. After passing through 2 of the vines' attacks, Gunai found himself in a large net of intertwining vines that completely blocked his path. Obviously, running over directly would not work. Gunai could only slowly kill the vines. Fortunately, Gunai didn't have to worry about the source power consumption. Gunai, with his abundant source power, was completely at odds with the vines. As long as you dare to come out, I will dare to kill you, and not a single one will be left. As the profound meaning of destruction was fused into the Devil Blade curse, the destructive power of the curse increased greatly, and it continuously cut down thick vines one after another. 3 to 4 minutes later, after Gunai cut off the last vine, the battle of the vines here had already ended. His gaze swept across the devastated ground and the unrecognizable stone stairs. Gunai looked up. The rugged mountain road and the dense fog on both sides made it impossible for Gun to see the end. After some consideration, he found a relatively flat spot, took out a cultivation seat, and sat down cross-legged. The vines had all been killed, so this area was relatively safe. He had fought his way here. If there was origin power in the surrounding space, Gunai's mana pool could easily maintain its peak capacity. After all, Gunai's mana pool absorbed origin power quite quickly. There wasn't any origin power in the area, so Gunai couldn't recover any. I've already used up 1/5 of my origin power. And I don't know how many more battles are waiting for me up there. Although the pressure on my mind from releasing the magic blade curse is minimal, the continuous explosion of thousands of magic blade curses still has a slight impact. Let's talk about it after my source power and mind have recovered to their peak. With a thought, the cube at the end of the anchor of the abyss appeared in front of him. Gunai's eyes swept over the metal cube, and he placed his palm on it. Immediately, gurgle gurgle gurgle. The pure and dense origin power was rapidly being absorbed by Gunai. Those guys without the deep-rooted anchor should have prepared a lot of source energy potions. As he felt the pure origin power, Gunai thought to himself. When I was at Longshao Port, I heard that the price of high-grade refined origin power potions and high-grade potions had increased. It should be caused by those people buying in bulk. However, no matter how many origin power potions there are, they'll be used up one day, and this anchor of the deep origin can provide an endless supply of origin power. At the same time, I can still bring the deep sea anchor with me in the future. In case some strange places don't have any origin power, the deep sea anchor can be an endless source of energy. When the origin power entered Gunai's demonic pool, under the influence of the occultic runes, they would undergo a tempering and transformation. Only after it was turned into mana would it be thrown into the Dao mana pool. This kind of refinement would make the origin power purer, and it would be more comfortable to use and control. Many people wanted this kind of tempering opportunity but did not have it. The occultic runes were above the origin pool, so they could perfectly produce this kind of automatic tempering effect. Moreover, 3 occultic runes in Gunai's body was more effective than just 1. At the moment, 3 occultic runes didn't transform. In fact, 2 didn't change much. 3 strengthened 2. I don't know. When I use 5 or 10 occultic runes, I don't know if there will be any major changes in my soul and origin pool. Yes, the secret crossing rune also needs to be formed. After all, the secret crossing rune is one of my strongest defenses in battle. As he pondered, Gunai's soul was completely immersed in the cultivation of mana. An hour later, Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone, slowly opened his eyes. Gunai's source power and mind power had recovered to their peak. He stood up and waved his hand. The anchor of the abyss and the training space were all put into the system space. Gunai then looked at the top of the rugged mountain road. Let's go. Gunai moved his feet and began to climb up the mountain. As Gunai was walking along the mountain path, many of the transcendents who were stationed at the Death God's station had to go through a series of life and death battles, before they were allowed to pass. These extraordinaries who entered the mandrill had clearly encountered the difficulties of the distorted realm. He was trapped inside and couldn't get out. They could only fight with those powerful exotic beasts of all kinds. Some people had fought through battles, or by chance, had escaped the predicament of the distorted realm. Then, they came to the more difficult areas such as the mountain path, the dark forest, the forest of bones of death, the black desert, the Gale Canyon, and the strange tunnel. There was no doubt that Gunai was at the forefront of the group. He walked along the stone stairs for 200 to 300 meters. Gunai expected the next wave to be even fiercer, but the stronger vines didn't come. Instead, after turning a rough corner, a platform covered in mist appeared in front of Gunai. 312 Origin Power or Profound Meaning. A platform. When he saw the wide black stone platform in front of him, he stopped. The platform wasn't small, it was about the size of a basketball court. Gunai carefully sensed the danger. There was no danger. He then looked at the other side of the platform. On a stone platform about a meter high outside the platform, a statue of a monkey with wings was lying there. It was like a stone statue, but Gunai could feel the life force coming from it. War-feathered monkeys. Gunai naturally recognized the winged monkey. It was said that in the depths of the northern mountain range, there was once a tribe of war-feathered monkeys, and they were extremely prosperous at one time. Later on, it was said that griffins appeared. They liked to feed on creatures like war-feathered monkeys. Later on, the war-feathered monkeys were eaten up by the griffins. Now, no one could see the griffin. Although the stone statue was not a real war-feathered monkey, it did not mean that it was not alive. Could it be some kind of elemental war-feathered monkey? Gun looked around the platform and the war-feathered monkey. The stone war ape statue began to move slightly. It flapped its wings slightly and the war-feathered monkey's wings were spread wide. The 2 front claws were stretched wide open, and its mouth was wide open as if it was stretching itself. After stretching, the war ape statue looked in Gunai's direction. "Hello, trial taker," the war-feathered monkey spoke in human language. The language used by the war-feathered monkeys was the language of the Oya continent. However, the tone of the language was slightly different, probably because the language they used was older. "Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. It's a place for training. Otherwise, there's no need for strange sea old man to open such a large land of treasures for others to come in and take the treasures," Gunai thought. At the same time, he slowly walked up to the black stone platform. Before Gunai could do anything, the war-feathered monkey raised its sharp claws and waved. 2 goatskin scrolls that looked like stone sculptures appeared on his left and right. At the same time, the war-feathered monkey spoke softly. The one on the left is origin power control, and the one on the right is profound control. They are both extremely difficult and high-level techniques to control. You can freely choose to control origin power or profound, or control both of them. However, you only have a month's time. As long as one of the two meets the standard, it'll be equivalent to passing this test and you'll receive a generous reward. And if you don't meet the standard, you'll have a good reward if you make a big improvement. With that, the war-feathered monkey waved its claws and threw 2 scrolls at Gunai. He controlled the puppet's secret thread to catch the 2 scrolls. Gunai thought for a while, then looked at the war-feathered monkey and said, "What if both of them meet the standard? Naturally, you'll receive a special treasure from Lady Slicey." The war-feathered monkey said with a smile. "However, you better not have such thoughts." The war-feathered monkey continued. "Oh, why?" Gunai asked. "Naturally, it's because the difficulty of controlling the origin power and profound meaning is extremely high." The war-feathered monkey slowly explained. "It's already extremely difficult to perfectly control one side in a month's time. It's even more impossible to control 2 sides. Then where should I start?" Gunai asked the war-feathered monkey after a moment of thought. "Have you comprehended any profound meaning?" The war-feathered monkey looked at Gunai. "I've comprehended it." Gunai nodded. "That's good. The more difficult it is to control the rune's profound meaning, the better the rewards. You can start with the control of the rune's profound. If you can't easily condense 1/3 of it, it means that you basically can't complete the control of the entire rune's profound within a month. At this time, you should quickly switch to control of origin power. This way, there's still hope of completing the full control of the origin power. You should know that the reward of perfect control of 100% of origin power is more generous than the reward of 90% control of rune profound." "I see." Gunai nodded. Gunai then saluted the war-feathered monkey. "Thank you for the information, Your Excellency war-feathered monkey. You should focus on your comprehension. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me, but if there's nothing else, don't come and disturb my rest." "Okay, I got it." Gunai nodded. Gunai put away the 2 scrolls and went to a corner of the platform. Gunai took out 2 stone scrolls after sitting down. "Train your mastery of origin power and profound." "I understand how to train the mastery of profound. The more profound the mastery of profound, the more origin power I can control. Take myself for example. I've used all my power Upanishads, but I can't control them. I can only use 10% of my power to fight. But training the control of source power, I don't really understand. Let's first inherit and experience the source power training method." Gunai's catalyst channel touched the scroll of source power training. As the catalyst was accepted, the information about source power control slowly entered Gunai's mind. After 5 or 6 minutes, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. The expression in the depths of his eyes became slightly more serious. "In that case, the control of origin power is really useful. If I want to become more powerful in the future and go further. This force is deeply controlled, it's a must." Gunai thought to himself. Normally, a mage's origin power was stored in the origin pool. No matter if it was a lawmagus, an elementalist, or a contract master, they all stored their origin power in the origin pool. As for the battle and shadow elements, a portion of their source energy was stored in their physical bodies, while the other portion was stored in their small origin pools. As far as a law incantation master was concerned, when he needed to use origin power, by using the incantation of law and then coordinating with the guidance of origin power, the release of the incantation of law was formed. The entire process didn't require a high level of control over origin power. After all, the combination of an extraordinary and the law incantation system allows the origin power to completely conform to the law incantation. I only need to grasp the law incantation and control the origin power to a certain extent to be able to cast spells. It was simple, convenient, and fast. This was also the foundation of the stability of the magic incantation system that was formed in the ancient Dark Age, Magic Age, and so on. However, this kind of casting system didn't require much origin power. With the development of the extraordinary era, it seemed that he was not quite used to it. In fact, within the major extraordinary world, as well as the information transmitted by this source power training manual named 100 Lines of Source Power. During the process of a mage's promotion from Tier 6 to Tier 7, becoming a Master Mage, the soul source cores he had condensed were of different levels. Some people had weak souls, so their control of origin power was weaker. He could only condense an ordinary 1-mark soul source core. As for experts with powerful souls and extremely high control over origin power, on the other hand, it could condense the extremely rare 3 or 4 vein soul source core. The higher one's control over source power, the more layers of runes one could condense on their soul source core. Naturally, their strength would also increase. Before, Gunai didn't know the importance of origin power control. Now that he had come into contact with more things, this time, he was even more detailed in the in-depth explanation of the origin power control levels in this ancient book. Gunai finally understood the importance of controlling origin power. Gunai didn't immediately try to control his origin power. He flipped his hand and took out another stone scroll. This was a scroll that could control the profound meaning of runes. The importance of profound meaning control is obviously higher than origin power. Let's take a look at the important aspects of profound meaning control. Gunai calmed his mind and began to accept the catalyst of the Upanishad Rune Control Tome. 313 Amazing Mastery Speed. 10 minutes later, Gunai had also finished learning the Upanishad scripture. At this moment, Gunai's mind was completely focused. Most of it is the same as the information I've learned about profound meanings before. Controlling the Power Upanishads in a more detailed way can improve your ability to control the Power Upanishad scripture that you will learn in the future. Controlling the profound meaning is equivalent to a basic skill. With a solid foundation, it'll be easier to cultivate and even use the Book of Upanishads. More importantly, Gunai's eyes narrowed as he thought. The thoroughly meticulous control of Power Upanishad can also use the Source Power Upanishad to strengthen the Soul Source Core while it's condensing the Soul Source Core. This way, when I advance, I'll be much stronger than the others as a level 7 Transcendent. These two training methods are related to the road to becoming a Transcendent Master. From this aspect, it's not difficult to see why there are so many extraordinary masters in the Oya continent. If their control over source power is poor, they won't be able to condense the soul source core required to become an extraordinary master naturally. I'm unable to advance. In fact, many transcendent masters only barely advance and remain at level 7 transcendent for the rest of their lives. It should be because his control of the origin power wasn't deep enough, and he lacked the support of the rune's profound meaning. According to the rules of this book on training profound meaning, if you don't have a supplementary profound meaning when you're condensing the rune profound meaning, it will be very difficult for you to advance in the future. No wonder there are so many transcendent grandmasters who spend so much time at the peak of the 6th rank. They must be trying to comprehend the profound meaning of the runes. Even if it's just a little profound, it's still much better than nothing. It's a good thing that my profound meaning is very deep. After some thought, Gunai slowly gathered his thoughts. It's difficult for a law incantation master to become a transcendent master. However, this doesn't seem to be a big problem for me. Gunai thought. A long time ago, in the Sug ruins, Gunai had gone through several transformations. He naturally saw source energy, and then he gained source energy vision. From a certain perspective, directly seeing the origin power was equivalent to seeing the godson of the origin power. After that, he would continuously upgrade and reincarnate to strengthen his extraordinary talent, in addition to repeatedly refining his origin power. Gunai also felt the benefits of having a high compatibility with origin power. First of all, his source energy vision was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, the origin power was perfectly compatible with his body, and he could use it as he wished. No matter what, I still need to use this 100 lines of source power technique to carefully test and train my control of source power. Then, Gunai sat down with his legs crossed. The first level of use is the method of to condense 10 source power testing lines. There are a total of 10 lines, so you will accumulate 100 source power units. After that, they will intertwine and condense, forming a origin power framework ball. After perfectly condensing the origin power framework, you will pass this test. Gunai sat cross-legged in his mind, carefully going over the details of the first layer of the origin power framework. He flipped his hand. 10 finger-thick source power testing lines slowly rose from Gunai's palm. Each source power testing line was continuously extended according to a mysterious track. Because it was a test of origin power, Gunai didn't use any power Upanishads to enhance it. He just used his control of origin power to construct the frame sphere. A dozen seconds later, a basketball-sized sphere of origin power bloomed in Gunai's palm. At this moment, the origin power framework sphere was floating there. These 10 threads of origin power were in a very stable state, and the energy was perfectly integrated with each other. Gunai estimated that it could maintain this state for a very, very long time. When Gunai formed the ball of threads, not far away, the war-feathered monkey took a glance. "You're quite talented," he mumbled softly and continued to sleep. "String ball. It's not that difficult. Ying Luo should say that it's almost not difficult," Gunai thought to himself. But this energy can't be wasted after all, it's 100 units of source power. With a wave of his hand, Gunai absorbed the origin power of the ball of threads. Next, 20 shots. 20 seconds later, the ball of 20 threads bloomed in Gunai's hand. The 20-string ball was clearly much bigger than the 10-string ball, but it wasn't much harder for Gunai. After absorbing the energy from the 20 balls, Gunai began to construct the 30 balls. A minute later, the 30-string balls were successfully constructed. After another 2 minutes, the 40 ball-throwing threads were successfully constructed. 5 minutes later, the 50-string balls were successfully constructed. 10 minutes later, Gunai was sitting cross-legged in the corner, creating a ball of 60 threads. Even though Gunai was feeling the difficulty, the number 60 string ball was slowly and steadily moving forward under his control. Success was only a matter of time. Just as they were condensing, a small touch made a mistake. Hwa 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 sound. The number 60 string ball shattered with a bang and turned into origin power that scattered in all directions. The corner of Gunai's eyes twitched as he watched the scattered number 60 ball. 60 string balls. My 600 units of source power. At the same time, the sleeping war-feathered monkey was no longer sleeping. His stone eyes stared at Gunai, his face full of disbelief. The condensation of this guy's number 60 string ball was a mistake that led to his failure, not because he didn't have enough control. To be able to form a 60-string ball without repeated cultivation, it's either he had undergone similar cultivation before. If he hadn't, his talent in source power compatibility and control is too amazing. Senior war-feathered monkey, is there a place to recover origin power? Gunai asked when he saw the war-feathered monkey looking at him. This is a forbidden elemental land. It doesn't contain any energy. Even the energy that you've dispersed has disappeared. How can there be a place to recover origin power? I'll also tell you another little trick. If you want to improve your control, it's best to maintain a half-condensed state. For example, when you condensed the 60-string ball halfway, stop directly and keep it in a half-condensed state. This will best improve your control of source power. If you feel that you can't control it, quickly withdraw it. This way, it won't cause any waste of origin power. In this place, origin power is extremely important, the war-feathered monkey warned. Thank you for telling me, Senior. I understand. Gunai nodded. After he calmed his mind, he took out the deep-rooted anchor cube and began to recover his origin power. When he saw Gunai take out the anchor of the abyss, the war-feathered monkey's eyes twitched. This guy clearly has a treasure like the anchor of the deep source, but he still asked me for a way to recover origin power, haha. After recovering, Gunai once again began to form the 60 balls of thread. This time, under Gunai's careful control, it was completed in an orderly manner. Then, he began to form the 70 balls of string. This time, Gunai felt the pressure of controlling origin power. When Gunai used the origin power 100 threads to improve his control of origin power, the others also passed through the layers of assessments one after another. They also came to the place where they needed to test their origin power and profound meaning. Those who were able to enter were all experts who were not weak. However, most of them had never learned the profound meaning of runes. Among them, the vast majority had chosen the path of source power control. But they clearly didn't have the same powerful talent as Gunai. Many people did not find it difficult to condense the first level. However, the second level was starting to become more difficult. Some people were on the third floor. Even the experts who had comprehended the nature profound were trapped on the fourth floor. In terms of talent in controlling origin power, there was a huge gap between them and Gunai. 314 The reward of the star array. On the dark platform, in the corner, Gunai was sitting cross-legged. It was now Gunai's 5th day on the platform. During these 4 days, Gunai had been absorbing origin power and resting. The rest of his time was spent on cultivating the 100 lines of origin power. Even though it was difficult to form the 70 string ball on the 7th level. But this wasn't Gunai's limit. In terms of control of origin power, Gunai clearly had a lot of potential that he had yet to discover. Gunai remained in the state of a semi-condensed ball of 70 threads. After 5 to 6 hours of training, he had completed the perfect condensation of 70 string balls. In the next half a day, he completed the perfect condensation of 80 string balls. For many people, their potential in controlling origin power was weak. Basically, it would be difficult for them to make any significant progress even if they spent a lot of time. To Gunai, the potential in this area was quite deep, it was just that he had never explored it before. At this moment, after a certain amount of bitter cultivation, the extent of his improvement was quite shocking. After a full day of practice, Gunai had completed the 9th floor's 90 string ball. The last level, the 10th level, was the formation of the ball of threads. Gunai had been cultivating for more than 3 days. During this time, Gunai had already failed many times. Fortunately, Gunai had the anchor of the abyss, so he could withstand the consumption of thousands of origin power. Hoo. After a light breath, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. After the last failure, I'm already in a semi-condensed state of the ball of threads. After a dozen hours, I can feel my control over source power steadily increasing. Now, I should be able to succeed. Gunai calmed his mind and waved his hand. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. A large amount of source power surged out and gathered into 100 source power threads. Then, these 100 source power threads crisscrossed and touched each other. As they gradually progressed, Gunai could clearly feel that the ball no longer put much pressure on him. 5 or 6 minutes later. Swish! There was a slight tremor. A meter-wide ball of yarn was formed under Gunai's control. Looking at the large and beautiful ball of yarn, Gunai couldn't help but calm down and admire it. After a long time, Gunai finally touched the ball of threads. It was absorbed back. It looked good, but the energy couldn't be wasted. At the same time, the war-feathered monkey, who was not far away, was staring at Gunai. It's only been 5 days, and you've already condensed a string ball. From the looks of it, he's doing it with ease. The Oya continent isn't a large transcendent world, nor is it a high-dimensional transcendent world. How could such a terrifying genius be born here? After all, it's impossible for a whale to appear in a pond. This doesn't make sense. Could it be that the origin tide in the Oya continent caused such a terrifying extraordinary to appear? That should be the reason. Otherwise, there's no other explanation. After some thought, the war-feathered monkey slowly retracted its gaze. During this period, Lord Slicey has already secretly spied on him many times. It's obvious that Lord Slicey places great importance on this extraordinary. If he can complete 100-story tower of his profound meaning, he will be able to break through the barrier. I'm afraid that Ying Luo's reward will be extremely rich. I remember about 200,000 to 300,000 years ago, when the dark creatures, demons, blood race, dragons, and other intelligent life forms retreated with the Age of Darkness. In the Area continent, there hasn't been a trial taker who has perfect control of both origin power and esoteric rule, right? He's below the level of extraordinary masters. This extraordinary is very likely to be the first human of this era. After collecting the energy from the ball of threads, Gunai focused all his attention on the book. According to the control method in the book, you need to create a 100-story tower called the Intent Tower. Each level doesn't require many profound meanings. In total, it's not much either. However, I have a high demand for the ability to control power Upanishads. I'm the darling of the world's profound meaning. At the same time, my world's profound meaning is best at this kind of framework. It's not a problem to complete the condensation. The problem is how long it will take. After studying the Power Upanishad Tower in his mind, he finally understood. Gunai began to build his Power Upanishad Tower. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. In the mysterious space, the mysterious sea old man sat cross-legged in the air, surrounded by mist. No one could see his true appearance. In front of strange sea old man, there were 7 statues of different kinds. There were war-feathered monkeys, dark-winged elves, goblin merchants, demon snakes, humans, and so on. These intelligent creatures were all statues, but they all had their own consciousness and life. The war-feathered monkey among the 7 statues suddenly opened its eyes. He then bowed to Old Man Strange Sea, who was still in the fog, and spoke. Mr. Cunning Sea, Gunny Lawrence has already condensed the 98th floor of the Power Upanishad Tower a few days ago. When he came out of his training state, he started to absorb the origin power. It seems like he's about to condense a 100-story Power Upanishad Tower. The war-feathered monkey reported. I know. A deep voice came from the mist. Then, Strange Sea Old Man looked into the distance. It was Gunai, who was building his Power Upanishad Tower. Strange Sea Old Man wasn't surprised at all by the 100-meter-tall Power Upanishad Tower that Gunai had created. In fact, Old Man Strange Sea had already spied on Gunai's life many times. If he had to find a word to describe Gunai's experience, it would be ordinary. There was nothing special about this Gunai. However, such a plain and ordinary life had produced such a monstrous extraordinary who could not be born in the entire world. In fact, he could even easily kill top geniuses from major transcendent worlds who had cultivated in the profound scriptures. It was obvious that his talent was beyond imagination. It could be said that his talent surpassed any transcendent race's geniuses that the Strange Sea Elder knew. Can the source tide also give birth to such extraordinary people? No matter what, such a monstrous genius is indeed worthy of being nurtured. In the dark and quiet corner of the platform, Gunai calmed his mind and looked at the 2-meter-tall World Power Upanishad Tower. It had at least 100 levels, and he exhaled. After half a month, I've finally succeeded, Gunai said. Although it took a long time, my control of profound meaning has improved. Previously, I could control about 10% of the profound meaning of runes to fight. Now, I'm afraid it won't be a problem to master 40% of the rune's profound meaning in battle. I can only use 2 to 3% of the world's profound meaning in ordinary battles. Now that I've mastered such a profound control of the world's esoteric rule, my true strength has increased by quite a bit. When I faced a transcendent master, I now have the ability to resist to a certain extent. Gunai turned around and said. War-feathered monkey chien 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 chien. The words were cut off in his mouth. Senior sea monster. Gunai said as he saluted. The stone statue of the war-feathered monkey had disappeared. In its place was a peculiar human wearing an ordinary black robe. His face was similar to that of a normal human, but his eyes were slightly larger. At the same time, his skin was grey and black. This person was the famous strange sea old man. It was said that it was a powerful existence at the demigod level. Above the transcendent master level were the oracle, ancestral spirit, and saint. The peak of these three levels was the demigod realm, and then the true divine realm. Old Man Strange Sea inspected the framework of the world power Upanishad that Gunai had created, then nodded. You are very good. Strange Sea Old Man said softly with an amiable smile. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Gunai's face. You should have guessed that this is the trial ground for extraordinaries, right? Said Strange Sea Old Man softly. I've guessed a little, Gunai nodded. In fact, it has been a long time since someone, or rather, an intelligent creature, has been able to completely control the origin power and the rune profound in such a short time on this stone platform. In fact, most intelligent creatures below the realm of extraordinary masters can't even comprehend the profound meaning of runes, let alone control it. Even in a major transcendent world, it's been a long time since an extraordinary with such outstanding talent like you appeared. The only pity is that your extraordinary class seems to be a little weak. Do you want to obtain the Blood Curse Mancer Star Array? Old Man Strange Sea said softly. Hearing this, Gunai couldn't help but be startled. Who in the Starry Sky Echelon didn't want it? Before this, Gun had been thinking of asking around when he got back to the Transcendent Association. He wanted to see if the extraordinary Blood Curse Mancer profession could be further promoted, or even promoted to a higher level in the star sequence. Gunai had never thought that this would happen so suddenly. 315 Blood Origin Curse Mancer. Why not? Old Man Strange Sea looked at Gunai and chuckled. Gunai's heart slightly trembled as he said, naturally, I am extremely willing. The Starry Sky Array was a supreme and powerful array. It could be said to be the peak existence of extraordinary professions. Every single one of the Starry Sky sequences was a unique existence. It was only because the Oya continent was currently in a rather peculiar state that the situation of the star sequence's self-awakeners appeared. And in the past, when had a member of the star sequence ever appeared in the Oya continent? Gunai was naturally very happy to obtain the Starry Sky Array. This is the Blood Curse Mancer, one of the top star sequence Blood Curse Mancers among the Blood Curse Mancers. As he spoke, Strange Sea Elder raised his hand, and a crown of blood appeared in front of Gunai. This blood sea crown was only the size of an ordinary crown. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that it seemed to contain a world of blood, surging and surging without end. You can receive the inheritance upon touching it. Furthermore, as a powerful member of the Starry Sky sequence, the curse of the bloodline has disappeared. Furthermore, it will also dispel the curse of your blood. Gunai began to ponder upon hearing what Strange Sea Old Man said. As expected, I can't be discovered by the outside world when I use reincarnation to change my own situation. As for how powerful the Blood Origin Curse Mancer is, you'll naturally find out after you acquire the Starry Sky Echelon. Said the old man. Yes. Gunai turned his attention to the blood crown. He touched the blood crown slightly. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood crown immediately turned into a stream of blood that flowed toward Gunai's chest. Hwala lala 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 lala. The river-like blood water was quickly poured into the blood pool. At the same time, ka 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 ka. Gunai's blood pool began to show signs of breaking as the blood poured in. Gunai didn't care about the changes in the blood pool. Instead, he focused his attention on the information about the powerful extraordinary profession of blood-born magus in the Blood Sea Crown. Compared to the Blood Curse Mancer, who had the Blood Pool, the Blood Curse Mancer had the Blood Pool. Blood Origin Curse Mancers, on the other hand, possessed the Blood Sea, which could contain all rivers. The Blood Pool had to be cultivated continuously in order to slowly expand. On the other hand, the Blood Sea could absorb and fuse fresh blood from all layers, and then converge them into a river that flowed into the Blood Sea. In other words, the Blood Sea could continuously grow on its own, and it could grow without limit. At the same time, cultivation would speed up this process. From the Pool of Blood and the Sea of Blood, one could see the power of ordinary 6-star Blood Curse Mancers and Blood Origin Curse Mancers from the star sequence. Secondly, the blood pool could only hold blood. At most, during the blood exchange, he could absorb and devour the flesh, bones, scales, and so on of his own kind to strengthen himself. However, Blood Sea was different. To extraordinary beings and creatures. As long as it contained energy and extraordinary characteristics, even ordinary flesh and blood could be sent into the Blood Sea for it to absorb and digest. The Blood Sea could absorb and digest anything. This was another terrifying aspect of the Blood Sea. When he found out that Blood Sea could be used in such a way, Gunai suddenly understood. In the future, he could even save on potions when he destroyed the corpses. He directly threw it into the Blood Sea. Even if they were dead, their bodies would still glow and give Gunai the materials and energy to expand the Blood Sea. Then, there was a more important point regarding the Dharmic Magus. That was, after he became a Blood Source Curse Mancer. The Blood Sea could help Gunai withstand the pressure from his soul, body, and origin pool. In other words, Gunai could create more secret crossing runes and demonized runes. This way, Gunai's abilities as a spell magus would be greatly improved. The Blood Origin Curse Mancers of the star sequence were much stronger than Blood Curse Mancers. And this was only his intuitive ability. Those aspects that he saw, such as Ying Luo. The bloodline innate ability that he awakened would definitely be an extremely terrifying top-notch ability. And the inheritance of the Blood Origin Curse Mancer from the Starry Sky sequence that he was about to obtain would definitely be even more powerful. At the same time, as they advanced, the Blood Curse Mancer would be much stronger than the Blood Curse Mancer. The powerful star sequence Blood Origin Curse Mancer. Gunai sighed in his heart. Then, Gunai focused his mind and began to feel the blood pool in his body turning into a sea of blood. Before he knew it, 5 or 6 hours had passed. Hu. Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, slowly exhaled and then opened his eyes. After 5 or 6 hours, Gunai had completed the transformation of the blood pool. The blood pool had completely turned into a sea of blood. Although the blood sea was the same size as the blood pool, it was even slightly smaller than the previous blood pool. However, the power and feeling that the two of them displayed were completely different. The blood pool was silent, like a deep pool. Although the blood sea was small, its aura was turbulent and there were layers of waves inside. At the edge of the blood sea, 7 or 8 blood rivers as thin as hair could be seen, slowly gathering into the blood sea. Even if Gunai didn't cultivate, the blood sea would still absorb the blood river and expand itself. Gunai opened his manual. While he was inheriting the Starry Sky sequence's Blood Origin Curse Master. Naturally, Gunai obtained a powerful manual, the Divine Canon of the Blood Source Sea. This was a book that was specially used by Blood Curse Mancers to cultivate their Blood Sea. Compared to the Blood Pool Codex, which simply expanded the blood pool, there was one difference. Other than expanding the Blood Sea, the Blood Source Ocean scripture could also strengthen the power of the Blood Sea as the level of the scripture increased. After all, if he continued to cultivate the level 1 Blood Source Ocean Divine Manual, he could expand the Blood Sea forever. It was just that the efficiency would be slower. On the other hand, the extremely powerful level 9 Blood Source Ocean Divine Canon could not only expand the Blood Sea with infinite efficiency, but it could also control the power of the blood sea to suppress and even kill enemies. The higher the level of the ocean of blood source scripture, the stronger the offensive power of the blood sea. The blood sea could not only be used as energy for recovery. It was also an extremely special attack method. A moment later, the experience points of the ocean of blood source scripture floated up. It was as high as 120. This experience is even higher than the forbidden spell True Scale Phoenix's protection. A forbidden spell level manual as expected of a divine manual. Once this kind of manual is cultivated to a higher level, its power will be comparable to a forbidden spell. Finally, now I have a forbidden spell related attack method. This will obviously be my core ability. For such a powerful forbidden spell level manual, it would be difficult for others to advance by a few levels in their entire lives. However, I will be able to train it to level 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 very quickly. Gunai thought to himself. How do you feel? Just as Gunai was feeling it, strange sea old man's voice came from the side. It's very powerful. I've just completed the transformation of the star sequence, but I can already feel that my soul is much more relaxed. Clearly, the blood sea has helped me withstand more pressure from my soul. Gunai said. Gunai was speaking the truth. Gunai was already preparing to gather more runes. This way, when he became a transcendent master and obtained many powerful engravings, he would also be able to instantly cast it. This way, even if he had just been promoted to a transcendent master, he would still be able to possess powerful combat power among the transcendent masters. Since you've accepted all the rewards, I have something very important to tell you. You have to listen carefully, because this might affect your life and death, as well as your future. Old Man Strange Sea said with a deep voice. A matter of life and death and the future. Gunai didn't dare to underestimate him. He immediately focused his mind and listened carefully. 316 Erasmede's Kingdom of the Source of God. Why do you think the Oya continent has such a strange place of trial that can give the star sequence and even a divine crown? When Old Man Weird Sea asked this, Gunai couldn't help but be startled. Indeed, the many treasures that appeared in the elemental forbidden land were a little out of place with the Oya continent itself. Gun guessed that it was a trial site set up by a powerful force in the Oya continent. They would select geniuses to enter, then nurture them, and finally give birth to powerhouses. However, in fact, there had been many rumors about the elemental forbidden lands over the years. However, there was no information on whether this was a selection and cultivation spot for some powerful genius. Gunai couldn't help but doubt the accuracy of his guess. Senior, please tell me, Gunai said. Because of Yingluo. Old Man Strange Sea said slowly. The Oya continent itself was a part of a top-notch, large-scale extraordinary world millions of years ago. A part of a major transcendent world? Gunai's heart skipped a beat and he immediately listened carefully. After all, this was a matter of many secrets. It might allow Gunai to learn more about the supernatural world. As he spoke, Old Man Strange Sea seemed to have recalled the past, and his face was filled with reminiscence. That major transcendent world is called Erasmede's Divine Source Kingdom. It's a divine kingdom where experts flourish. In fact, even the extremely rare experts of the Saint Plane are continuously being born in the Erasmede Divine Source Kingdom. They then become demigods, and finally become powerful gods. At its peak, the technology of Erasmede's mechanical source power furnace reached its peak. The mechanical source power furnace is based on the mechanical steam furnace as the foundation. It then evolved and advanced, finally becoming the symbol of a high-level mechanical civilization. Erasmede's Divine Source Kingdom, which controls an extremely complex mechanical source power furnace, uses a large deep-sea anchor to anchor the source sea. Then, it continuously extracts the energy from the source sea to expand the energy of the entire extraordinary world. The continuous extraction of energy is the origin of the name of the Divine Origin Kingdom. Its name means that it is a kingdom with endless energy like a god. And this extremely rich energy, in turn, nourishes the entire power level of Erasmede's divine source kingdom. At its peak, Erasmede's kingdom of the source of gods launched a war against 3 major transcendent worlds at the same time. One of the major transcendent worlds is even guarded by a demon god. It is a world with many powerful dark creatures, the Abyss dynasty. Even so, Erasmede's kingdom of the source of gods still managed to defeat the 3 parties with an extremely tough stance, achieving the highest glory for a time. However, as the source power gradually became richer, the dazzling extraordinary world finally blossomed with a luster that attracted great and terrifying creatures. And so, a group of great Thulhu creatures crossed the stars and came. It's said to be a group of Thulhu creatures, but in reality, they are just 3 powerful old gods. But the existence of every old god is terrifying. As he said this, Old Man Strange Sea closed his eyes. Above the stars, there have long been rumors that the dazzling starlight may die, but the old gods will not. That eternal, endless source of energy was nothing more than a toy in the hands of the old god. The old gods are called old gods because in the past, they are the only gods. They might not have the intention to kill, but countless lives will die because of them. When they descended, everything went crazy. They withered, declined, twisted, and fell. Without a doubt, Erasmede's divine source kingdom has fallen into death and collapse under the descent of 3 powerful old gods. Wherever the old god passes, all gazes are death. Or fall into a crazed and twisted belief, and then die in depravity. The barrier of the extraordinary world in Erasmede's divine source country is difficult for even the gods to pass through easily. However, to those old gods from the stars, it's just a decoration. The old divine light is looking for a place to rest after entering Erasmede's divine source kingdom. Wherever they passed, they covered the sky and the sun, and the sky collapsed and the earth sank. The entire world underwent violent changes under their every move. In fact, even the transcendent origin of the entire world would not dare to suppress them. Even the world's will did not dare to provoke the great old god. In the beginning, the powerful gods also knew how terrifying the old gods from the starry sky were. They didn't dare to fight with them and could only negotiate. However, the communication between the powerful gods and them was only met with a contemptuous voice from high above, "Worm, you're disturbing me." With one strike, all the nearby gods were exterminated. Even though I know how terrifyingly powerful these old gods are, the powerful gods have finally begun to wage war against the 3 old gods. As for the result, it's obvious. Since then, Erasmede's divine source kingdom and the stars have lost their own light. As he said this, Old Man Strange Sea sighed. The supreme ancient gods, old gods, and rulers of the starry sky are not people that gods can provoke. Even the peak Erasmede kingdom of the source of God was destroyed by the old god's power. Therefore, no matter how powerful you become in the future, you must maintain enough respect for these ancient creatures. After Old Man Strange Sea spoke, Gunai had completely calmed down. There was no doubt that the Dominator was terrifying and powerful. Fortunately, Gunai wasn't completely defenseless in front of the ruler. In that battle, Erasmede's divine source kingdom was destroyed. The areas that weren't shattered were occupied by the 3 powerful old gods and became their habitat. If nothing unexpected happens, these millions of years might just be the time they fall asleep. Some of the fragments have completely turned into ice-cold stones in the starry void. Some of them were attracted by other extraordinary worlds and became a part of them. There are some that have naturally evolved into a transcendent world over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. And that's how the mystical world of the Oya continent came to be. And this is the Forbidden Elemental Lands. Old Man Strange Sea pointed at the surroundings. It's one of the training grounds in Erasmede's divine source kingdom. That's why there's a powerful divine crown here. You should know that ordinary deities can't condense a divine crown. Only the most powerful among the deities can. At the same time, it's precisely because this is the trial ground of Erasmede's divine source kingdom that there are top-tier extraordinary professions in the star system here. I see. Gunai suddenly understood. The most powerful force in the Oya continent was the gods, and when the gods died, there was no record of a god crown or anything like that. Obviously, such a thing had never been born in the Oya continent. It was the same for the transcendent job in the star sequence. Even now, the Oya continent was experiencing the rare origin tide in the extraordinary world, which led to the self-awakening of the star sequence. However, in essence, there were not many seven-star warriors in the Oya continent. Where would the inheritance of the star sequence be? It was the same for the powerful book of Upanishads. This was not something that could have been born in the Oya continent. Only a top-notch, large-scale extraordinary world like the Arismead Divine Source Kingdom would have such a rare and powerful scripture. This is exactly what I guessed before. The land of inheritance is indeed extraordinary. Gunai thought to himself. If that's the case, then it's fine, but the problem is Bayan. Old man Strange Sea looked at Gunai and spoke with a deep voice. This trial by fire is broken. The trial ground is broken. Gunai was startled. He had never expected this to happen. 317 Catastrophe, Ruler, Old God. The Oya continent is a part of the Arismead Kingdom of the Divine Source. In fact, the human life forms in the Oya continent all have the bloodline of the ancient residents of the Kingdom of the Divine Source in Arismead. As the god of trials of the Arismead Divine Source Kingdom, I also want to let the Oya continent bloom with new light in its dark silence. If it's possible, I'll definitely open up the trials so that many talented extraordinaires can continuously become stronger through the trial ground. But the problem is that this trial ground is a broken trial ground. The mountain path ahead, the dark forest, the black desert, the Gale Valley, and other places are all complete. However, in the second section of the trial, there were 7 teleportation points, and all of them seemed to be broken. In these millions of years, I've opened many, many times. The intelligent creatures that came in included the gnomes and dwarves from the ancient times, the blood race from the Dark Age, the powerful wolves, the shadow elves who loved the dark, and even the dragons from the Asian Age. I let them in before. After countless experiments. In the end, I've confirmed that 5 of the paths are completely dead. None of the intelligent creatures that passed through these 5 teleportation points returned. Gunai's scalp tingled at the words of the old man. This is too much of a scam. Using other people's lives for experiments. 7 teleportation points, 5 land of death, none of them returned. It's been so many years. I don't know how many extraordinary humans have died. At least I'm not the Pathfinder, Gunai consoled himself. Speaking of which, should we ask Old Man Strange Sea to throw those foreign powerhouses, the believers of the evil god, and the South Church into a dead end? He asked. Before Gunai could say anything, Old Man Strange Sea seemed to have guessed what Gunai was going to say. Don't think too much about the trial this time. With your talent, the possibility of you becoming a god from a saint is not small. What I'm telling you is more about your future, not just about killing others. Senior Strange Sea Old Man truly understands human nature. Since the other side had said so, Gunai didn't need to say anything. But I still think it's better to kill them all here. Gunai thought to himself. Actually, Old Man Strange Sea said softly. You can only see the crisis of the mystical world in the Oya continent. But we can't see that a greater crisis is brewing and is getting closer and closer. A greater danger. Gunai's expression became serious. To be honest, the northern empire of the Oya continent still had the ability to resist the invasion of the evil gods. This was already a crisis that could destroy a world. Was there a greater crisis than this? Those evil gods didn't travel too far to reach the Oya continent. Old Man Strange Sea explained softly. Of course, even if it's not too far away, the time it takes to cross it far exceeds the lifespan of ordinary people. And the supernatural world nearby is called Gulantan. It's the core of this group of supernatural worlds. Even if it's a large transcendent world, ancient Dragon Island is still a border transcendent world. The major transcendent world of ancient floating dragon is very weak. Any of the major transcendent worlds I know of has the power to destroy ancient floating dragon. What you're seeing now is that the Oya continent is experiencing the origin tide and is blooming in the starry sky. This has caused the evil gods nearby to covet this world and invade your Oya continent. But the ancient dragon world group is getting closer and closer to the source tide. It won't take too long. 100 years, at most 200 years. When a major transcendent world like ancient floating dragon island enters the realm of transcendence, it will shine with a very, very dazzling light, and it will last for a long time, at least 1,000 years. Back then, Erasmede's kingdom of God's origin had bloomed with an overly dazzling luster of origin power, thus attracting the descent of the terrifying old gods. Even without the descent of the old god and the ruler, those powerful war races, such as the insect race and the mechanical life, they are in urgent need of this kind of dazzling extraordinary world that is rich in energy. Once they discover the light of this world at the edge, they will start a war. At that time, the war of natural disasters will come. At that time, with the ancient Dragon Island as the core, as well as the hundreds of extraordinary worlds nearby, none of them will be spared. They will all be caught in the war of natural disasters. You should know that even the Erasmede Divine Source Kingdom at its peak would not dare to say that it could defeat those creatures of natural disaster. And this weak ancient floating Dragon Island will be easily conquered. Then, all the creatures in the Oya continent will be killed by the scourge and become their breeding base. That's why I'm telling you that a greater crisis is brewing. After hearing Old Man Strange Sea's words, Gunai rubbed his forehead. This is really a case of a leaking house meeting with a rainy night. The existence of the evil gods had already put the entire transcendent world in a crisis of destruction. In addition to the arrival of the old gods and rulers, as well as natural disaster creatures, this isn't just making things worse for the poor families. This is simply like using a bulldozer to flatten the entire family. So, Yingluo. Old Man Strange Sea explained softly. I told you not to limit your vision to the evil gods and to focus on your own growth. This seemingly certain death situation may not necessarily be without a turning point. Gunai looked at Old Man Strange Sea with a serious expression. I've told you before, of the 7 teleportation points, 5 of them are lands of death. There's no return. However, according to the information brought back by those extraordinary individuals, the world fragments where the remaining 2 teleportation points are located. One seems to have blended into a strange war. It seems to be in the war between the mechanical spiders and a species called the Abyssal Blade race. If you're lucky, you can come back safe and sound after entering that place. It's equivalent to passing the trial. And if you're unlucky and get involved in a war, you'll basically die. In a battlefield of this level, anyone below the Transcendent Master level is cannon fodder. Even the Transcendent Masters fell in droves. From this, one can imagine how powerful the mechanical race and the Abyssal Blade race are. My initial guess is that this place might be a battlefield between 2 high-dimensional transcendent worlds or a top-notch large-scale transcendent world. You must know that in the world of extraordinaries, survival and war are the main themes. Only the strong have the right to survive. And the area where the other teleportation point is. It's a very powerful, large-scale extraordinary world. It's a powerful world that's not inferior to the Kingdom of Divine Source in Erasmede. As for your other objective in this trial, it is to enter this large transcendent world. Try your best to obtain the world coordinates of the transcendent world. It would be best if you could obtain a treasure that can teleport you to that transcendent world. Obtain the world coordinates of the transcendent world and the item to be transported. Gun didn't understand why they were doing this. They could teleport directly to the forbidden elemental lands, right? Old Man Strange Sea clearly understood Gunai's confusion, so he explained it to him in a soft voice. I've told you before that the major transcendent world of Gronton is a very peripheral one. Even if you spend a long time to enter this world, you won't be able to obtain much of what you need. Thus, this extraordinary world is not suitable for your growth and cultivation. More importantly, Granton doesn't have the ability to connect to other extraordinary worlds. In other words, no matter how powerful your cultivation is, you will not be able to leave this group of transcendent worlds in the future. In the end, you will still be trapped in this region. The trial ground here is also broken, so the energy accumulation is very slow. I don't know how many hundreds of years it'll be open again. If a calamity truly befalls us, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. The trial grounds will be destroyed by the war of the calamity. I will die too. So, this time, you will be teleported to another world. This might be the only chance in your life for you to come into contact with the outside world. Therefore, you must obtain the coordinates of a large-scale teleportation in the transcendent world. Of course, to be safe, it's to obtain a treasure that can directly teleport you to that world. At least, in the future, if the entire world is destroyed, you will have the ability to leave this place. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. The best-case scenario is that you have the coordinates of the supernatural world. By establishing a teleportation array, one can enter the major transcendent world unceasingly. From there, one can rapidly grow in this major transcendent world, becoming an extremely powerful deity. You should know that your talent is extremely rare. Even if it's a major transcendent world, it's hard for such a monstrous genius like you to be born. If you can really become a peak god, you might be able to protect this world in the future when the light of Gulantan attracts catastrophes. This Yingluo is what I really want to talk to you about. 318 The Occult Runes. The Origin Tide, a major extraordinary world of Granton. An even bigger Origin Tide will come in 100 years. Old God, Dominator, Catastrophe War. The one and only ticket. Gunai's breathing became heavier. In the vast and endless transcendent world, the great old god of living beings, the ruler, was looking for his own habitat. The terrifying calamity creatures were constantly waging war and expanding their population. War. Survival. Death. This is indeed a battle of life and death. It could easily take 100 years, or even several hundred years. It will last for a long time, until the transcendent world is destroyed or the invaders are defeated. And the evil gods are just the beginning of this grand war. This is this is a dominator, this is the terrifying extraordinary world where Thulhu creatures live. Gunai organized the information in his mind. He felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Hoo. After a long while, Gunai let out a long breath. It's a good thing that I'm still here in the Oya continent. The Oya continent won't just sit and wait for death. Besides, I still have a long time to grow. After I grow up, if a terrifying calamity creature enters our world in the future, we might not be the ones who feel fear. Gunai rubbed his palms and said, Senior Sea Monster, what exactly should I do? After some thought, Old Man Strange Sea spoke softly. This trial ground will add teleportation energy to your body and teleport you over. At the same time, it will also condense a teleportation mark on your body. When you touch the teleportation mark, the power of the teleportation will pull you back. Such a magical technique is considered top-tier technology even in Erasmede's Divine Source Kingdom. It's a pity that the elemental Forbidden Land is so broken that it can't restore its previous stability, otherwise, it would have lasted for at least half a year. Normally, the energy can last for a week. However, I will strengthen the energy imprint on your body and make it last for a month. If it is any stronger, the imprint will break because it cannot contain any more energy. A month's time isn't short. This way, you'll have plenty of time to obtain the coordinates of a large teleportation array in that world, as well as get in touch with strong people to obtain teleportation-type treasures. Fortunately, it's on the other side of the teleportation. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be closer to an extraordinary force. Although hundreds of years have passed and there have been changes, the changes should not be too big. Of course, Other situations may also occur. Anyway, you have to be mentally prepared. It's hard to tell what the situation is like there. In the scope of the large extraordinary forces, these extraordinary forces will all have knowledge-type extraordinary humans as their core. And they'll all build a large number of extraordinary energy towers. You just need to find the tall extraordinary tower. Remember, after you're teleported over, you must be very careful. The other party might not have any good intentions. They might even kill you. If you see that the situation is not good, come back in time. If we get caught by them, it'll be bad. If you don't come back in a month, you'll be stuck in that world forever. With your demonic talent, if you don't have a powerful force to protect you, it might not be a good thing for you to be in a major transcendent world. After carefully going through the information that Old Man Sly C had told him, Gunai nodded. I understand. Gunai knew the mission very well. This was not only related to his future path of cultivation, but it was also related to whether the entire transcendent world would be able to come into contact with a wider world in the future, as well as the life and death of the Oya continent. Do you have anything else to prepare? Old Man Strange C looked at Gunai. After a moment of thought, Gunai said, I do need to make some preparations. How long will it take? 3 to 5 days at most. 1 day might be enough if it's short. Gunai said after some thought. Good. You can cultivate here for a few days. 5 days later, I'll come back and activate the teleportation for you. Said Strange C Old Man. N. Gunai nodded. Soon after, Strange C Old Man's body turned into fog and disappeared. Hoo. After Old Man Strange C disappeared, Gunai exhaled. After looking around, Gunai sat down in a corner. The reason Gunyaso needed these few days was to form the occultic runes. Gunai's soul had reached its limit before. As a result, Gunai didn't spend too much time forming the occultic runes and the secret crossing runes. This time, Gunai had acquired the powerful and extraordinary profession of the Starry Sky Sequence, the Bloodborne Curse Master. After the Blood Sea was opened, Gunai's bearing capacity was greatly reduced. There was no need to form the secret crossing runes for the time being. After all, with the Dark Wizard Staff, the Great Thunderfire Curse and Arcane Shot could be cast instantly. Gunai wouldn't need to form the secret crossing rune for a long time. Naturally, he needed to condense the occultic runes. After all, the occultic runes were a powerful force that came from the self-seal of the Great Ruler of Life. He sat on the cultivation seat for more than half an hour. Gunai calmed his mind and looked at his blood sea. The old wizard, Zul, had told Gun that the occultic runes could make the origin pool call itself a world and become a mana pool. At that time, Gunai had felt that his blood pool had also been affected by the occultic rune. It also had some independent characteristics. After the Gunai blood pool had turned into a blood sea, Gunai discovered that the demonic runes were projected above the sea of blood. The power of the entire blood sea formed a world of its own under the effect of the demonized runes. The blood sea itself had its own independent characteristics. It could even continuously absorb the weak power from the blood river from a mysterious place to strengthen itself. At this moment, under the projection of the occultic rune, the magic array was activated. The power of his own world was naturally strengthened even more. At the same time, the occultic runes were also constantly refining the power of the blood that flowed into the blood sea. The overall effect was shockingly good. Of course, more importantly, Gunai's hack system allowed him to gain more and more experience with the blood source ocean scripture. This not only sped up the expansion of the blood sea, but also allowed him to continuously cultivate this powerful forbidden spell level manual. In a few months, Gun would have a rank 2 or even a rank 3 offensive forbidden spell. After some thought, Gunai unsealed the many corpses he had collected over the years and threw them all into the sea of blood. It's finally useful, Gunai muttered. The reason why he killed and collected the corpse was to confirm the enemy's death and to completely cut off any possible trace of the enemy. After all, it was possible to find clues from Gunai's corpse to determine his strength and methods. Gunai then looked at his soul, body, and origin pool. I'm starting to form the model enchanted runes. I hope that some special abilities will appear on the 5th floor. This way, I'll be more secure when I enter more powerful and dangerous major extraordinary worlds. Gunai focused his mind and began to form the demonic runes. 319 Chapter 140 True Name. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed by. The occultic rune had been formed on the first day, but it had taken Gunai a few hours to complete it. Before, Gunai only had 3 occultic runes. There were now 6 demonized runes inside Gunai's body. It had to be said that the blood sea shared the pressure of the soul, body, and origin pool, which was very effective for Gunai. It allowed Gun to have enough bearing capacity to form the occultic runes. As the number of occultic runes condensed increased, the occultic runes didn't disappoint Gunai. After the 4 occultic runes were formed, the demonic pool and the blood sea's self-created framework stabilized and improved again. The tempering effect on the energy entering had also increased. At the same time, the transformation between his body, soul, and origin power had also been strengthened. Gunai also found something interesting. That was, the blood in the blood sea was also considered a part of Gunai's body. In other words, the blood in the blood sea was equivalent to Gunai's blood, which was the same as his body. This way, his physical body, soul, mana, and the blood water in the blood sea could be converted to each other. It would be interesting if the blood sea that expanded infinitely could be transformed into energy and souls. With the condensation of the 4 occultic runes, the conversion ratio was already quite impressive. Then, when he had formed the 5 occultic runes, the change had come. The 5 occultic runes were condensed. Gunai could clearly feel the subtle changes in his soul. Gunai could faintly hear some strange language, like soft murmuring, but it was not clear. At first, Gun thought it was Kuragru who was talking about him. And so, Gunai created the 6th demonized rune. Then the mumbling became clear, and Gunai could hear it clearly. Gunai's face darkened when he heard the curses. These were the words used by the pirates who had their soul fragments or blood crystals taken by Gunai. So, I condensed so many occultic runes just to listen to you scold me? Gunai rudely dragged the pirates who dared to curse him into the blood dream world and taught them a lesson. He also plundered their blood crystals before letting them go. After not teaching these pirates a lesson for a long time, it was clear that these pirates were itching for a beating. Sure enough, for 3 consecutive days, anyone who dared to speak ill of Gunai would be dragged down by him. Gunai felt a lot more peaceful. Of course, Gun could also block out the curses of the pirates. However, Gunai also realized that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He could hear the words coming from far away. If this Kazaya was changed into another form, it might be able to become a thought of hatred. It was very much like the prayers of the believers when the gods developed them. However, the believers were devout believers. Gunai, on the other hand, was being cursed by his enemies. No matter where a god was, when his believers chanted his true name, called out to him, or even sang praises to him, or worshipped him with faith from the depths of their souls, even gods could sense it. This was clearly recorded in the ancient books. It was because they felt the needs of their believers that the gods sent down miracles, which made the believers so devout from the bottom of their hearts. This discovery shook Gunai's mind. Was Gunai a god? Obviously not. However, he could still hear the curses directed at his will. This was almost the same as the abilities of the gods. Even though the content was completely different. He even wanted to see if he could use the devil's CO soul to absorb the power of faith from someone who had faith in him. Of course, compared to the faith of the cunning pirates, it was better to kill them and throw their bodies into the blood sea. Gunai didn't have much interest in absorbing faith. Gunai's attention was on another aspect. That was, he could hear the essence of the enemy's curses and curses his true name. Only a true name could form supreme power. From there, one could not recite, vilify, look down on, or speak their name directly. It was obvious that the Ancient One was in his soul after the occultic rune was formed. It was as if he had already formed his true name. A true name was not only a symbol of strength, but also a symbol of status. If they had a real name, then it would be very meaningful. Gunai hadn't thought that the demonic runes would work with his blood origin ability. At the same time, he guessed that it would have the same effect as when he opened his blood sea. He seemed to have already started to gradually condense his true name. It must be known that only great existences at the level of gods could have their own true names. Gun, on the other hand, had absorbed and digested the ruler's flesh and blood, and had formed the occultic runes, a powerful force that only rulers could control. It already had the embryonic form of a true name. When the pirates cursed at Bloody Dream, they were all focused on Gun, who had the demonized runes, the blood sea, and the blood origin ability. Even though he was being scolded, it carried a sense of fear. That was why Gunai could feel it. Gunai already had a plan in mind. When he had the time, he might be able to construct his own real name. The Walking Reaper of Nightmares, the ruler of bloody dreams above the blood sea, the sower of fear and death, and so on. Of course, the true name was of great importance, and Gunai had to consider it carefully. Once again, he dragged the two pirates who secretly cursed him in their hearts and thought that he could not hear them into the blood dream world to teach them a good lesson. Gunai gathered his thoughts and slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and kept his cultivation seat. Gunai looked around and raised his head. Senior C, I'm ready. Whoosh, 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 the surrounding mist suddenly surged. As the mist gathered, Strange Sea Old Man's figure appeared. After appearing, Old Man Strange Sea looked at Gunai for a while before slowly looking away. It had only been a few days, but he had noticed that Gunai had changed a lot. Blood curse mancers aren't that powerful to begin with. As for the blood origin curse mancers of the Starry Sky echelon, they are much more powerful. This time, his extraordinary profession has undergone great changes and his strength has increased. This is normal. Old Man Strange Sea pondered. He waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the mist gathered, a 5 to 6 meter thick pillar of light suddenly shot up from the corner of the stone platform. Within the pillar of light, energy surged and surged. Even the mist in the sky was dispersed by the light pillar. Under the light, Gunai could vaguely see that in the depths of the mountain, there was a majestic power that made people's hearts palpitate. After a while, Gunai focused on the pillar of light. The light of this teleportation array is really frighteningly dense. Gunai thought. Once you enter, the teleportation formation will form a teleportation mark in your body and send you to an extremely distant foreign land. Remember, you only have a month's time. If you really encounter great danger, you must come back when it's time. After all, your life is the most important thing, said Strange Sea Old Man. I know. Gunai nodded solemnly and stepped into the teleportation formation. As the light gathered and enveloped the area. After a few breaths. Swish! After the space power Upanishad bloomed, Gunai's body disappeared from the teleport formation. 320 Sacred Feather Dark Source. In the vast sky, a huge sun was shining. Its scorching and infinite light illuminated the entire land. The temperature easily rose to 70-80 degrees. However, such a high temperature was already considered normal or even slightly cooler in the large transcendent world of Sacred Feather's darkness origin. When the weather was hot, it was 120 or 130 degrees Celsius. And when it was cold, it was not unusual for it to be 70 or 80 degrees. Under the illumination of the bright light, the entire region was vast and endless. At the foot of a 32,000-meter tall mountain, a huge stone tower about 50 meters tall stood there. The entire stone pagoda was filled with the ancient essence of time. Just by looking at it, one could feel a heavy time aura coming from it. Not to mention, it was currently covered in energy, and at the same time, space-intent fluctuations were constantly blooming from it. However, no matter how special the stone tower was, it was not eye-catching at the foot of the majestic mountain. At this moment, 3 god emissary level powerhouses. More than 20 transcendent masters. There were also more than 100 rank 6 extraordinaries. At this moment, they were all looking at the ancient stone tower that was releasing space power. These alien races were similar to humans. However, their average height was about 3.5 meters. Their bodies were slender and burly, and the muscles all over their bodies seemed to be exquisitely carved, full of explosive power. At the same time, their skin was white like granite, and contained a few strange ripples. Each of these people had a strange origin mark that contained energy on their foreheads. This tribe could be said to be the human tribe of little giants. At this moment, the oracle, Kakaroi, who was at the very front, couldn't help but rub his eyes. He had not blinked for 3 days and 3 nights, and his eyes were a little dry. 5 days ago, space power Upanishad fluctuated in this tower. Their Xiwan tower immediately sent 3 god emissaries, including him, over 20 peak transcendent masters, and many peak rank 6 genius experts to guard this place. However, the light and fluctuations in this area continued for 5 days, and the legendary Son of Destiny still hadn't arrived. This made him feel a little discouraged. In fact, he even suspected that the palace master had made a mistake. However, in the past thousands of years, the temple master had led their race to avoid the danger of being exterminated several times and the revenge of the strong. Now, he had led their race to settle down in the dark North Dragon Mountain range and become the guardian of a tower temple. It could be said that without the hall master, there was no possibility of their clan surviving. Naturally, he had to believe the palace master's words. However, this time, the hall master had said that the monstrous genius who had entered their sacred feather darkness origin major transcendent world from another transcendent world would be the beginning of their clan's revival. If their tribe could grasp this opportunity well, they could completely regain the supreme glory of their tribe in the past. It could even allow their tribe to surpass their past glory and climb to a new peak. The hall master walked the path of fate and was a demigod expert who could pry into fate. This was something they knew. Since the hall master had said so, there must be a reason. But Kakaroi still didn't quite believe it. After all, their Xiwan Pagoda clan had more than 10 god-level experts at its peak. In fact, he was on the verge of establishing a divine kingdom. And how difficult would it be to restore its former glory? Not to mention the glory that surpassed the past. Just how freakishly talented was this genius from another region for their demigod temple master to hold him in such high regard? It was to the extent that they didn't even guard their own tower halls and just let them wait for the arrival of the foreign genius. Babaria, do you think the Lord Temple Master made a mistake with his ability to divine fate? Kakaroi asked a female oracle beside him in a low voice. I won't. Babaria said in a confident tone. The Temple Master spent a lot of accumulated power and even borrowed several divine crowns of the God of Fate to spy on him. Only then did he discover a little information. Fortunately, that foreign genius is very weak, so we can see some information. If he was stronger, I'm afraid that even the Palace Master would not be able to see the truth of crossing the illusion. The Palace Master said that he will be a great existence. His figure may not appear on the stars, but it will leave behind fear. He will definitely be a great existence. Babaria's tone was filled with confidence in the Shrine Master. Since the Hall Master has said so, we will do as you say. That's true, but if the other party is really a top genius, then he must be quite powerful. When he comes, we can test him. After all, this is the only way to confirm if the other party is the one the Hall Master has designated. Said Kakaroi. You're right, Ryupa nodded. The Hall Master is talking about the person who was teleported here from another region. Although this is the only place in the vicinity that should be the trial tower as the teleportation point, and it will teleport the geniuses from the foreign lands. But who knows if there's a teleportation formation in some hidden corner, or if he used a powerful random teleportation scroll to land in this area. If the tower happens to light up at this time and a foreign genius is teleported in, we'll be looking for the wrong person. That'll be a huge mistake. Although the probability is very small, we have to take it seriously. After all, this is an important matter that concerns the prosperity of our clan that the Hall Master has personally instructed us to do. We don't have any evidence or means to prove that the genius is the one the Hall Master has mentioned. And the only way is to prove it with strength. If he really has such a strong talent, I think his strength is not weak. Let's test the waters first. No matter what the outcome is, we'll bring it to the Hall Master and let him make contact with it personally. It'll be more secure this way. Barbaria did not refuse. This matter was of great importance and required extreme caution. There could not be any mistakes. Just as the three of them were deep in thought. Buzz buzz buzz. The light in the tower began to become more and more intense. At the same time, the ripples of profound meaning in space were 5 to 6 times thicker than before. It's coming. Immediately, the three oracles' expressions froze and they looked at the tower carefully. The many extraordinary masters behind them, as well as a large number of extraordinary geniuses of the sixth step, also gathered their gazes. Swish! Space power Upanishad bloomed fiercely, and the light of energy filled the air. For a moment, the entire tower was as bright as the sun, and it was hard for them to even look at it. After the light faded, they saw a short and weak-looking strange alien human who was only half their height. 321 This script is a little different. As soon as he landed, he felt the heat. The scorching temperature made one's lungs feel like they were on fire. But after a breath, Gunai adapted to the hot environment. After getting used to the scorching environment, as the origin power bloomed, Gunai immediately felt an empty, vast, and smooth feeling bloom in his heart. Gunai felt his body and mind relax. It was like a big fish that had been trapped in a pond and had broken free of its shackles and entered the vast and endless ocean. Feeling the ripples in his mind, Gunai couldn't help but think. Indeed, Senior Sly C Old Man was right. This major transcendent world is more suitable for cultivation. Minor transcendent worlds have a low upper limit of power, and their achievements are relatively low. As for major transcendent worlds, the upper limit of power is much higher than minor transcendent worlds. Even if they have the same innate talent, their future achievements in a major transcendent world will be much higher than in a minor transcendent world. As Gunai quickly adapted, the bright light around him gradually faded. Then, Gunai noticed that something was wrong. Gunai was currently inside a tower. The entire tower was filled with an ancient and settled aura. The problem did not lie in the tower. Instead, he appeared outside the tower. At this moment, outside the tower, there were many strange humans with granite-like skin that were as tall as 3.5 meters and even close to 4 meters. They were wearing all kinds of extraordinary equipment and stood outside the tower in batches, staring at him like sculptures. When he saw the strange origin power mark on the foreheads of these little giant tribes foreign humans, he was stunned. Gunai's face froze. These foreign humans are actually a race of origin power. This is a transcendent race that is naturally compatible with origin power. They are born with strong transcendent characteristics. In other words, it's possible that he's born with an elite-grade spiritual or physical bloodline extraordinary characteristic. In addition, they are naturally compatible with origin power abilities. This will give them a unique advantage in terms of extraordinary professions. Even for those clans with bloodlines, it's very rare for them to have an origin power imprint. I didn't expect this race to have so many people. Gunai didn't try to escape. After all, he didn't feel any malice from the other party. He only felt the curiosity and surprise of the crowd. Even if Gunai wanted to escape, he might not be able to. The three giant humans in front of him made Gunai feel like he was in an abyss. In fact, the aura of terror and death was gently permeating their bodies. Gunai could tell that if he dared to make any unusual movements, his opponent would instantly kill him. After all, he wasn't even a transcendent master. This is probably a powerful existence at the level of a divine envoy, Gunai thought. And behind them are all powerful transcendent masters. Every single one of them is a powerful existence that can kill me. After that, there are all peak late stage and peak stage rank 6 experts. Each of them is full of spirit and origin power. Some of them even have the energy fluctuation of a profound meaning. As expected, the powerful extraordinary world of this foreign land is not something the Oya continent can compare to. As he pondered, Gunai quickly shut off his eye of fate. Before Gunai could do anything, an expert from another region, who was in the middle of the stone tower, had already walked forward. Then, he placed a black scroll on the stairs of the tower. He then waved his hand at Gunai, creating a catalyst passage. He then pointed at the black leather scroll. "You want me to accept the catalyst?" Gunai was surprised. After some thought, Gunai chuckled. "This yin-yang seems to be a little different from the script I expected." Gunai had guessed that there would be danger, or that the teleportation location would be deep in the wilderness with no one for hundreds of kilometers. The worst-case scenario was that he would turn into a box on the ground. But Gunai had never expected that there would be a top-tier oracle. It was waiting for him near the teleportation location. And this lineup looked extraordinary. An oracle-level powerhouse was close to the peak of the Aoya continent's combat power. And at this moment, such a powerful force was actually waiting for his arrival. With a wave of his hand, the puppet's secret thread had already taken the scroll into its hand. With a single thought, the origin power catalyst channel he had constructed had already touched the black scroll. At the same time, Gunai's mind was spinning. So many experts are waiting for me here. Was it a freak combination of factors that caused them to mistakenly think that I'm someone else? Or? Gunai's eyes narrowed. Is there some other reason? As the catalyst accepted the scroll, the information inside it slowly bloomed in Gunai's mind. At the same time, Gunai was also digesting the information. The information in it was the common language of Eller, which had evolved from the ancient spell language of the behemoths. And this language was also the language used by the group of experts in front of him. They taught me a language so that I can communicate with them. As he pondered, Gunai quickly understood the language. About 10 minutes later, Gun estimated that basic communication in the language should not be a problem, so he spoke in Eller Common. "Seniors, what business do you have here? Our hall master asked us to wait for someone here. We're guessing that it's you." "Hall master, are you waiting for someone?" "It's probably me," Gunai frowned. "Is this the arrangement of Old Man Strange Sea? This shouldn't have happened. Otherwise, Old Man Strange Sea wouldn't have explained everything to me in such great detail, and even made arrangements for me. This matter is indeed a little strange. It's hard to determine the situation even if we make wild guesses. Well, I'll hide my information first and then take it one step at a time. Wait for me." Gunai chuckled. "Although I'm not very powerful, I'm not someone ordinary people can pry into and trace. I think, seniors, you should make your words more clear," Gunai said. The 3 oracles in front couldn't help but be moved. At such a close distance, they could naturally see the strength of this extraordinary from a foreign land. This guy's realm was undoubtedly very weak. He was only at the 5th level of the advanced exceptional state. Everyone here had a higher cultivation than him. However, he didn't expect this extraordinary to actually dare to say such words. Combined with what the hall master had said earlier, they could vaguely sense that the person the hall master was talking about was most likely the person in front of them. The hall master did not say much. "If you need more details, I hope that you will come with us. When you meet the hall master, he will naturally be able to answer any questions you have. You should know that the hall master is a cultivator of the fate power Upanishad. Fate Power Upanishad. Gunai's expression changed. I was wondering what was going on. I've clearly cut off the shackles of fate on my body a long time ago, and basically, no one can use the network of fate and other means to spy on my traces and information. He's actually a cultivator of the Fate Power Upanishad. The Fate Power Upanishad isn't a power Upanishad that can be sensed under normal circumstances. It seems that only those who have a special area can peep at the Fate Power Upanishad. After some thought, Gunai nodded. No problem, he said. Gunai's original intention was to come to this large transcendent world to make contact with experts. At this moment, an expert happened to see him, and he didn't seem to have any ill intentions. There was no problem at all in getting in touch with them. 322 Steam Energy Tower. Hearing Gunai's words, the three gods' messengers let out a sigh of relief. This mysterious guest from another world couldn't be easily offended. If they were to make things unpleasant, it wouldn't be good. Now that the other party was willing to cooperate, they felt much more relaxed. If that's the case, please come with us. With that, Kakaroi waved his hand, and a power wrapped around Gunai. He then flew into the air. Babaruya and Ruyapu, who were on his left and right, also followed behind. Why don't you test it? Ruyapu, who was following behind, secretly sent a voice transmission and teased. The test is only to prove his identity. Kakaroi said softly. This person's face is calm and doesn't show any fear even when facing so many experts. He was even able to deduce that we were waiting for him here because of some extraordinary means based on his unique characteristics. Just this alone is enough to prove that he's not a trivial matter. This is already enough. There's no need to test any more. Indeed. Beside him, Babaruya also nodded slightly. As the three of them flew through the air, Gun never spoke, but he was able to sense the differences between this extraordinary world and the area continent. First of all, it was the temperature and environment here. The temperature and environment of this transcendent world could be said to be rather harsh. Through his special vision, Gun could see that the giant trees under his feet were extremely resistant to high and low temperatures. Obviously, when the temperature rose, it would not be a problem to go up to 100 degrees. When the temperature dropped, it could go up to 100 degrees Celsius without a problem. Except for the temperature. Gunai could also feel the gravity of the supernatural world. It was 8 or even 9 times the size of the Aoya continent. In such a high-pressure gravity environment, ordinary people would be paralyzed on the ground after taking 2 steps. Only extraordinary humans could survive in such an environment. In such a high-intensity living environment. Gunai found another bad thing, which was that the origin power here was quite thin. It was even slightly inferior to some places with abundant origin power in the Oya continent. This was several times, or even more than 10 times, what Gun had expected. It was very different from the rich and fertile environment of the Oya continent. The ordinary humans of the Oya continent are not suitable to live in such an environment. Once one is able to adapt to this environment, one's physical body will be tempered by the natural environment. It's basically equivalent to undergoing high-intensity training every day. If you survive, you can slowly become stronger. This is true. As they flew forward, gradually, many tall towers with white and khaki colors began to appear in Gun's field of vision. At the same time, he also saw a huge mechanical energy tower standing on the plain. At the same time, a misty fog bloomed from the mechanical towers. This is a steam-powered mechanical tower. Gunai thought for a moment, then pointed to the tall energy towers. It's a steam-powered mechanical energy tower, Kakaroi explained in a soft voice. Steam-powered mechanical energy tower? Gunai's eyes narrowed as he quietly listened to the oracle's explanation. In many places, in order to obtain more resources, the necessary infrastructure is necessary. The most important aspect is the use of mineral resources. At this time, in order to be able to contain the extraordinary characteristics of the metal and carry out smelting, the core, which is the steam mechanical energy tower, is indispensable. Gunai nodded. In the northern territory of the Empire of the Oya continent, the steam engine had indeed begun to roar. As for the large steel factories, they also had a vague outline of steam-powered mechanical energy towers. Gun even guessed that someone had secretly obtained the blueprints or prototypes of the steam-powered mechanical energy tower. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for the Oya continent to develop so quickly in such a short period of time. The Oya continent itself is part of the ancient, large-scale extraordinary world that contains the steam-powered machinery civilization. It's not strange to have such a prototype. Gunai thought to himself. When our Oya continent has developed to a certain level, you can also have the deep-sea anchor that continuously draws power from the source sea, the towering steam-powered mechanical energy tower, and the tracks of the train can cross mountains and rivers, reaching all corners of the world. There are even aircraft with origin ability furnaces in the sky. I remember that the mechanical race used origin ability furnaces to allow their mothership to fly in the sky. It seems that the Oya continent is also developing in this area. The steam-powered submarine seems to have been in the sea for a long time. After some thought, Gunai slowly calmed his mind. Everything in the Oya continent is thriving. As a part of this, protecting her is what I must do. Gunai thought to himself. As Kakaroi explained, the group of 4 had already flown to the edge of a tall tower. It was a tall mechanical tower. It was the tallest one among the surrounding mechanical towers. It was a full 1,200 meters long. At the top of the mechanical tower, a source power furnace with a diameter of 30 meters seemed to have condensed into some kind of tool, which was blooming with a scorching light. This energy was so thick that there were 3 rings of thick energy within 100, 300, and 1,000 meters of the source power furnace. He looked at the huge source power furnace. Gunai finally understood why the source power around him was so thin. It seemed that all the source power within a few hundred kilometers was being attracted by this huge core source power furnace. The tall mechanical source power furnace tower was the core. The surrounding origin power was so dense that it was suffocating. Using his source power vision, Gunai could clearly see that the closer he got to the core, the stronger the source power. The density of the source power in the area was already more than 10 times that of the outside world. At the core, the origin power was 100 times more than the outside world. Taking a deep breath, Gunai felt the origin power nourishing his heart and soul. The group of 4 landed on a platform about a kilometer high in the mechanical source power furnace tower. Gunai landed. Immediately, the 8 transcendent grandmasters who were stationed here looked over. Their eyes were all on Gunai. Lord Kakaroi, is this the guest of the Lord of the Temple? Yes, this foreign guest is the person Lord Hall Master is looking for. The 8 transcendent grandmasters' expressions turned serious. The Palace Master has already instructed that if this guest were to arrive, he can enter directly. N. Kakaroi nodded. Then he looked at Gunai. Your Excellency, please enter. The Palace Master is already waiting for your arrival. N. Gunai nodded and calmed himself down. He then walked into the tower. After entering, there was a dark red pathway with a golden luster. After passing through the tunnel, Gunai felt like he was in a huge library. At the same time, the rumbling outside was completely cut off. Just looking at the vast collection of books gave Gunai a sense of calm and concentration. This way, please sit. An unusually soothing and comfortable sound came from the depths of the bookshelf. Gunai slowly walked over. Then, on a large desk the size of a living room, Gun saw a 5-meter-tall master of the foreign realm sitting behind the desk, reading a book. He waited for Gunai to arrive. The man slowly closed the book in front of him and looked at Gunai. 323 Chapter 144 This family is not to be provoked. While the man was looking at Gunai, Gunai also quietly opened his eye of destiny and looked at the master. When he looked at it, Gunai felt like he was looking at a body of thought that was emitting endless light. Knowledge seemed to have turned into blood and flowed continuously through his body. Every book in the surroundings seemed to be a source of energy that continued to gather. Finally, it turned into a stream of knowledge and finally gathered on the body of this foreign expert. His body was also filled with the aura of divine power. After a while, Gunai slowly retracted his gaze. He's an admirable and wise demigod master. At the same time, the foreign expert also slowly retracted his gaze. An endless sea of blood, death, slaughter, and even a terrifying aura. Is this the power left behind by those terrifying existences? This kind of cooperation will bring disaster to our clan? Or to return to the glory of the past? But no matter what, such an opportunity is hard to come by. If we lose this opportunity, our clan will definitely disappear in the future. Millions of years of accumulation will finally turn into ashes in my hands. Rather than dying slowly, it's better to seize this opportunity. Sigurd already had an answer in his heart. Gun Lawrence greets senior demigod. After thinking for a while, Gunai slightly bowed. My name is Sigurd, a guest from afar. What brings you here? The demigod Sigurd's intelligent eyes fell on Gunai. Spread the supreme true name of our master, and spread his terror and greatness. Gunai said in a deep voice. On the way there, Gunir had come to understand the demigod master's power based on what he had heard from the people he had met. A plan was gradually coming into being. In fact, Gunai had planned to do this before, but he had no place to put it to use. Now that he had arrived in this major transcendent world, he could use this rather powerful force as a foundation to gradually put his plan into action. And a supreme and indescribable terrifying existence was the core of all these plans. More importantly, this great and indescribable existence did have a great and strange power. This was the only way Gunai could maximize his benefits from this trip to the major transcendent world. True name, terrifying and great. Sigurd's eyes narrowed slightly as he grasped the key information. Only the gods can have true names, or those greater existences. However, the true names of ordinary gods are spread among their believers to collect the power of faith. This is a god's kin. Are you here to spread your faith? Sigurd felt that things weren't as simple as he had thought. Are you here to collect faith? Sigurd asked softly. No, my lord doesn't need faith. Gunai shook his head. What my lord needs is only to spread its terror and greatness, that's all. It doesn't need faith, but it needs to spread its terror and greatness? Why is that so? Sigurd asked softly. I'm acting on my master's orders, and my master naturally has his own reasons for doing so, Gunai said. Sigurd narrowed his eyes at Gunai as he thought. It was not impossible for the other party to be lying. However, the problem was that Sigurd had spent a great deal of energy, even using the divine crown of fate. He saw the magnificent figure above the boundless starry sky in the future. In fact, when he peeked into the figure's presence, the figure also saw him. With just one glance, a shocking crack appeared on the divine crown he was using. Now, the entire crown was already in a half-broken state. There was no doubt that the genius in front of him would be a terrifying existence in the future. It was not impossible that there was an even more terrifying existence behind them. If what he said was true, then that great existence was probably the terrifying existence that was sleeping above the stars. Sigurd knew this very well. The stars were moving, and when they reached the correct position, those terrifying existences would be awakened one by one. That would be the time when true terror and despair would befall. At that time, even the brilliance of the stars would be overshadowed. All the worlds would be dominated by the theory of horror and death. Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more Sigurd's heart shook. The great existence is gradually awakening. An uncontrollable shiver grew in his heart. After a long time, Sigurd finally calmed himself down. May I ask the true name of that great existence? Sigurd asked Gun. He took a deep look at Sigurd. Gunai said softly. At the same time, his devil CO soul was immersed in the sea of blood, and his will penetrated the demonized rune. The source of fear above the stars, the Lord of immortality who can reverse life and death, the indescribable Lord of nightmares. This is my master. Gunai's grand voice echoed. The world above the sea of blood changed rapidly as Gunai spoke. A strange island and a sea of blood that was made of bones, flesh, and nightmares quickly emerged. At the same time, a terrifying palace with bones as the foundation, flesh as the dome, nightmares as decorations, and blood as the surging blood slowly gathered. Gunai wasn't too surprised by the changes in the blood sea. Since he already had a prototype of his true name, it was not strange for everything he said to be true in his own world. When Gunai said that, a strange power bloomed in the demonic CO soul and Gunai's host soul at the same time. My words are my true name. Gunai suddenly understood. After absorbing the flesh and blood of the Dominator for so long and using its power, Gunai had finally begun to develop some strange aspects. The source of fear above the stars, the Lord of immortality who can reverse life and death, the indescribable Lord of nightmares. The more he recited this evil-looking true name in his heart, the more Sigrakadals felt his heart tremble. While he was chanting Gunai's true name in his heart, the Devil Lord above the blood sea seemed to feel a faint call. The Devil Lord then took out the ruler's flesh. The aura of the ruler's flesh and blood gently bloomed along with the power of the call. In an instant, Sigrakadals, who was sitting in front of the table, suddenly stood up, his body trembling slightly. The aura all over his body was a little chaotic. He had felt that terrifying aura before. Once, in a war between the dominators, the destructive battle aura had spread, and it was this kind of fear. Recite the true name of my master. My master will sense it. My master's name can't be casually recited. Gunai said. After a long time, Sigrakadals looked at Gunai and bowed slightly. O great being's minion, your excellency Gun, I had no intention of offending you, it was an accident that I spied on you. We, the Dawn Light originators, are willing to serve you and spread the terror and greatness of the supreme ruler of nightmares. Sigrakadals said with a sincere expression. 324 The Altar. Gun wasn't surprised by Sigrakadals' performance. The more he came into contact with them, the more he understood how terrifying and powerful the rulers, old gods and ancient gods were. In the face of these supreme beings, powerful gods were nothing more than worms that would disturb them. They would not care about the life and death of these beings. It was just like how humans would not care about the ants beneath their feet. Even if these supreme life forms moved a little, it would bring about the decline and destruction of an extraordinary world. At this moment, a great existence that had followers to communicate with, a supreme existence that would even spread its own greatness and terror. No matter how he looked at it, he was a thigh that he had to hold on to tightly. Even if they were only able to grab onto a single strand of hair on his leg, it was still extremely beneficial to their race. This way, Gunai could use the demigod race to obtain a large amount of resources. This was much better than Gunai directly asking for help. Lord Sigrakadras, you must know about the Lord of Nightmares and the Supreme Existence. Not every race has the right to serve our master. Gunai said softly. This is inevitable. Sigrakadals chuckled. Sir Gunai, if you need anything, please tell me. Our clan will definitely help you to show our determination and strength to serve the great master of nightmares. Gunai nodded. I believe in your determination. If you want to serve the Lord of Nightmares, you must first build an altar. For a great being like the Lord of Nightmares, he would need an altar of the highest scale in the world. But your race doesn't have a god. It took a lot of manpower and resources to build such a huge altar. Furthermore, after the construction is completed, the commotion caused by the sacrifice will be huge. This will attract some attention, and I'm afraid that it will be a disaster for your clan. After all, the Lord of Nightmares is still recovering at this stage, most of its power is used for recovery, not in insignificant aspects. Let's just build a normal god's altar, how about it? This way, we can offer sacrifices without attracting the attention of others. Gun looked at Sigurkardaritz. You're so thoughtful, Sir Gunai. A smile appeared on Sigurkadalt's face. Of course, when the great Lord of Nightmares completely awakens, his power will radiate to this world. We have to build an altar of the highest grade. That's for sure. Sigurkadaltz nodded cautiously. Their race didn't have the power to build a world-level altar. Even a god-level altar would cost a lot of resources for their race, but they could still build it if they gritted their teeth. It has to be built as soon as possible, in half a month at the latest. After all, I haven't been in this world for long. I need to use the altar to communicate with the great Lord of Nightmares, so that your clan's altar can be accepted by the Lord of Nightmares. Otherwise, the Lord of Nightmares might not agree to your sacrificial ceremony. Half a month's time at the divine altar. Sigurkadaltz frowned slightly. To build a god-level altar in such a short time, I'm afraid many aspects have to be simplified. It's not a problem to simplify it. I'll explain it to the Lord of Nightmares, but we'll need to gradually repair it in the future. Don't worry, Sir Gunai. I will. That's good. Gunai nodded. What kind of sacrifice does the Lord of Nightmares need? Sigurkadaltz asked Gun. Powerful flesh, bones, souls, and of course, the best would still be the transcendent blood of various powerful enemies. The Lord of Nightmares loves fresh blood. He listened to Gunai's explanation. Sigurkadaltz began to think. A terrifying existence that loves fresh blood. If he truly awakens, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble. However, even if this great existence doesn't like blood, the damage it caused after waking up is still extremely terrifying. Fortunately, we're already connected to this non-existent kin, so we don't have to worry too much about this great existence causing us harm. Flesh, bone, armor, soul, and blood. Sigurkadaltz noted these things down in his heart. We don't lack these things. An easy hunt will allow us to obtain a large number of high-tier almighty beast corpses and some almighty beasts at the transcendent master level. From there, we can obtain enough meat, bones, and fresh blood. Of course, the higher-ranked giant beasts, such as the oracle level, are rare and difficult to hunt. However, for this sacrifice, we still need to send them out to patrol and hunt. Even if there are only one or two of them, it's better than nothing. I hope the great Lord of Nightmares will like these. After some thought, Sigurkadaltz looked at Gunny. As the kin of the great Lord of Nightmares who was sacrificed and communicated with the great Lord of Nightmares, Gunai's role couldn't be underestimated. A minion was an existence that could directly communicate with the great Lord of Nightmares. In fact, in some aspects, communicating with this follower was far more effective than offering a sacrifice. Esteemed Sir Gunai, you can cultivate here for the time being. Leave everything to our clan. Is there anything else you need, Sir Gun? Sigurkadaltz asked in a soft voice. I need the coordinates of your tribe's core teleportation array. If necessary, I'll come over. At the same time, prepare 2 more teleportation tokens for me to arrive directly from the teleportation formation in case I need them. We'll prepare all of these items for you as soon as possible. Sigurkadaltz said. At the same time, I'll need to take a look at the arcane tome of your tribe's spellcasters. After thinking for a while, Sigurkadaltz nodded. No problem, these things will be sent over soon. At the same time, I will arrange a suitable place for Sir Gunai to cultivate. Gunai nodded. As expected, Kyunkin's level is high enough. Good things are easy to get. Gunai sighed in his heart. Using his own special abilities, Gunai took the initiative. Not only did he obtain the coordinates of the teleportation array, but he also obtained the teleportation treasure that could directly teleport him into this world. At the same time, he had also packaged himself as a follower of a terrifying existence. Using the power of this race, Gunai could obtain a large amount of flesh and blood to expand his blood sea and increase his strength. At the same time, Gunai could also get the Book of Power Upanishads he had been dreaming of. The Lord of Nightmares is an existence even more terrifying than the great and terrifying beings. Gunai thought to himself. 325 Chapter 146 Demonic Erosion Blade. In the dark and silent metal secret room, a faint milky white light bloomed, lighting up the entire secret room. At the same time, the entire metal chamber was also equipped with a barrier array that had been integrated into the metal barrier. The energy fluctuations and loud sounds from the outside world could not affect the internal environment. Gunai sat cross-legged on his training seat. After a short rest, he began to use the puppet's secret thread. As the puppet's secret thread fused with the world's power Upanishad bloomed. Soon, the secret puppet thread and the world power Upanishad isolated the secret chamber from the outside world. Then, Gunai closed his eyes to rest. He secretly released his soul and began to sense. After all, this was someone else's territory, so Gunai naturally had to be extremely careful. 10 minutes later, Gunai, who had been resting, opened his eyes. Indeed, no one is spying on me, Gunai thought. Then, Gun raised his hand, and 3 volumes of Spellcaster's Arcane Tome appeared in his hand. Originally, Gunai had thought that the major transcendent world of Holy Feather's Darkness origin had a demigod expert, so it wouldn't have any books of profound meaning. After all, in major transcendent worlds, there were quite a number of books on profound meanings. Who would have thought that this force's foundation would be so deep? Not only did they possess a Spellcaster's Ultimacy manual, but they also had a Spellcaster's Ultimacy. Furthermore, there were 3 scrolls. The only unfortunate thing was, 2 of the 3 books were broken. Even the broken scroll of the 2 scrolls was basically in a fragmented state and had no cultivation value. Although the other scroll was not as broken, it only had a certain learning value and did not have much cultivation value. Only one of them was in a complete state that could be cultivated. However, Gunai was still very satisfied with the complete book. He flipped his hand and took out 3 scrolls of Power Upanishad. Gunai began to receive the inheritance. This time, he took a very slow time to accept the ancient Nirvana inheritance. While accepting the inheritance, he was also carefully feeling the many mysteries within. Even the little information in those broken scrolls could sometimes be of great use. After an hour and a half, Gunai had finally finished passing down the 3 ancient Power Upanishads. Hoo. Slowly, Gunai opened his eyes. Let's not talk about those 2 broken books of Upanishad. They're not of much use to me. They're so broken that they can't even go up to the camera. The one that's of great use to me is this Demonic Erosion Blade, Gunai said. The Demonic Erosion Blade is a spell with a wide range of abilities. It's equivalent to a universal spell, and all kinds of profound meanings can be integrated into it to enhance combat. My world profound, dark profound, and destruction profound can all be perfectly enhanced and then burst out with the Demonic Erosion Blade. As a law incantation that contains profound meaning, it's quite powerful. The more profound meaning you fuse into it, the more powerful it becomes. The core of this Demonic Erosion Blade is its cutting power. It has a destructive cutting ability, but it also has the effect of eroding the cutting surface. In other words, once it's cut, it's extremely difficult to heal. Basically, you can say that it can't be healed in battle. And this is exactly what the Erosion Blade literally means. What's precious is that as a book of profound meanings, the Demonic Erosion Blade's function is far more than that. By continuously cultivating the Demonic Obliteration Blade and infusing the laws of profound into it, I can continuously improve my control of the profound. Improving the ability to control the profound meaning through the cultivation of the ancient books and records is much more effective than simply using ordinary methods to train. At the same time, with the cultivation of the Demonic Erosion Blade, when its level increases, there will be more powerful forms in the future. Let's not talk about anything else. After the cultivation of the Demonic Erosion Blade reaches level 3, if one's control is strong enough, and the profound is strong enough, one can use the second form of the demonic erosion blade. The basic demonic erosion blade's power is already at the level of a mid-grade mystical rune spell. With the support of profound, its power can easily be raised to the level of an advanced grade mystical rune spell. And once it's able to display its second form, it'll have the terrifying power of a forbidden spell. It has many forms and complicated attacks. Its power penetration is extremely high, and it can perfectly support all kinds of power Upanishads and spells. It can also increase its power as one's strength increases. It won't have to give up the book just because one's strength increases. This is the power of the Book of Power Upanishads. A smile gradually appeared on Gunai's face. He opened his system, and after some thought, he removed the level 5 arcane passage from the 7th slot. He then placed the demonic erosion blade on it. After a while, the experience points floated up. Experience points, 68. This amount of experience points was exactly the same as the level of the medium-grade engravings. 26 syllables, just enough for me to cast it instantly. However, with the current capacity of my soul, I can't cast hundreds of mid-grade engravings at once. When I advance to rank 6 and my soul is stronger, I can easily cast mid-grade engravings. At the same time, the consumption of these 20 units of source energy is also not small. It's fine as long as the expansion of source energy is stable. Furthermore, as my soul gets stronger, the effective range of the incantation of law has also become wider. All of these aspects will undergo a complete transformation after I become an extraordinary master. Now, Gunai was preparing to break through to the master level. For those at the peak of the 6th step who had not comprehended or had comprehended very few runes, they needed time to slowly strengthen their comprehension of runes. But Gunai didn't need it at all. Gunai only needed to steadily reach the peak of 6th order transcendent and then break through. In terms of power Upanishads, Gun could be said to have crushed most extraordinary masters. After the demonic erosion blade was placed in the hack machine, Gunai ate a few more true netherworld origin fruits and used up a few more dark blue origin crystals. Then, he focused his attention on the upcoming sacrifice. Gunai had a real name. Furthermore, there was no problem in using an independent world of the blood pool to accept the sacrifices from the altar. But the problem was that Gunai was still relatively weak. After all, he was only a rank 5 transcendent, not even a transcendent master. If the distance was extremely far, the sacrifice might not be very effective. Fortunately, Gunai was nearby this time. It would be much easier to strengthen the channel through the sacrificial items and then accept the distant sacrificial items. But the only problem was that Gunai had never performed any sacrificial activities. This kind of acceptable sacrifice was only possible in theory. Therefore, one of his goals in this ancient nirvana cultivation was to try out his own sacrifice. Gun's experienced sacrifice would be accepted by the Devil Seo soul in the Blood Sea. I offer, I accept. After some thought, Gunai began to set up the small altar. Fortunately, I've learned about altars. It's not difficult to build a simple altar. Inside the small room, Gunai took out some materials that contained extraordinary properties, materials that contained origin power, materials for an origin array, and so on. He began to build a miniature altar. After about 3 hours, a small altar that was only half a meter tall and only had 5 floors was built. Looking at the small altar he had built, Gunai chuckled. Although it's a little crude and small, it's indeed an altar. As Gunai poured in his origin power, the origin power began to be activated along with the operation and blooming of the origin array. Shua 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 sound. The entire altar was lit up. Then, a light beam as thick as an arm bloomed from the top of the altar and rushed to the roof of the secret room. 326 Blood Dream Arena. Controlling his origin power, Gunai carefully walked up the altar. Gun's body weighed about 2,000 pounds in the Oya continent, but in the major transcendent world of Holy Feather's dark origin, it was about 16,000 pounds, or even 17,000 pounds. If he were to step on it directly, this small altar would probably be crushed in an instant. After walking onto the altar, Gu Ni began to chant in a low voice. The source of fear above the stars, the Lord of immortality who can reverse life and death, the indescribable master of nightmares, please listen to my most pious call. I will offer you my blood. As Gu Ni chanted, the CO soul of the devil in the blood sea had already heard the sincere call. The devil's CO soul controlled the power of the blood sea and the power of the ruler's flesh and blood to guide the power of the sacrifice to the blood sea. The milky white pillar of light on the altar immediately turned blood red, and a terrifying power bloomed. Gu Ni knew that this was the power that controlled the flesh and blood, but it wasn't dangerous to him at all, nor did it pose any pressure. Of course, this was for Gu Ni, but for others, it might not be the same. Yes, when the time comes for the sacrifice, except for the strong ones who can be around the altar, it's best for those extraordinary masters and those below to stay away from it to avoid accidental injury. He felt that the sacrifice channel had been opened by the devil's CO soul. Gu Ni began to place a blood crystal into the altar's light pillar. As the blood crystal entered the altar, it was easily taken by the CO soul under the blood light. The CO soul then put it into the system's storage space, and Gu Ni picked it up again. The offering item strolled around and returned to Gu Ni. Then, Gu Ni threw it back into the altar's blood light. Then, it was taken away by the CO soul. And then it reappeared in Gu Ni's hand. After 5 or 6 times, Gu Ni stopped the doll-like offering. After he took the blood crystal back into his hands, he felt a sense of relief. Gu Ni carefully sensed it. First of all, the sacrifice itself is not consumed. The blood crystal has been sacrificed 5 or 6 times, and it still hasn't changed. It's only consuming the energy within the altar. In essence, sacrifice is another form of delivery. The stronger the altar is, the further the transmission distance will be. The sacrifice of a god-level altar is enough to cross the distance of the starry sky. In addition, I'll use the sacrifices to strengthen the sacrificial altar passage here. After I leave, they can still accept their sacrifices. In short, there are no problems with the sacrifice. Then, Gu Ni began to think. Ying Luo's next question is, what can I give them, how to make them passionate about sacrifice? This was undoubtedly a very important and very realistic question. It was fine if the sacrifice was done in a short time and there was no reward. As time passed, they found that the sacrifice didn't seem to have any substantial gains. Perhaps they didn't dare to stop the sacrifice because of the name of the great creature, but they would definitely be perfunctory. And the longer the time, the worse the effect of their sacrifice. If he gave a reward, ordinary items were not enough to show the status of a great creature. But if it was an expensive treasure, Gu Ni wouldn't have done it. After all, Gun had built the diameter of the Great Lord of Nightmare, and the sacrifice was a gain, not a cost. Not only can it show the status of great creatures, but it can also stimulate their enthusiasm, so that they can continuously offer me flesh, bones, blood, and so on to strengthen my blood sea and increase my strength. It seems to be rustling. As he pondered, Gu Ni already had an idea. The solution was in the blood dream arena that Gu Ni had built. Now that my blood origin ability is at level 5, it's naturally very powerful. Just the soul attack alone can easily kill a top genius at the peak of level 6 who practices the code of Upanishad when I was at level 4. This powerful innate ability allows me to use the blood crystals of the faraway Aoya continent pirates to easily pull them into the blood dream space and kill them easily, even if I'm in the Holy Feathers Darkness Origin Major Transcendent World, which is extremely far away. Furthermore, after the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse was raised to level 5, being pulled into the Bloody Dream World is no longer the same as before. When I was at level 1, it was just a simple projection, so the damage wasn't that strong. When I'm at level 2 or 3, I can already use the Bloody Dream World to kill people. Obviously, the bloody dream world is not a simple illusion. It's a strange level between an illusory dream and reality. When I'm at rank 4, I can use all my power in the bloody dream world. Now that I have the level 5 blood source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse, I can easily use all my strength in the bloody dream world. If I want to, I can even relax their abilities and let those extraordinary people who are pulled into the blood dream world use their spells, martial arts, and other abilities. Just like me now, I can use many methods in the bloody dream world at will, and the strength I can exert in the bloody dream world is almost the same as in the real world. If I greatly reduce their death damage in the bloody dream world with the incantation of law, in the blood dream world, it will only lose a small amount of chi and blood after death. If one is not careful, one might not even notice it. If I increase the death damage to a large extent, the person will lose a large amount of chi and blood after death. The unluckier ones will lose a part of their soul, which will cause fatal damage. In that case, Gunai squinted his eyes. As long as I'm willing to give them enough authority, Blood Dream World can become a huge arena for some of the extraordinary humans who have entered this world level to hone their fighting skills. In reality, it's rare to have an all-out fight. Even if we do fight, we need to be careful. We won't really fight to the death. However, it's completely different in the Bloody Dream World. The death damage isn't high, so you can fight with all your might. And the opportunity to completely let go of everything and fight is quite rare. Just this point alone is extremely attractive. Furthermore, if I spread it, my blood dream world will attract a large number of geniuses to join. A battle between geniuses is very rare. The more it is so, the more people will take the initiative to join. With this in mind, Gunai chuckled. If it's just a small area, then it's not really a powerful technique. However, the problem is that the range of the blood dream space that I have created in the blood dream world is extremely large. Let's not talk about the future. Let's just talk about the present. I can use the blood crystals in the major transcendent world of Sacred Feather's darkness origin to easily pull the pirates of the Oya continent. Obviously, the area within the large extraordinary community of ancient floating dragon, where the Oya continent is located, is basically within the radiation range. Even this transcendent world might be within the range of the radiation. As my strength increased, the level of the blood source, Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse also increased. A virtual blood dream arena in the form of the internet that radiates a vast number of extraordinary worlds will be completely formed. Everyone can hammer people online. Do you want to engage in a life and death battle with the foreign geniuses? Come on, young man. Join the virtual blood dream arena, and the ruler of nightmare will fulfill your dream. A huge number of extraordinary humans came in. Every time they died, they would absorb a small number of blood crystals for me. When there are enough blood crystals, the amount of blood crystals contributed every day will be ocean-like. As his thoughts bloomed, Gunai couldn't help but laugh. It's obviously a good idea to use Blood Dream Arena as a reward. If I explain it, Sigrakadras should be able to understand the importance of it. In the future, they might even fight for the right to enter the Blood Dream Arena. Then, this will lead to another problem. Gunai rubbed his glabella. How do I get them to take the initiative to enter the Blood Dream Arena that I have constructed? This was undoubtedly the key to the problem, and it would also be the key to the development of the Blood Dream Arena. 327 The strength of a genius. Normally, Gunai would use his innate ability, Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse, to pull his enemies in and have them fight. If Gunai didn't pull them, they wouldn't have been able to enter the Blood Dream Arena. The Blood Dream Arena existed within the layer of the Blood Dream dimension, and Gunai had already tested it out before. But other than Gunai, they had no way of entering the Bloody Dream Arena, which was also an objective fact. It was obviously a difficult problem for them to enter. It was fine when there were few people. They could use the altar to call for help, and Gunai could even pull them in. However, when there were many people, such as tens of thousands of people entering at the same time, Even if Gunai had become an emotionless pulling machine, it would have been difficult for him to pull so many people in a short time. Not to mention, he would need Gunai to send him off when he left. Maybe he. As he was thinking, Gunai's eyes suddenly lit up. I can use incantation of law and blood crystal to solve this problem. As Gunai's thoughts reached their peak, a more perfect plan slowly began to unfold. The first step is to offer blood. Transcendents first take out a portion of their blood and condense it into blood crystals. They use the altar to offer their own blood crystals. This way, the blood crystals that are offered to Blood Dream Arena will not be mixed up with the blood that is usually offered. After getting the blood crystals from these people, the CO soul can use them as raw materials and put them in the air of the blood dream space to expand the size and enhance its stability. Moreover, the sky of the blood dream world is an area that the intruders can't touch. Then, I'll modify the incantation. With the blood crystal as a guide and the fact that they entered on their own accord, the modification of the incantation is simple and not difficult. In this way, as soon as they chant the corresponding incantation, they will feel the pull from the blood dream arena and enter it. It's much easier for them to enter on their own than for me to pull them in. When you leave, just recite the corresponding incantation. You only need to slightly adjust the incantation. My demonic CO soul only needs to wait in the blood sea for the blood crystals to be delivered. Then, I can use them as the foundation material to build and strengthen the blood dream arena. It won't take too much effort at all. I can use other people's power to build my bloody dream world. And the more people there are, the stronger I will be. Yes, I can also use my identity as a subject to recruit more races like the Dawn Light Source race and give them a part of the ability to transform the blood dream arena. They can manage and even build different types of arenas in the blood dream world. I can completely hide behind the scenes and appear as a follower at the same time. Hoo. With a light breath, Gunai's smile disappeared and he entered a state of calm. Once it's successful, it'll be a great help to me when it's widely spread. The Steampunk Era's Blood Dream Internet. More accurately, it's the Steampunk Era's Blood Dream Arena. I'll first modify the incantation and then use this Morning Sunlight origin race as a lab rat. It's decided then. After that, he began to analyze and modify the Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. Luckily, Gunai had already started on the path of profound meaning, so he could feel every aspect of the Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. It wasn't hard to change a spell. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. On this day, in the arena of the Dawn Owl origin race. As a powerful transcendent race, they naturally had an arena for their clansmen to spar. At this moment, there were more than 2,000 to 3,000 members of the Dawn Light origin race sitting in the spectator stands of a large arena. Many of the mortals were watching the battle in the arena nervously. Inside the arena, Gunai was locked in a fierce battle with a shadow element assassin. Every time he dodged, the shadow element would land an attack on Gunai. Moreover, this assassin who used a blade would send a sharp blade spell with a slash of his blade, which was quite powerful. It was fortunate that Gun had the Blood Sea Shield, or he would have been hit multiple times already. Ever since Gunai's extraordinary profession had become the Blood Origin Curse Mancer, he had become a Bloodline Curse Mancer. Gun's own basic blood shield was now a Sea of Blood Shield. With the power of the Blood Sea and the support of the world's profound meaning, the defense of the Blood Sea Shield was very close to that of a secret engrave level magic shield. This was why he was able to block the attack of this foreign genius. At the same time, Gunai's blood escape had transformed into Blood Sea Escape. The effects of the transformation were also quite outstanding. With a flash of blood, Gunai could easily move 200 meters away. Using his own speed and the Blood Sea Escape art, Gunai kept bombarding the enemy with Little Thunder Flame Curse and Demon Blade Curse at a moderate speed. Gugni was able to cast 5 spells in a second. The speed of the law incantations was average, neither fast nor slow, and the profoundness attached to them was ordinary. As it turned out, when the enemy was strong enough, the threat level of 5 curses in a second was really not high. Some of the spells were easily dodged by the fast enemy. If they couldn't, they would use the short blade in their hands to split the spells. Then, he wanted to kill Gunai. Unfortunately, he couldn't hurt Gunai no matter what. It could allow the opponent to hit his shield. This was already under Gunai's many restrictions. If they really had to fight, this type of person only had profound meaning and didn't have a rank 6 transcendent behind him, so Gunai could burn his body in a second. Gunai felt that the battle was about to end. With a thought, a small thunder flame spell was instantly transmitted to the shadowy figure's side. The speed at which the spell was conducted was so fast that it was almost impossible for the shadowy figure to avoid it. As his understanding of the profound meaning of the world improved, the transmission speed of Gunai's spells also became faster and faster. Even though the shadowy figure tried his best to avoid it, the little thunder flame spell's conduction property was directly attracted by it. A sound. An intense feeling of numbness instantly bloomed in the depths of his body and soul. At the same time, zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz currents around him, but they did not hit him. It wasn't that Gunai couldn't hit him, but that Gunai had deliberately missed. If it hit, this guy would basically die on the spot. A rank 5 spell that contained the profound meaning of destruction was not something a rank 6 extraordinary could withstand. After the numbing effect of the little thunder flame spell passed, he could feel the burning smell left in the air after the surrounding electric current passed through. The Shadowman finally shook his head helplessly. If it was a real battle, he would have died just now. No, if it was a real battle, he wouldn't have been able to waste so much time. I've lost, the Shadowman said. As the Shadowman spoke, many of the spectators in the surrounding spectator area were instantly filled with disappointment. In these past few days, this foreign genius had already defeated all the Type 6 experts of their race. Their race had many geniuses, but none of them could defeat this alien. They had already lost 15 matches in a row. This was already the 16th match. This time, this peak tier 6 Shadowman was an expert who had just come out of seclusion. Shadowers were more effective against spellcasters. However, he still failed. As such, it would be far too difficult for their race to defeat this foreign genius. It was no wonder that the master of the clan association would be so disappointed. Gunai shook his head as he heard the disappointment in the audience. Letting this assassin last for 3 to 5 minutes is already giving you guys enough face. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to stand for 3 seconds. Gunai said. Gun followed the passage to his lounge. Gun saw the Oracle, Kakaroi, and 10 Transcendent Masters guarding the door to his lounge. Oh, is there finally something you want to talk to me about? Gunai's eyes narrowed as he thought. 328 The Demigod's Request. The continuous days of battle. He had defeated many geniuses of the Morning Sunlight origin race. On one hand, Gunai wanted to show off his strength. This was to let the experts of the Dawn Light origin race know that the subordinate of a great existence, Gunny Lawrence, wasn't just for show. Even in the major transcendent worlds, as a relative of a great existence, he would be considered a top genius expert. I'll take care of all the geniuses of your race in minutes. On the other hand, he needed to find out more about the Blood Dream Arena. Gunai wasn't in a hurry to get to the Blood Dream Arena. If the other party didn't contact him, he would wait until the altar was built and the sacrifice was over before explaining. If the other party saw that he was powerful and wanted to negotiate with him, it was reasonable for him to say it out. After all, during this time, Gunai had completed the transformation of the spells to enter and leave the arena, the overall structure of the arena, and his contribution level in the arena. For example, Level 0 Contributor. After death, you will lose more vitality. Level 1 Contributor. After death, a medium amount of vitality will be lost. Level 2 Contributor. After death, you will lose a small amount of chi and blood. Level 3 Contributor, after death, a small amount of blood and chi will be lost. 4th level Contributor, Wufu. There were different levels of authority. Gunai had listed all the aspects in great detail and had built the framework of the world. After all, Gunai's ability to construct the framework of a world was his strong point. Gunai's deep understanding of the world's mysteries wasn't in vain. If he wanted to contribute and obtain a certain level of authority, the method was very simple. He had to make sacrifices. The more sacrifices he made, the higher the authority he had. Now that someone as powerful as Kakaroi had suddenly come to visit, Gunai guessed that he wanted to have a conversation with him about what they could obtain. Senior Kakaroi, Gun said as he arrived in front of Kakaroi. After all, he was an oracle-level powerhouse, so he still had the respect he should have. Hall Master, he has something important to discuss with you, said Kakaroi. Yes, Gunai nodded. I'll go over after I pack up. No problem, he said. Kakaroi nodded with a smile. Seeing Gun enter the room, Kakaroi began to think. At first, they were a little dissatisfied with this foreign genius, Gunai, and the agreement he had made with the Hall Master. After all, Gunny Lawrence was just a high-level extraordinary. How could the Palace Master trust this person so much? However, in the past few days, all the supernatural beings who had some qualms about it had shut up. The reason was simple. It was the top genius of a powerful follower named Gunny Lawrence. He had completely displayed his powerful strength, which was simply terrifying. Other people might not be able to tell, but how could these top powerhouses not see it? It looked like an intense battle that lasted for more than 10 minutes, or even longer. The geniuses of their race were all doing their best. Gunai, on the other hand, was completely at ease. They tried all the assassination-type supernatural beings, those who were extremely secretive, those who used spells, those who used soul attacks, and those who had strong comprehensive abilities in the combat type. However, they were all defeated. No one was Gunai's opponent. It could even be said that they had all been easily defeated by Gunai. He didn't even have the strength to force out Gunai's true core techniques. Seeing how powerful Gunny Lawrence was, these people shut up and didn't dare to say anything. About half an hour later, with Kakaroi leading the way, Gunny once again arrived at Sagrakardra's study in the tower. Sir Gunai, please take a seat. Closing the book, Sagrakardra's looked at Gun. How do you feel about the strength of our race's extraordinaries after these few days of battle? What's the matter? Sagrakardra's asked after Gun sat down. It's all right, but there aren't any top geniuses, Gunai said. Gunai was telling the truth. The foreign genius warrior that Gunai had encountered at the entrance of the Forbidden Elemental Zone, who had comprehended light elemental enlightenment, was clearly much stronger than the geniuses of the Dawn Light origin race. Although his strength had increased during this time, at least the genius warrior had forced Gunai to use some of his skills. However, Gunai Wang could kill these genius warriors of the Dawn Light origin race with just an ordinary spell, combined with his casting speed. Indeed. Sagrakardra's didn't refute Gunny's words. Sagrakardra's was also aware of the strength of the top extraordinary geniuses. The geniuses of their race were indeed not enough to look at in the vast, large-scale transcendent world. After thinking for a while, Sagrakardra's slowly spoke. Although our clan has improved a little in the past few hundred years, there are not many geniuses born. Moreover, it's hard to find a top genius among these geniuses. Sir Gunai's talent is rare. He had such amazing strength at such a young age. If you were to go all out, I'm afraid that even ordinary transcendent masters might not be your match. Sagrakardra's said in admiration. A transcendent master isn't that easy to deal with. Gunai secretly replied. Sir Gunai is a great being's follower. I wonder if you have any ways to help our race revive. If you can help my clan, we will definitely reward you with a generous gift. As expected, Yingluo is here. Gun thought to himself as he listened to Sigurkadaltz. The Dawn Owl origin race, which had a demigod expert, had built an altar and offered sacrifices to the great existence. At the same time, he treated Gunai as an honored guest. There were many books in the tower that Gunai could read as he pleased. It had to be known that apart from Sigurkadaltz himself, only a few oracles and ancestor souls could enter the tower and view it as they pleased. Their clan must have been hoping for something in return for treating Gunai so well. It was obviously impossible to ask the Great Lord of Nightmares for help directly. If the Great Lord of Nightmares ignored them, their race would be kicked away by the powerful beings they had managed to find. Now that Sigurkadaltz was directly asking Gunai for help, there was a lot of room for negotiation. Lord Sigurkardaritz, do you know why I'm so powerful? Gun looked at Sigurkadaltz with a playful expression. Upon hearing this, Sigurkadaltz's expression suddenly froze. I'd like to hear the details. It's because I've been through thousands of life and death battles, constantly sharpening myself and breaking through in life and death situations, that I have the strength I have today. Gunai said. At tens of thousands of life and death battles. Sigurkadaltz frowned slightly. Surviving 1 or 2 life and death battles, or even 3 or 5 life and death battles, was already considered pretty good. To be able to survive after thousands of life and death battles, this Kazaya is too fake. Of course. Gun said slowly. A life and death battle is a real life and death battle. The enemies I'm facing are all top-tier powerful enemies, existences at the level where they might become the followers of the great ruler of nightmares. Some of them are geniuses from other major transcendent worlds, while others are super geniuses who have come to find high-dimensional transcendent worlds. Life and death battles are real, but the deaths in life and death battles may not be true deaths. Gunai said in a soft voice. Oh. Sigurkadaltz's expression changed slightly. He had vaguely grasped the key to the problem. He came into contact with many geniuses from transcendent worlds and fought each other to the death. However, this isn't true death? Sigurkadaltz looked at Gunai and asked. Some kind of battle in a dream that is close to reality. 329 The terrifying radiation range. Yes. No. Gunai said. In fact, during this period of time, he had learned a lot of books and information about dreams in this tower. Gunai had also discovered that he wasn't the only one who wanted to use the dreamscape to temper himself. There were also some powerful experts who had dreamscape techniques and constructed dreamscape worlds to temper themselves. Even if they died in the dreamscape, they would not die for real. There were even some special shadow dreamlands that were almost as perfect as reality. One could cultivate, battle, and even break through there. Similarly, death wouldn't cause too much of a loss. However, these strange dream reality had the same problem, and that was that the scale was not big enough. It had to be within a certain range, and outside a certain range, it might not be effective. But Gunai was different. Although Gun didn't know how far the Oya continent was from the Holy Feather Dark Origin transcendent world. However, Gunai was certain that the distance between major transcendent worlds was extremely far. Gun's current level 5 blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse could cover the entire major transcendent world of Holy Feather's Darkness Origin, and it was obviously easy for him to cover the many medium and small transcendent worlds around it. It was even possible to connect the major transcendent worlds of Sacred Feather's Dark Source and Grontons, as well as the large number of medium-level transcendent worlds around them, to form such a large area of coverage. As far as he knew, there were 2 large groups of transcendent worlds. If there were other large transcendent worlds around this region, it would cover more than 2 transcendent worlds. Gunai could also guess that he had a special reason. It might have something to do with Gunai's digestion of the ruler's flesh. After all, Gunai had already digested a small portion of the ruler's flesh. After repeatedly gaining the ability to resist the ruler and digesting the ruler's flesh and blood, Gun had already gained the characteristics of greatness to a certain extent. It was because of this that Gunai's blood talent ability Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse could have such a wide range. Other people's unique dream realms only covered a small area, and the larger ones only covered a city. As for Gunai's Blood Dream Arena, it could cover the entire major transcendent world. It could even cross a major transcendent world. They were completely different concepts. This place is called the Blood Dream Arena. Gunai explained. The extraordinaries who enter can unleash their full strength and then fight with all their might. Because we are the followers of the Lord of Nightmares, our authority is higher. In this Blood Dream Arena, which is just like reality, we can cultivate, fight, comprehend, and even break through in the midst of life and death battles. Training, battling, gaining insights, and even breaking through. Sigrid was shocked. This is exactly the same as the Dreamscape battlefield in the Divine Origin Kingdom of the Black Abyss, which is the top-tier kingdom in the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent. This is also the only dreamscape in the entire Sacred Feather Dark Source continent that allows me to perfectly unleash my strength. As for the Divine Origin Kingdom of the Black Abyss, it is because of this dreamscape war that it has attracted a large number of geniuses to join. It is said that there are many extraordinary humans in the surrounding regions who are very eager and even keen to join the Divine Origin Kingdom of the Black Abyss. It can be seen how attractive this Dream Realm battlefield is. With the addition of a large number of geniuses, the characteristics of the Dreamscape battlefield caused these geniuses to madly kill each other, which in turn honed the growth of many geniuses. This makes it easy for top extraordinary geniuses to be born among geniuses. This allowed the Black Abyss Kingdom to grow stronger and attract more extraordinary geniuses, thus forming a perfect cycle. If our Dawn Owl origin race could have a similar Dream Realm battlefield, it would be a great fortune for our race. Gun looked at Sigrid Kardaritz and chuckled. As a Dawn Owl who is willing to serve the Nightmare Lord, if you offer enough sacrifices and I apply to the Nightmare Lord, I'm sure he'll be willing to open the Blood Dream Arena to your race. Sigrid Kardritz's breathing became a little heavier. He understood the importance of Blood Dream Arena to his clan. Once their race had the ability to enter the Blood Dream Arena, their race would also become the core of the various extraordinary forces in the surrounding area. They might even become the commercial core within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was simply too important to their clan's development. With the Nightmare Lord's help, they could earn a huge amount of resources. Respected Great Follower, Gun Lawrence, if the Great Lord of Nightmares has any needs, please tell us. Our race will do our best to serve the Lord of Nightmares. Sigrid Kardritz said sincerely. At this moment, Sigrid Kardritz's intentions were extremely sincere. After all, this could be the beginning of their clan's revival. Senior Sigrid Kardritz. Gunai chuckled. I don't think anyone else can hear what we're going to say next. After all, the information we're going to reveal to you might really show you how terrifying Ruler of Bloody Dream is, as well as the key secrets. Sigrid Kardritz nodded cautiously. Immediately after, Sigrid Kardaritz stood up. He gently waved the staff in his hand. Woo, divine power bloomed. At the same time, the seals in the entire library tower began to bloom. The power released by each layer was enough to easily annihilate Gunai. Gunai wasn't worried. He just watched quietly. Layer after layer of powerful isolation barriers bloomed. After 9 layers of powerful isolation barriers bloomed, Sigrakatalas finally stopped. Then he looked at Gunai and said in a calm and expectant voice, Sir Gunai, even a god-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on our conversation. If there's anything important, please speak. Gunai slightly nodded. As a unique dreamscape battlefield, aren't you curious about the range of the Nightmare Lord's Blood Dream Arena? Sigrid Kardritz was stunned. He really didn't think about this himself. In his opinion, the Nightmare Lord's Blood Dream Arena should be similar to the Dreamscape battlefield in the Black Abyss Kingdom. With their race as the center, it should radiate a radius of more than 10 kilometers, or at most a few dozen kilometers. Even at such a great distance, the attractive force was still frighteningly high. It was enough for the foreign tribes to gradually prosper in the future. However, Gunai's question clearly wasn't as simple as it seemed. The range of influence of the Blood Gate arena? After some careful consideration, Sigrid quickly discovered something unusual. He clearly remembered that Gunai had previously said that he had fought with geniuses from other major transcendent worlds and even higher dimensional transcendent worlds in the Blood Dream arena. After thinking about it carefully, Sigrid felt a trace of fear in his heart. Don't tell me he's. He looked at Gunai with a bit of fear. That's right. The Dreamscape Arena, which is located at the great transcendent world of Sacred Feather's dark origin, is extremely vast. It includes the many medium and small transcendent worlds around it, as well as the few large transcendent world groups nearby, as well as a portion of the high-dimension transcendent worlds. If the Bloody Dream Ruler awakens further, she will radiate to the thousands of transcendent world groups of various sizes around her. She can even easily radiate to the many supreme high-dimensional transcendent worlds above the starry sky. Sigrid felt as if his mind had exploded. For the Blood Dream Arena to sweep across the entire transcendent starry world, what sort of terrifying might was this? 330 The importance of the Blood Dream. After a long time, Sigrid finally calmed himself down, but the lingering fear still lingered in his mind. It radiated across the entire large-scale extraordinary world. This was simply too terrifying. It was a magnificent power that was completely incomprehensible. The power of the Great Lord of Nightmares is beyond our imagination. Sigrid said in a deep voice after giving Gun a glance. Indeed, Gunai nodded. When I first learned that the genius I fought in Blood Dream Arena came from another major transcendent world, I was also shocked. I lost my self-control much more than Senior Sigrid Gunai said. Sigrid chuckled. Then, how can I enter Blood Dream Arena? Sigrid asked Gun. Not everyone is qualified to enter the Blood Dream Arena. Gunai slowly explained. Gunai naturally wouldn't let anyone enter easily, at least at the beginning. First, Gunai's power was still small. Second, only the rarity and preciousness could show its value. The third reason was that Gunai wanted to use this opportunity to collect a fee. You want to enter my Blood Dream Arena? It was simple. He would first sacrifice the complete corpse of a transcendent master-level exotic beast. Moreover, your Dawn Owl origin race has only just begun serving the Great Ruler of Nightmares. After the first sacrifice, you will only be allowed entry to beginner, intermediate, and advanced extraordinaries. Your tribe will offer enough sacrifices. It will gradually open up to transcendent masters, followed by oracles, ancestral spirits, and saints. After that, even powerful demigods like you, or even god-level powerhouses, can enter. Yes. Sigrid had no objections to Gun's explanation. During this sacrifice, ask all the geniuses of your clan who want to enter the Blood Dream Arena to condense fist-sized blood crystals and offer them to the Lord of Nightmare. Soon, the Lord of Nightmares will use the blood crystal and give the clansmen of the blood crystal authority. Then, you can use the incantation I gave you to allow the geniuses of your race to enter or even leave the Blood Dream Arena. At the same time, you can also engage in life and death battles within the territory of Battle Commander Blood Dream. You can even hone your combat skills. Blood Crystal. Sigrid brows twitched. It was a great taboo to give one's own blood crystals to others. After all, there were many things he could do with other people's blood. However, when he thought of the Supreme Lord of Nightmares, whose power could even radiate to many large extraordinary worlds, Sigrid concerns were dispelled. The terrifying Lord of Nightmares could easily destroy a world, so why would he use the blood crystals to do bad things? The blood crystal was only a medium used by the Lord of Nightmares to confirm the qualifications of the people who entered. At the same time, you have to know that the Lord of Nightmares' power radiation range covers the entire extraordinary world. You can enter the Blood Dream Arena from any corner, even if you are more than 100,000 kilometers away. It will also be much more convenient for information exchange. Gunai said. Indeed. Sigurkadalts nodded. By using the Blood Dream Arena, our clan can totally establish an effective information exchange system for patrolling. The effect is excellent. Then, Your Excellency Reuskuni, how many blood crystals do you think would be appropriate for the first sacrifice? After thinking for a while, Sigurkadalts asked. There's not much point in fighting if there are too few people. How about 200 blood crystals for the first time? Gun looked at Sigurkardaritz. 200 people is indeed a good number. Sigurkadalts nodded. How do we obtain the subsequent entry qualifications? Each corpse of a grade 7 transcendent giant beast can allow one person to enter, grade 8 can allow 2, and grade 9 can allow 4. Of course, we can also use the corpses of transcendent masters from other races. The ratio is about the same. As for how the Lord of Nightmares will measure it, that's not something I know. It's best to sacrifice more every time. After all, the right to enter is just the right to enter. If your race wants to obtain the right to manage the Blood Dream Arena in the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent, you'll need to offer a considerable amount of sacrifices. This is also a small authority given to you by the Lord of Nightmare when your race serves him. You must know that no matter how many sacrifices other powers make, it is impossible for them to obtain the management rights of a transcendent world, the Blood Dream Arena. The management rights of the Holy Feather Dark Origin Blood Dream Arena. Sigurkardritz's heart trembled. It would be fine if they just entered, but if they also had the management rights, then it would be of great significance. Sigurkadalts was well aware of the significance of this. This was the true capital that allowed their race to use the Blood Dream Arena to continuously grow stronger. By the way, Gun said slowly. Sigurkadraz, I can also use my authority to allow Sir Sigurkadraz to enter the Blood Dream world first. I'll give you the highest authority over the Blood Dream Arena. This way, it'll be easier for you to manage the entire race, as well as the many geniuses who have entered the Blood Dream Arena from the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent. Sigurkadalt's face immediately lit up with joy. Thank you so much, Mr. Gunai. It's very important for you to have the supreme management of the Blood Dream Arena. We'll discuss the details after the sacrifice is over and the Lord of Nightmares has given you the right to enter. Gunai said. During this time, as Gunai analyzed the blood source, Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, he felt a sense of relief. From the frame of the incantation, Gun was able to analyze the abilities of many incantations. Some were simple entry and exit. Some of them had the ability to transform the Blood Dream Arena. Some were used to expel enemies. Some used blood crystals to open up or even strengthen the Blood Dream Arena. Gunai had clearly defined all of these spells and divided them into different levels. Gunai could use his blood crystal as the core to establish a Blood Dream Arena, and collect the blood crystals and rare soul fragments. The core power was Gunai's own. With this core as the framework, Gun gave Sigurkadalts the authority to manage, transform, and even expand the Blood Dream Arena. The larger the Blood Dream Arena was, the more people would be able to enter. The more people there were in Blood Dream Arena, the more blood crystals would be dropped. The power of Gunai's Blood Dream space would also become stronger. At the same time, the blood crystals that were absorbed would turn into a blood river and flow into the Blood Sea. In short, the stronger the arena was, the stronger Gunai would be, and the faster the Blood Sea would expand. Every bit of construction and blood they shed would add to Gunai's power. 331 Chapter 152 Sacrifice and Bloody Dream. After a few days. On a 1,000-meter-tall mountain to the north of the Dawn Owl origin race. A huge altar, about 100 meters wide and 80 meters tall, had been completed. At this moment, at the top of the altar, a thick beam of light about 10 meters in diameter shot up into the sky, straight into the clouds. The thick beam of light could be seen from more than 10 kilometers away. Although the altar had only been built for a short time, with the joint efforts of many experts, the altar's frame, source power network, and energy supply were very stable. It didn't look like it had been completed in a hurry. It was obvious that this altar had been built after the other altars. At the foot of the altar, the atmosphere was solemn and solemn. A large number of flags that symbolized nightmares and blood fluttered in the heat waves and strong winds. The 5 oracles and the 2 ancestors' soul powerhouses stood on the side, unmoving like statues. Halfway up the mountain, there were 50 to 60 transcendent masters. They were lined up neatly on both sides of the altar's path. At the foot of the mountain, there were a large number of high-level extraordinaries. These high-level extraordinaries were all wearing metal armor, helmets, and boots. Their expressions were solemn and dignified, and they were stationed on both sides of the road without moving, like statue guards. The sacred ritual of sacrifice filled the entire huge mountain. In fact, a large number of Morning Sunlight Origin race members were also watching the sacrificial altar from the streets, windows, balconies, and roofs. During this period of time, they had also heard about it. Gunny Lawrence, the genius who had easily defeated their clan, was a relative of a great existence. There were even more widely spread rumors, and almost everyone in their clan knew about them. That was, the kin of this great existence would bring a great revival to their race. And this sacrifice was the great beginning of the revival. Sir Gun, although the altar was built in a short time, the altar's overall characteristics are very powerful. We also prepared a lot of resources this time. With that, Sigrakadalts took out 5 extraordinary storage wristbands. With a gentle wave, he presented them to Gun. Gunai took the 5 storage bracelets and nodded after checking them. Each of these 5 storage bracelets had the size of a castle hall. The large Transcendent World's production of transcendent storage equipment was much more advanced than the Aoya continents, and the internal storage space was also much larger. The 5 storage bracelets were filled with the corpses of various transcendent creatures. There were many powerful creatures at the level of transcendent masters, and even the corpses of oracles that made Gunai's mind tremble. Fortunately, my blood sea is no longer the blood pool from before. The blood sea's ability to contain things is extremely strong. It should be more than enough to contain so many things. Gunai thought to himself. In addition, Zhen. As he spoke, Sigrakadalts took out another ring. These are the blood crystals of the 200 rank 6 extraordinaries. My blood crystal is also among them. N. Gunai nodded and said. Sigrakadalts, follow me and offer your sacrifice. It was noon. The heat waves were rolling, especially on the top of the bare mountain. Under the sun, Gunai felt that the ground was over 100 degrees. Fortunately, this temperature didn't affect Gunai. A moment later, Gun and Sigrakadalts arrived at the top of the altar. After standing still, Gunai's source power surged out and merged with the altar's pillar of light. At the same time, Gunai began to chant in a low voice. The source of fear above the stars, the Lord of immortality who can reverse life and death, the indescribable master of nightmares, please listen to my most pious call. I will offer you my blood. As Gunai chanted, the CO soul in the blood sea heard his call. The blood wrapped around the flesh of the ruler and gently stimulated its aura. The devil's CO soul controlled the blood and gently responded to the call. In an instant, the milky white light that shot up into the sky turned blood red. The blood-colored luster was so dense that the surroundings were shrouded in a faint layer of blood. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from the blood-colored light pillar. Gunai didn't feel any pressure. As for the demigod Sigrakadalts, Gun could clearly feel the invisible pressure on him, and even the divine power on him was slowly spreading. The oracle and ancestor soul powerhouses beside the altar, the transcendent masters halfway up the mountain, and the large number of transcendents at the foot of the mountain. In addition, the many masters of the Dawn Light Origin race who were watching from a distance all had solemn expressions. They could vaguely feel the terrifying and great aura. Some of the children were so frightened by this terrifying aura that they began to cry. Sagrakodlts, who was enduring the terrifying aura, glanced at Gun. He found Gunai standing there as if nothing had happened. As expected, as the kin of a great existence, you will not be affected by the aura of a great existence. Sagrakodlts thought to himself. Gunai didn't waste any more time and began to place the offerings on the altar. Every time he threw in an item, a blood-red light would flash, and the corpse that was used as an offering would disappear. Gunai didn't need to waste any energy. All he had to do was move the things out and place them on the altar. Gunai was very efficient, and the CO soul on the other side was not slow either. One after another, sacrifices were sent to the hands of the devil CO soul in the blood sea. The devil CO soul simply threw the corpses into its blood sea. A large number of tentacles surged out of the churning blood sea, dragging the corpses of these powerful giant beasts to the bottom of the sea, and then quickly broke them down and absorbed them. The blood sea's absorption rate was quite high. Gunai could clearly feel that the sea of blood had begun to expand faster as the powerful sacrifices entered. The corpses of rank 7, rank 8, and even rank 9 beasts were great supplements to Gunai's blood pool. It would be extremely difficult for Gunai to get his hands on these things. He had also used the Dawn Light origin race to easily obtain a large number of giant beast corpses. In the future, the corpses of the giant beasts of this level would continue to be offered as sacrifices. About 10 minutes later, after all the sacrifices were done, Gunai threw the storage ring with the blood crystal into the blood pillar. With a flash of blood light, the extraordinary storage ring appeared in the hand of the demonic CO soul. Then, Gunai chanted a few words in a low voice and cut off the source power. The thick blood color in the blood-red light pillar gradually receded. That terrifying aura also gradually faded away. By the time the last trace of blood in the light pillar disappeared, the terrifying aura had completely disappeared from this world. The sacrifice had ended. At this moment, all the extraordinary humans who witnessed the sacrifice heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the pressure of facing such a terrifying existence was too great. If they were to face such a great existence directly, apart from the ancestors' souls and above, everyone else would die with a single glance. Gunai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. At the side, Sagrakodlts' expression also returned to his usual wise and calm image. Your Excellency Gun, the great Lord of Nightmares, how do you feel about the sacrifice? Sagrakodlts asked softly. I'm still quite satisfied. Gunai slightly nodded. In the future, there will be 3 such sacrifices in every origin season. The quantity and quality of the sacrifices must be stable. I don't think it will be a big problem. Gun said to Sagrakodlts. The origin season was the season of the sacred feather dark source continent. One origin season was roughly half a year in the Oya continent. 3 sacrifices in one season meant 1 sacrifice every 2 months. There's no problem with 3 sacrifices like this in one UNG. Sagrakodlts nodded slightly. They had collected the number of sacrifices in a hurry this time. In the future, it would not be a big problem for their clan to have 3 sacrifices like this in the first season. Every few seasons, there would be a large number of beast tides. Previously, they had been worried about the arrival of the beast tide, but now, they just wanted the beast tide to arrive as soon as possible. How long will it take for the Nightmare Lord to let us enter the Blood Dream World, Sir Gunai? Then, Sagrakodlts lowered his voice and asked. The Blood Dream World was extremely important, so it was not surprising that Sagrakodlts was so concerned. It won't take long. We'll return to the mechanical energy tower and rest for a while. It should be fine, Gunai said with a smile. 332 The construction of the Blood Dream Arena. Gun and Sagrakodlts returned to the energy tower and began to chat. The world of Bloody Sea. The Devil CO Soul, which had completed the strengthening of the sacrificial channel, threw many corpses into the Blood Sea. He then cast the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse and entered the Bloody Dream World. As a strange level. The bloody dream world overlapped with reality, and it had the characteristics of both reality and dream. This special characteristic allowed Gunai to build a fixed blood dream arena in the blood dream world of the sacred feather dark source continent. Even if Gunai left this place, the blood dream arena would still belong to him. He sat cross-legged in the blood dream world. With a flip of his hand, Gunai took out his blood crystal. He used the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, which contained extremely dense world intent, to wrap it up. This was the core of the entire blood dream arena. This meant that blood dream world, which was essentially blood dream cage and in the form of blood dream arena, was now completely Gunai's. Gunai was definitely not the only one who could enter the blood dream world. However, the blood dream arena that Gunai had created belonged to him alone. Under Gunai's control, the blood crystal merged into the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse. Then, Gunai continued to cast the blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse and used the World Power Upanishad to construct the framework of the arena. Gunai had already made preparations for the various aspects of the blood dream arena. Level 9, Gunai's blood crystal is the core. Gunai has the supreme authority over this part of the blood dream world. The real blood dream controller. The 8th floor was used to store the dropped blood crystals and other items. It was the core resource floor and was used to connect to the blood sea. Level 7, Kazaya. Level 6, Kazaya. 5th floor, collect the blood crystals of the many people who enter. The blood crystals here will lead them to the blood dream arena that Guniang has opened up. They won't run to other places. At the same time, the blood crystals here could play the role of stabilizing and even expanding the entire blood dream arena. Sigrakadalts had a small amount of authority over the 5th floor, such as completely isolating a certain blood crystal and preventing it from entering the blood dream arena. MMH. It was like a blacklist, preventing anyone from causing trouble in blood dream arena. The 4th layer was the authority manager layer such as Sigri Kardaritz. The manager of this level had the authority to manage the expansion, transformation, and other functions of the entire blood dream arena. The authority of this level was quite broad. However, it definitely could not touch the core functions. Level 3, this is a second-grade management right, which can be given or revoked by the manager of the other 4 levels. Level 2, you have a private space that you can open if you make enough contributions. You can be given a private blood dream space cabin, otherwise, you can only appear at a fixed entrance, which is equivalent to a VIP member. It was also given and revoked by the manager of the 4th floor. The first level was the blood dream arena's battle level. All those who did not have access were on this level. This was also the level where the blood dream arena could accommodate many extraordinary humans. Fortunately, Gunai had a deep understanding of the World Power Upanishad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to construct such a complicated world. After the construction of the layers was completed, a blood crystal the size of a basketball glowed in Gunai's hand. This was the world framework of the entire blood dream arena. Bloom. Gunai thought. Swish. The sword in Gunai's hand quickly merged into the bloody dream world, causing the time and space to tremble. Immediately after. Hwalalalalalalala. The blood from the blood dream world around them rushed into Gunai's arena. Under Gunai's control, the arena began to expand. Now, the level 5 blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse could easily build a blood dream arena with a diameter of 2 to 300 meters. However, this was clearly not worthy of the Lord of Nightmares status. Gunai decided to spend more time and effort to build a large arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. As for expanding it in the future, Sigrakadalts would have to slowly use the resources himself, or find an extraordinary with the ability of Blood Dream and give him the authority to continuously absorb the blood of the Blood Dream world to expand the Blood Dream arena. About half an hour later, Gunai stopped expanding. As the expansion stopped, the huge arena began to appear in the Blood Dream world as the blood mist condensed. A moment later, a huge Blood Dream arena appeared. It had a diameter of about 3,000 meters and an area of 7 square kilometers. It could continue to expand. The teleportation point, lounge, audience seats, and so on were all available. It was not a problem for it to accommodate 20,000 to 30,000 people to watch the battle. This was a replica of a very mature arena that Gunai had created. After the construction was completed, Gunai began to place the blood crystals and give them the authority. In the spacious study, Sagrakodalts and Gunni were chatting. After a brief discussion, Sagrakodars took out an extraordinary storage ring and handed it to Gunni. "Esteemed Lord Gunai, this is a small gift from our race." Gunai opened it and his expression changed. The extraordinary storage ring's capacity was enough to hold 8 or 9 huge boxes. Among them were a large number of black origin crystals to expand the origin pool. Gunai knew that this was a special product of the Dawn Owl origin race called the Black Demon Crystal. The effect of expanding the origin pool was excellent. With this amount, Gunai estimated that he could expand his origin pool to 100 or even 200,000 units. At the same time, there was also a large number of red crystal-like Master Soul crystals. These things could directly enhance the strength of the soul. One could guess from their names that they were collected by extraordinary masters of the soul class using special soul means after their deaths. It was of great significance to the cultivation of a dharmic spell master. After advancing to a transcendent master, the effect of this item could rapidly increase the strength of one's soul. In addition, there were also some extraordinary treasures that emitted dense origin power. These could raise one's transcendent realm. Looking at the degree of dense origin power, it would also have an extremely strong effect on transcendent masters. Apart from that, there were also many other good things. They were basically treasures that were extremely effective even for transcendent masters. "How can I accept this?" Gunai said as he slowly returned to his transcendent ring. "Sir Gunai has sacrificed a lot, so this is something you deserve." Sagrakodalts chuckled. "Then I won't be polite," Gunai said as he took the ring. Gunai, who had just accepted the transcendent storage ring, had a slight change in expression. Then, Gun looked at Sagrakodars. "Senior Sagrakodras, the Lord of Nightmare has finished building this Blood Dream Arena. Let's go in." "It's done." Sagrakodalts raised an eyebrow, and a look of joy appeared on his face. 333 Chapter 154 The Hope of the Entire Clan. After entering the Blood Dream Arena, you'll be in a half-soul, half-dream state, and your main body will fall asleep. Of course, I don't know if a strong person like you will also fall asleep. You have to remind your people about this. You have to keep your body in a safe position before entering the bloody dream world. Otherwise, if your body is exposed to the outside, it will be completely defenseless. Gunai said. "I'll give it a try." Sagrakodalts smiled. Immediately after, Sagrakodalts sat down and began to chant an incantation. A moment later, Sagrakodalts, who was sitting cross-legged in front of Gun, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Gun and smiled. "I'm already in Blood Dream Arena. This world is really strange. Senior is truly formidable. Could it be that Senior also possesses 2 souls?" Gunai asked, raising his eyebrows. Sagrakodalts laughed but didn't say anything. "I'm afraid it's not just 2 souls." Gunai thought. After condensing 10 ensemble runes, he could condense the CO soul. Then, if he condensed 20 ensemble runes, could he condense the second CO soul? The answer was yes. However, for an ordinary extraordinary, 1 CO soul was enough. A second CO soul was unnecessary. To Gunai, it was possible, but it didn't mean much. In the bloody dream world, Sagrakodalts was walking around the 4th floor's clearance level, scanning the surroundings. The 4th floor's clearance level was different from the 1st floor. The 1st floor was made up of a lounge, corridor, arena, and other places. One could move freely. As for the 4th level of authority, it required a corresponding authority law curse. At this moment, one of Sagrakodalts' CO souls had entered. Without a law incantation, he could only watch helplessly. Swish! With a flash of blood-red light, the ancient nirvana body formed by the demonic CO soul entered the fourth authority level. Sigrakardaritz immediately looked over. When he saw that it was Gunai, his eyes narrowed and he looked at Gunai. What a powerful soul, Sigrakardaritz thought to himself. Senior Sigrakardaritz, this is the place where you control the entire blood dream arena. Gunai pointed around. Of course, you still need to use some incantations to be able to control the entire blood dream arena. With that, Gun waved his hand, and a blood paper scroll formed from blood appeared in front of Sigrakardaritz. You'll understand the many incantations in here after you receive them as your catalyst. At the same time, you can also let your clansmen enter the blood dream arena and give it a try. Let's see the battle zone of this blood dream arena and see what the effects are. N. Sigrakardaritz nodded as he accepted the many incantations in the blood-red scroll. Meanwhile, his body in the real world also began to transmit information, allowing the extraordinaries who had offered the blood crystals to enter the blood dream world according to the incantation he had previously transmitted. As the news spread. A moment later, at the entrance of the blood dream arena. Buzz. 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 View. The blood-red light kept flashing as extraordinary humans from the Dawn Owl origin race entered blood dream arena one after another. As soon as they entered, many people began to observe the world. Is this the blood dream arena? Aren't you talking nonsense? Oh, my incantation of law can be used completely. It's just that my CO soul is outside and can't be used to double cast. A law incantation master was constantly changing the incantations in his hands. The battle-type expert at the side also used his extraordinary origin technique on the spot, causing the ground to explode and crack. The damage to the internal environment wasn't a problem, but they needed their temple master, Sigrakardaritz, to repair it. At the same time, the gladiator arena area also needed to be strengthened accordingly. Of course, these were all things that Sigrakardaritz needed to do. I've fully displayed my martial skill tisk, 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 you're really too powerful. One of the extraordinaries exclaimed. I didn't believe it when the Transcendent Masters told me about it. But now, it seems that the Blood Dream Arena is comparable to the Dreamscape battlefield. Some of the extraordinaries were extremely excited. That's right. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've tried it out, I feel that the effect is quite good. When fighting outside, he would always restrain himself a bit and not dare to fight with all his might. We'll have nothing to worry about in here, and we'll be able to fight to our heart's content. And in the future, when we are stationed outside, we can directly come in and fight with others. His words immediately attracted the approval of many extraordinary humans. Let's go to the arena over there. Kleis, let's have a life and death battle. The loser will buy us a drink today. I'm not afraid of you. Don't forget that you can't enter for a certain period of time after death. What's there to be afraid of? In any case, we can go out and hunt before coming back. We can kill time and also earn contribution points through hunting. The rewards for hunting activities in the clan are very generous now. Oh, that's true. Let's all go over to take a look. The two of them are going to fight, so we're all going to the arena to be spectators. Immediately, the many Tier 6 experts of the Dawn Owl origin race rushed to the arena. Soon, an intense battle unfolded. Without a doubt, this was a battle of life and death. There was no mercy, no restraint, and it was an all-out battle. The two of them were fighting with all their might. Gun and Sigrakardaritz were both able to notice the situation in the arena. This scene naturally made Gunai happy. The more you guys fight, the more deaths I'll have, and the faster my strength will increase, Gunai thought. When the two of them were fighting on the fourth level of the Blood Dream Arena, Sigrakardaritz also opened his eyes after receiving the incantation and carefully understanding the various functions of the catalyst. At this moment, Sigurkadalt's eyes were shining with divine light. After he gained a deeper understanding of the system, he was able to obtain this authority. He had completely understood. He had absolute control over the blood dream arena, which radiated across the entire sacred feather dark source continent. He could even get the blood crystals of the people who entered. He could integrate them into a higher level to strengthen the entire blood dream arena, and at the same time, allow others to enter. Not to mention, they also had the ability to expand and change the blood dream arena, giving others the ability to manage it, and so on. Their clan would also be able to perfectly control the blood dream arena. This was simply too important to their clan. He could be seen as the hope of their clan's revival. While Sigra was thinking, Gunny spoke softly. The blood dream arena, which is a large-scale transcendent world of holy feathers dark origin, has been established, and the control over it is in your race's hands. I don't think I need to go into detail about the importance of this. His Excellency Sigra Kadraz himself knows the importance of this. This is an important opportunity for your clan. It can even be the foundation for the rise of your clan. But Yingluo. Gun looked at Sigra Kardaritz. Don't forget your respect for the Great Lord of Nightmares. The Great Lord of Nightmares can give you the right to rule the Blood Dream Arena. If you dare to slack off in serving the Great Lord of Nightmares, the Great Lord of Nightmares will kick you out of the arena. Do you understand? Sir Gun, don't worry. We'll serve the Great Lord of Nightmares with all our hearts. We'll offer more than we can count. That's good. Gunai nodded. Your tribe must manage this blood dream arena well. As it expands, it must also continuously accept more extraordinary humans. The more people there are, the more benefits your race will receive. This way, you will have more power to serve the Lord of Nightmare. Don't worry, Sir Gunai. We'll do our best to expand the influence of the blood dream arena. At the same time, we'll spread the terror and fame of the Great Lord of Nightmares across the entire sacred feather dark source continent. Sigra Kadaltz said sincerely. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. After all, the greater the influence of the blood dream arena, the more benefits his clan would receive. Moreover, Sigra Kadaltz already had a plan. Their clan would definitely not be able to monopolize all the benefits of the blood dream arena. The palace tower he was in was one of the 30 or so palace towers that guarded the Dark Dragon Mountains. At the same time, he had a good relationship with the powerful god in the Dark Dragon Mountains. He could totally unite the powerful god and the other palace tower masters. This way, each hall tower would take out a portion of the resources offered as a sacrifice. This way, each sacrifice would be very easy. They would build a common interest community to obtain the benefits and sacrifices of the arena and expand the influence of the arena. At the same time, they would ensure that their clan would not be destroyed by those greedy people while receiving the benefits of the arena. After all, opportunities came with danger. And Sigra Kadaltz was confident that he could overcome the danger and start the revival process. 334 Chapter 155 Return. Unknowingly, another week had passed. On a mountain peak at the edge of the Dawn Owl origin race, Gugni and Sigra Kadaltz stood at the peak of the mountain. In the past few days, Sigra Kadaltz had learned some blood dream-like methods from God knows where and had already begun to modify the blood dream arena slightly. There was no problem with the use of many functions. Even if there were any problems, Gunai could contact him and have him enter the blood dream arena on the sacred feather dark source continent to make some changes. In general, with Sigra Kadaltz's delegation of authority, the entire blood dream arena was now under the control and operation of their race. The next step would be to gradually expand and bring in more extraordinary humans. As time passed, the Dawn Fiends would use the blood dream arena to strengthen themselves, while Gunai would be able to enjoy the sacrifices and blood crystals that fell from the arena. Now that Blood Dream Arena was on the right track, there was basically no need for Gunai to stay here. Not to mention, the energy of the teleportation seal in Gunai's body was getting weaker by the day, so Gunai couldn't stay here for too long. Today was the day Gunai would leave. Are you going to another transcendent world, Sir Gunai? Before leaving, Sigrakadalts asked. Yes, Gunai slightly nodded. Among the stars, there are quite a few extraordinary worlds. The Lord of Nightmares definitely won't only have eyes for one extraordinary world. In that case, in the future, will our transcendent world be able to interact with the blood dream arena of other transcendent worlds? After thinking for a while, Sigrakadalts asked in a particularly gentle tone. Gunny glanced at Sigrakadalts and chuckled. Don't worry. Just the fact that you can communicate with the outside world is worth a lot. A battle between geniuses from different transcendent worlds. This is also very attractive. When it's time for cross-world communication, all of the extraordinaries of the Sacred Feather's Darkness origin world will have to go through a designated teleportation array. You'll be in charge of that. Sigrakadalts immediately smiled. Thank you, Sir Gunny. Communication between different extraordinary worlds? I don't know how long that will take. Gunai said with emotion. The Sacred Feather Dark Glow continent was the only transcendent world that Gun had been to so far. Who knew how long it would take to go to the second transcendent world? A few decades? 100 years later? Who knew when? But Gunai already had a plan. Wherever he went to, he would advertise and build a place for himself in the Blood Dream Arena. When the Lord of Nightmare's reputation spread, there would definitely be people who would take the initiative to offer sacrifices to the Lord of Nightmare, and then seek to open the Blood Dream Arena to gain control. Gunai didn't have the ability to create the Blood Dream space from a distance now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. I can build more Blood Dream Arena when I'm free. When I have the ability to release it, I can directly release it wherever the sacrifice is. At the same time, Gunai narrowed his eyes. After I go back, I can also establish a Blood Dream Arena in the Oya continent as a relative of a great existence. If this Blood Dream Arena really bloomed in the Oya continent, it would be much easier to deal with the evil gods' church and even the south. After all, as soon as the blood crystal came in, I immediately knew whether he was a believer of the evil god or a master from the foreign land. At the same time, I could hear their communication in the blood dream space. As for how this blood dream space will be opened, or who will be the first to open it, this is something that needs to be discussed. Perhaps these pirates are a good example and a good beginning. If they spread out in chaos and disorder, they might be able to attract many people to enter. At that time, the Transcendent Association's officials would naturally receive the information and follow them in. After all, the information transmission technology alone has made the Blood Dream Arena invaluable. As he pondered, Gunai had already collected his thoughts. Senior Sigrakadalts, I'll take my leave. Gunai said. Be careful on the way, Sir Gun. I hope the next time I see you, you'll be a powerful saint, a demigod, and a god. I will, Gunai nodded with a smile. Gunai activated the teleportation seal in his body. Shua shua shua. Under the teleportation light's guidance, Gunai had already disappeared from the mountain. At the same time, he had completely left Sacred Feather's Darkness origin major transcendent world. The Oya continent. The forbidden elemental land. On the platform at the end of the dark and quiet stone stairs of the mountain path. As the white light bloomed, Gunai's figure appeared. A moment later, the milky white light disappeared, and Gunai landed on the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gun took a deep breath and felt the familiar aura and smell of the Oya continent. A smile appeared on his face. Although the Oya continent isn't as vast as the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent, it still gives me a very natural and warm feeling. The Oya continent is still the world that raised me. Then, Gunai sensed something and looked to a corner. As the black mist surged. Very soon, the black-robed old man Strange Sea appeared. You're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have thought that you were lost in a foreign world. Old man Strange Sea said with a smile after sizing Gunai up. Soon after, Old Man Strange Sea asked again, how is it? How's the harvest? The harvest is not bad, Gunai said with a smile. After a while, Gunai continued. I arrived at a large transcendent world known as the Holy Feather Darkborn. Sacred Feather Dark Source, Old Man Strange Sea thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't have any impression of this major transcendent world. It should be a major transcendent world that is relatively far away, or one that is relatively remote. Is the location far away? That would be great, Gunai thought to himself. The further away he was, the wider the range of Gunai's blood source, dream curse of great snow. Gunai continued. As a major transcendent world, Sacred Feather Darkborn has many deity-level experts. It is said that there are several powerful divine kingdoms, which means that there are many powerful gods who have built them. Gunai said. During this period of time, Gunai had gained a good understanding of the various powers of the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent. Using Sigracodults and the information he had, Gunai had a basic understanding of the various factions in the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent. With a powerful nation built by a deity, the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent is indeed a large transcendent world. It even has the potential to become a peak transcendent world. I came into contact with an expert with the strength of a demigod. In their tribe, I said that I was a powerful follower, but they didn't believe me at first. After I displayed my strength and took care of all the geniuses below the transcendent master level in their tribe, they finally believed me and were willing to maintain a good relationship with me. After that, I negotiated with them and obtained their teleportation coordinates in the end, as well as many teleportation tokens to enter the Sacred Feather's Darkness origin continent. Hearing Gunai's explanation, Old Man Strange Sea nodded slightly, a smile on his face. You've done well. Senior C, how are the others? Gunai knew that aside from himself, everyone else had also entered other trial grounds to take part in the trial. After all, only by passing the trial could they advance to the next round. When Gunai asked this, the smile on Strange Sea Old Man's face faded. The situation on your side is not optimistic. Gunai frowned. 335 Chapter 156 A bad situation. The next trial will be the final battle for the Divine Crown, said Strange Sea Old Man. Other than you, those who came back alive have all returned. Those who didn't, basically won't be able to come back. It's not that they're dead. Death is only a part of the probability. The other part is that they're trapped somewhere and can't teleport back, or they've been captured, or the energy in their bodies has been violently impacted and destroyed the teleportation mark, etc. Gunai's eyes twitched. If I really did encounter such a situation, it wouldn't be much different from being dead. You'll understand the situation when you're teleport there, said Strange Sea Old Man. Letting out a breath, Gunai calmed his mind. We'll see what happens after we teleport over. No matter what, those evil gods and church members won't have it easy after I return. Remember, this is a battle. Whoever gets the Divine Crown will be teleported away. This trip to the elemental Forbidden Land will be over when all 3 Divine Crowns have been taken. Old Man Strange Sea explained softly. There are actually 3 Divine Crowns, and they will be teleported away after obtaining them. Gunai frowned. If there was only one, it would be fine. I could use the miracle function to directly locate it and quickly get it, ending this trip to the elemental Forbidden Land. But there are 3 of them. If they get one, it will be a bit troublesome. Those evil gods and the South Church have the power of faith. With the Divine Crown, they can quickly become gods. As for the Empire in the North, they don't have any faith to provide us with the crown to quickly become gods. After some thought, Gunai looked at Old Man Strange Sea. Senior Sly C, can you change the number of gods' crowns this time? No. Old Man Strange Sea shook his head. I'm just a special demigod in charge of guarding this place. I'm not allowed to interfere in your battle, and I can't help you in this aspect. Then can we strengthen the Divine Crown's defense or hide them deeper? Gunai said after thinking for a while. This way, I'll have more than enough time to kill them all. Old Man Weird Sea said as he looked at Gunai. It's impossible to strengthen the Divine Crown's protection, because the Divine Crown itself has no protection. Secondly, the God's Crown itself is an item with a surging aura. Even if it's hidden, it'll be easily discovered. However, I can make an exception for you. I'll completely conceal the aura of the Divine Crown and make it look no different from an ordinary crown. However, it's still easy for them to find the exact location. After all, the God's Crown is placed there. It's also very good to be able to hide one's aura, Gunai thought to himself. Then I'll have to thank Senior. If you practice hard, you will have the chance to become a powerful god in the future. At that time, you might be able to break the many restrictions of the forbidden elemental land and then reconstruct it. I hope that when the time comes, you'll become the master of a world, and you'll be able to use the forbidden elemental lands to cultivate more geniuses, so that the Oya continent can reignite its extraordinary radiance. Said Strange Sea Old Man. I will, Senior Treacherous Sea. Gunai nodded seriously. Okay, I'll send you there now. With a gentle wave of his hand, the thick mist gathered and the power of teleportation enveloped Gunai. Swish! Space power Upanishad bloomed with the slight space vibration. Gunai could already feel his position being shifted. After the mist dispersed, Gunai could finally see his surroundings. At this moment, Gunai seemed to be under the eaves of a huge corridor. The corridor pillar in the distance was more than 10 meters thick and more than 300 meters high. The guardrail at the edge of the corridor was also 100 meters high. In the forest in the distance, there were trees that were 200 to 300 meters tall everywhere. There was even a huge tree that reached the sky. It was probably 3,000 meters in size. The entire world seemed to have been magnified 100 times. Gun was in the corridor of a giant castle. Then, Gunai looked around. When he was looking around, Gunai had felt many malicious gazes on him. First, Gunai felt the energy restriction restrict him to a 3-meter radius. When he looked outside, Gunai saw energy barriers that were 3 meters in diameter and 10 meters tall. There was a person in each of the energy restrictions. The one 10 meters away from him was someone he was very familiar with. Senior Nigel, Gunai exclaimed. A smile finally appeared on Nigel's face when he saw that it was Gunny. You've finally appeared. You haven't appeared for such a long time that I thought you wouldn't come back. Nigel said after letting out a sigh of relief. This strange restriction should be unbreakable, otherwise, so many people wouldn't be staying here obediently. At the same time, this restriction didn't hinder their communication. While listening to Nigel's words, Gunny quickly scanned his surroundings. However, he realized that Nigel was the only person he was familiar with on his side. Gun wasn't familiar with these people, but Nigel should know whether they were enemies or people on his side. Senior, these people, Gun looked at Nigel. There are only the two of us on our side. Nigel's tone was very grave. Just the two of us? The situation is not optimistic. Gunai's face also became gloomy. Dragon Slayer Zegrud and the others who didn't return are probably dead too. Gunai sighed in his heart. Gugni had seen the power of the Dragon Slayer, Zegrud. If he had been here, he would have been a powerful helper, but unfortunately, he had not returned. As he pondered, Gunai looked outside again. On Gun's side, there were only Nigel and Gun. The other party had 7 people. At the same time, 2 of these 7 people were geniuses from the foreign starry sky. The others were either from the South Church, the top masters of the evil gods, or the seeds of God creation. It could be said that those who were able to make it this far were all existences that were not weaker than Nigel. Some of them even had the strange ability to burst out with divine power like the evil god's daughter Gunny had killed, which would only make the situation worse. Gunai said in a deep voice. Senior, if they were to use the same level of power as their divine power, would you be able to stop them? It can hold them off for a moment, but not for long. Nigel said. That's good. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he nodded. Senior Nigel, after all, you're a powerhouse who has been at the peak of the sixth step for a long time. It's not strange for you to have some hidden techniques. If Nigel could block his opponent's most powerful attack, then it wouldn't be a big problem. At least Gunny didn't have to worry too much about his opponent killing Nigel in an instant. That way, Gunai would have time to deal with these enemies. They've already started discussing the funeral arrangements. At this moment, an enigmatic voice was heard. 336 Level 7 Great Thunder Flame Curse. Gunai's eyes flickered as he looked over. What she saw was a noble man wearing a noble suit and a noble top hat. He had a smile on his face and a sword at his waist. Gunai could tell that he was a top master of the evil god's side or a god-creating seed. Gunai recognized the two foreign experts. As for the people of the South Church who believed in God, they wore different clothes from the nobles in the north. For a weakling like you, there's no difference between squishing you and squashing an insect. Gunai said indifferently. Aristocrat Silk's smile froze on her face. Her eyes narrowed like a venomous snake as she glared at Gunny. We don't know who's going to kill who yet, she said. Gunai didn't pay much attention to the noble. The 7 powerhouses within the energy barriers were all staring at Gunai. Gunai could feel the intense killing intent. Gunai's previous performance was naturally strong. In this 7 against 2 battle, the Thulhu side had a huge advantage. Naturally, they wanted to kill Gunai here. With Gunai dead, all the treasures here were basically theirs. Moreover, by killing the superior spellcaster Gun, they would be able to get rid of a powerful enemy that might rise in the future, removing a great worry in their hearts. If Gunai made it out alive, his strength would continue to increase, and he would become a very difficult guy to deal with. In the face of these cold killing intent, Gunai patrolled around for a while, then restrained his expression and stood still. After a dozen breaths, wang 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 wang, the 9 energy barriers began to tremble slightly. Immediately, everyone's expression froze. The restriction would probably be activated soon. Once the restriction was opened, the battle would erupt. Suddenly, Gunai's face turned serious. Senior Nigel, when the restriction is opened later, you can use your full power to escape from this place. Don't ask for a reason. If I tell you to run, just run. Don't even look back, understand, he said. Nigel was surprised at first, but then he looked at Gunny. He didn't see any signs of joking, so he nodded after a moment of thought. Okay, I got it. His words immediately stunned the 7 extraordinary humans. If there had been enough time, they would have had a chance to discuss what Gunai had said and how to deal with it. But now, the energy barrier was about to open, and they had no time to discuss. With a thought, Gunai began to secretly cast a spell. Gunai was secretly casting spells, and the others were naturally doing the same. They were all secretly preparing their own techniques. The buzzing and trembling sound became more and more serious. All of a sudden, the trembling stopped, and the energy barrier disappeared. Boom, 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 boom. Kill. Die. Die. The moment the energy restriction disappeared, all the extraordinaries on the evil god's side burst out with extremely fierce attacks. 3 of them directly released the divine power in their bodies, and their auras were like a volcanic eruption, surging with heat waves. The 2 experts from the foreign starry sky released the water and earth profound. The water power Upanishad turned into a water dragon, and the waves surged. The profound truths of the earth was pierced through by the heavy sword, and layers of origin power surged out and blasted over. The other 2 immediately took out their top-tier engravings and spell scrolls. And both of them were powerful origin pool restriction scrolls, which directly locked onto Gunai. Fortunately, Gunai had the demonic pool of his own, so he wasn't afraid of this powerful seal. Otherwise, the seal of the origin pool would have been enough to seal away most of Gunai's power. His body flashed. Gunai reappeared 200 meters away. Gunai was fast enough, but his opponent wasn't slow either. 7 against 1, Gunai would have a hard time dodging all the attacks. Boom! Boom! Clang! The two spells and the sharp blade landed on Gunai. Gunai's body was covered with a meter-thick shield, blocking these attacks that could seriously injure or even kill a Type 6 expert. The rank 4 spell True Scale's Kun's Protection had already been secretly cast by Gunai. Gunai wasn't afraid of the enemy's attack. As he took the damage, Gunai locked onto a woman in armor who was closest to him. Die! In the blink of an eye, Gun's Thunder Flame Curse had reached 30 spells per second. He directly charged towards the armored woman. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz contained the profound meaning of the world, and its transmission speed reached the armored woman's body almost instantly. She had no room to dodge. One of the characteristics of World Power Upanishad was that it could strengthen everything within the range of Gunai's Power Upanishad. Therefore, the transmission speed could be said to arrive almost instantly. Chi 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 chi. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great thunder fire curses arrived. The armored woman was well prepared. She had a shield as thick as a fist on her. But Gun didn't care about the shield. After all, Gunai's Great Thunder Flame Curse had reached a terrifying level 7. The level 7 Great Thunder Fire Curse was a secret engrave level law curse. Adding on the profound world intent that Gunai had added to it, it wasn't weak at all, so it wasn't any weaker than a normal forbidden spell. When the first level 7 Great Thunder Flame Curse landed, peng, the shield was instantly torn apart like fragile glass. Then, the next 4 terrifying Great Thunder Fire Curses were directly injected into his body. He didn't even have the time to struggle. The terrifying lightning instantly tore the woman's soul apart and scorched her corpse. Even her equipment was severely damaged. In the blink of an eye, the woman died. In such a short time, the second wave of attacks came again. Boom! 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 Another 6 attacks were launched at Gunai. Some strange and fast attacks also directly hit Gunai's shield. It caused a heart-palpitating origin power shockwave. Gunai's true scales, Clam's protection was supported by more than half of Gunai's world intent. After all, Gunai only had one chance to cast the forbidden spell, True Scale Protection. Gunai naturally wanted to raise his defense to the maximum. Thus, the sturdiness of the True Scale Kun's protection was hard to imagine. With a flash of blood light, Gunai reappeared 40 to 50 meters away. At this moment, Nigel, who was flying away at top speed, had already left the battle zone. He strictly followed Gunai's instructions and didn't even turn his head. To be honest, Gunai was actually more relaxed when he left the area. Otherwise, he would have to take care of Nigel. This time, in a flash of blood light, Gunai appeared next to the water element Magus. The 3 strange existences on the side of the evil gods who had activated their divine power could not be killed in a short time. Unless he took out the ruler's flesh. However, Gunai knew that he couldn't take out the blood and flesh. At this moment, Strange Sea Old Man was definitely watching the battle. If he took it out, too many things would be exposed. The wriggling flesh and blood could be taken out. However, he would have to wait until Nigel left the area. At this moment, Nigel had already run far away. The time to take it out would be ripe. Gunai landed behind the foreign spellcaster. The foreign law curse Mancer used a teleportation-type spell to escape almost instantly. His speed was unbelievable. They'd all seen Gunai's attack just now. He'd instantly killed that woman, who wasn't weak at all. Even with the shield, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. Therefore, everyone was afraid of Gunai's attack. Fortunately, Gunai wasn't trying to kill him. He was just in the middle of the group. The effect would be the best if he took out wriggling flesh from this position. Gunai stood still. Groan, a blade instantly slashed over. It was also followed by 5 or 6 fireballs and special magic spells. Gunai wasn't being locked on, but the giant black fireball was still following him. It was obviously some kind of visual tracking spell. Didn't you all aim at me? Then I'll let you guys see as much as you want. The moment his thoughts surged, Gunai directly sacrificed his wriggling flesh. The moment the wriggling flesh came out, peng peng, peng peng, the sound of an eyeball exploding was heard. 337 The plan to seize the crown. At the same time as the sound of the eyeball exploding was heard, 2 screams and exclamations were heard. Arg, damn it! My eyes, I can't see. Out of the remaining 6 people, only 2 of them had their eyes blasted open. The other 4 were injured by the squirming flesh, but they were fine. Gunai immediately knew which 4 were unharmed. The 3 of them were experts from the evil god's side who had burst out with divine power. On the other side was the foreign expert whose entire body was emitting profound intent of earth. Needless to say, the wriggling flesh must have been blocked by the power of the divine power. After all, the wriggling flesh was only nourished by the Dominator's flesh. Gunai wasn't surprised that they were able to block it. Gunai was surprised that an expert with the earth power Upanishad from another region could block it. At this moment, the profound meaning of the earth shield on the surface of this foreign expert's body rippled. It seemed that this strange shield had blocked the damage caused by the wriggling flesh. It was also possible that it had a mystical item or something special about it. No matter what, it was a fact that the 3 experts of the evil god's side and this expert of the earth profound weren't afraid of the wriggling flesh. The other 2 shadow assassins, whose eyes had been injured, attacked Gun multiple times in a row, and the water element curse Mancer, who was very fast in escaping, were also there. The 2 of them were not so lucky. After being blinded, there was basically no room for resistance. He turned into a bloodlight again and dodged the attacks of the 3 evil god elites. Then, he quickly cast the great thunderfire curse. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz shield, and destruction Upanishads. In less than a second, the dark assassin, the noble who had mocked Gun, and the water element Magus had both been killed by Gun. Even the corpse was charred black. Even though they all had decent shields. However, it could not withstand the damage of a level 7 engraving's incantation, not to mention that it was enhanced by 3 profound meanings. After killing 2 people in a row, the remaining 4 people's faces were ashen and solemn. It was 7 against 1, even though the enemy had a forbidden spell-grade shield. However, the power of their attacks was also beyond the 6th tier. Even so, 3 of them were killed in a short time. And that powerful forbidden spell-grade shield didn't look like it was going to break. The thickness of the shield was simply enough to make them despair. This guy's incantation is too terrifying. I can't take it head on. Someone shouted. He didn't need to say that. Everyone attacking Gunai was in a state of high-speed movement, and they would occasionally move around. That way, he wouldn't be instantly killed by Gunai's black lightning curse. They all knew how powerful the lightning curse was. The 3 of them had been killed so easily. 2 of them even had a powerful shield of secret engravings on their bodies, but they were still killed mercilessly. Destroy this guy's shield, and he'll definitely die. When you dodge the attacks, attack with all your might. If he doesn't die, we'll all die here. Immediately after, someone else also roared. The surging source power vibration waves were mixed with the transmission of source power sound waves. Gunai's eyes focused on the 3 swordsmen and the swordsman who had used Earth Profound. The people behind are not easy to kill. Gunai thought. Everyone has a long-range attack. Their speed and movement frequency are very high, so it's very difficult to hit them. Even if they are attacked by the Great Thunderfire Curse, they should be able to withstand it with the protection of their divine power. Not to mention, they also have ways to avoid danger. Once they feel danger, they will immediately run away, such as the earth power Upanishad or the three gods with their god power. They can make my concentrated attacks go to waste. While he was thinking, Gunai's little thunder flame spell and great thunder flame spell exploded. Even if he had two souls, Gunai wouldn't be able to handle the thunder fire curse alone. Therefore, Gunai needed to use the great thunder flame curse and the little thunder flame curse together. This way, he wouldn't have to force his opponent to move at high speed and consume his opponent's energy. I need to find a good opportunity to kill one, but it will be difficult to kill all four of them in a short time. After all, they are all owners of divine power, and each of them is much more powerful than the evil god's daughter. It will be difficult to kill them. We can only drag this on and find an opportunity to slowly kill them all. I hope Senior Nigel can find the divine crown first. While fighting, Gunai was thinking. When Gugni found out that there were only himself and Nigel on his side, he was shocked. Gunai discovered a cruel fact. They would be teleported away once they obtained the god's crown, but they only had two people on their side, while they had three god's crowns. In other words, if he didn't kill all of these enemies, he would have to kill them all. Then they would definitely get a divine crown. This was also the reason why Gunai was determined to fight them to the end. Gunai could go to get the god crown right now. After all, Gunai had glanced at the miracle system just now, so he already knew where the three crowns were. However, the situation was slightly different when they left after getting it. Even if he wanted to get it, Gunai would have to wait for Senior Nigel to get it first. Otherwise, if he took it and left, and Nigel could not get it, or if the other party guarded the last god, Wang Guanran, and later chased after Nigel, Nigel would basically die. That was why Gugni had to slow down the pace of the battle and give Nigel enough time to find the divine crown. Even if they were to get one, Gunai would have to get at least two. As he fought, Gunai turned into a bloody light and retreated. At the same time, he continued to use the Great Thunder Fire curse to attack the four masters who were chasing him. The five of them killed each other along the way. The attack that contained a little divine power and the attack of the law incantation that contained the law completely intersected with each other. Their divine power was being used up, but so was Gunai's shield. Wherever the battle passed, the ground, walls, stone pillars, and other places were constantly shattered. It was a stretch of broken walls and ruins. The sound of a violent explosion reverberated throughout the entire huge castle. Fortunately, the frame of this huge castle was huge, and many of the materials were stable enough. Many places had even been strengthened. If it was an ordinary castle, it would have been torn down by a few people in an instant. At the same time, all sorts of spells, elemental spells, and even some piercing techniques were cast by these people. Although the forbidden spell shield was strong, it was not invincible. Some penetrative techniques could still cause some damage to Gunai. If it was an ordinary law magus, the penetration damage from the explosion of this divine power would have easily killed him. However, Gunai's body was extremely sturdy. Gunai wasn't afraid of those penetrating wounds. This kind of damage, which could easily kill a high-ranked mage, didn't pose any threat to Gunai at all. Even if Gunai's dragon scale shield was broken, it would be destroyed. He relied on his body's powerful defense and the blood sea's recovery ability and damage tolerance. Gunai could still fight with them for a long time. As he retreated, Gunai steadied his mind and secretly observed the speed and spells of these people to see if there were any disadvantages. The other party was chasing him, so this was the best time for him to counterattack. As long as he seized the opportunity, Gunai would be able to kill a person in an instant. After a moment of observation, Gunai's eyes focused on the foreign swordsman. Although this guy's speed isn't slow, and he's even using the profound meaning of the earth to cover a great distance. However, this guy's spirit energy is not enough, and he can't move a second time in a short time. If I find an opportunity, I can definitely kill him. Swish, with one big step, Oder had already traveled another 150 meters. At the same time, he charged up his strength and was about to strike out. The Earth Power Upanishad that Ao Duo cultivated was the killing move, which was a very powerful unique skill. Basically, no Tier 6 extraordinaire would be able to withstand a single slash. Even though it was a shield with engravings, it was broken in 1 or 2 strikes. However, the super spellcaster named Gun Lawrence used a thick forbidden spell shield to make Oder feel as if the killing wave of his heavy sword was useless. He had already struck his opponent 5 times, but his opponent had easily withstood his attacks. It must be known that this was the penetrative power of the waves of the profound meaning of the earth. It was enough to transmit a portion of the damage to the body of the law incantation master. He had also suffered the bombardment of 3 terrifying black spells. Even though he had the profundity true shield that contained a profound earth profundity to block and defend, he was still unable to defend himself. However, the 3 separate explosions from the Black Lightning curse had still caused him to suffer serious injuries. Of course, Gunny Lawrence's attacks weren't limited to just these 3 Black Lightning curses. Before and after this, the other party had relied on that high-frequency magic spell to bombard him at least 20 times. He had relied on his affinity with the profound meaning of earth to enter the ground and avoid the attacks. If he didn't have such a powerful evasion technique, he would have died long ago. Just as the sword was about to strike, a flash of blood exploded behind him. Not good. Oderl's heart trembled, and his hair stood on end. He had just used his profound meaning to release it, and it would take a while for him to use it again. And the other party had seized this crucial moment. Chi 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 chi. Dense lightning instantly bloomed behind Oderl. The great thunderfire curse instantly penetrated Oder's body and destroyed his soul. After comprehending the profound meaning of the foreign land, the heavy sword master, Oder, died in a flash. 338 The crown in hand. Ha 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 ha. After killing another player, Gunai took the damage and jumped away, laughing. This laughter made the faces of the remaining 3 evil god powerhouses who had burst out with divine power turn even uglier. As he retreated, Gunai shouted, "Your divine power can't last much longer. When your Shen power is exhausted, killing you will be extremely easy. Humph, your forbidden spell shield won't last much longer." The Dark Elementalist, who was one of the 3 powerhouses who had burst out with divine power, sneered. The various dark attacks of this darkness manipulation technique were very powerful and strange. At this moment, he was in a state of divine power explosion, and his methods were even more difficult to guard against. A small part of the dark power was also amplified by his god power. Every single strand of it contained a destructive power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Gun's forbidden spell shield had lost most of its energy due to the Dark Magus attack. "It won't be a problem to hold on until I kill all of you," Gunai said with a smile. Gun's forbidden spell shield had less than 2/3 of its energy left after the repeated attacks. But just as Gunai had said, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill the 3 of them. As he retreated, Gunai continued to cast spells at the 3. The 3 experts with the burst of divine power were also dodging and blocking Gunai. During the battle, Gunai's demonic CO soul was using blood escape at high speed while secretly paying attention to the miracle system page. Even though the perfect plan was to kill all of them. Then Nigel got a divine crown, and Gun got another. This trip to the Forbidden Elemental Lands ended. But not everything would go as Gunai had expected. For example, the other party might have other special techniques, such as elemental doppelgangers, shadow doppelgangers, origin power doppelgangers, or other strange techniques. When Senior Nigel left, these strange clones left as well, so that they could find the divine crown. He had to plan for both good and bad situations. If the other party really got a divine crown first, Gunai's plan would have to change. Using the miracle system, Gunai could clearly see the crown's situation. Once Senior Nigel obtained the divine crown, one of the 3 divine crown's fortuitous encounters would be dull. And when the other party obtained the divine crown, one of them would disappear. Right now, the three of them were fighting with Gunai. In an hour, Gunai would know. Gunai could see the entire situation. Gunai retreated once more. After fighting with the three for 2 to 3 minutes, Gunai finally stopped. Gunai was looking for an opportunity to kill another master with explosive divine power. The dark elemental Cursemancer's lips suddenly curved into a smile. Then, the dark elementalist waved his staff, and a series of dark balls of destruction containing dense divine power bombarded Gunai. The dark sphere of destruction had a lock-on function, so Gunai didn't dare to take it head-on. He immediately used the blood escape technique to move more than 200 meters away. When the ancient Nirvana blood escape technique landed, the other two extraordinaries who had burst out with divine power had actually used long-range movement techniques one after another to quickly leave the battlefield. This scene caused Gunai's expression to freeze. "It's broken," Gunai thought to himself. "Stupid fellow, do you really think we're just trying to kill you? We're just holding you back. The crown of gods is now within my reach, ha ha ha. Die!" Gunai didn't waste any time. The great thunderfire curse exploded wildly at that moment. One against many, Gunai still had to constantly avoid them. But in a one-on-one fight, Gunai didn't need to dodge too much, because the one he needed to dodge was his opponent. Chi 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 chi. A dense mass of black lightning bolts charged towards the darkness elementalist in a frenzy. The darkness elementalist immediately felt the danger of death. In a one-on-one fight, even if he used his divine power, he wasn't Gunai's match. Even though he had continuously dodged, it had only taken him a breath. Buzz. 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 4 terrifying lightning bolts had already struck his body. Fortunately, he had divine power to protect his body. Otherwise, the 4 black thunderbolts would have been enough to kill him. The dark elementalist, who felt the pressure, had stayed behind to cover the retreat and escape. He had no intention of fighting Gunai to the end. After all, as long as his elemental clone held the divine crown in his hand, he could leave this place. He could leave at any time, and Gunai wouldn't be able to stop him. "Let's go." With a single thought, the elemental clone had already touched the divine crown. Swish! There was a flash of white light on his body, and after being hit by Gunai's 2 more thunder flame curses, he disappeared. Chi 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 chi. After the black lightning pierced through him, he was nowhere to be seen. It was clear that he had used the teleportation function of the divine crown and had disappeared. As for the 2 people who had fled earlier, it was unknown where they had fled to. In the end, they still managed to obtain a crown. Gunai squinted his eyes and clenched his fists. This was not the time to be emotional. The dark elemental had taken the god's crown and left. The other 2 who had escaped might have also taken the crown. Gunai immediately looked at the miracle system. Gunai's heart skipped a beat. He saw that 2 of the 3 crowns in the miracle system had disappeared. There was only one left. After confirming the location of the last peak, Gunai immediately leaped and flew towards it. The position where the 2 of them escaped to was the position of the first crown. This position is different from the position where I retreated after the battle and Senior Nigel's escape route. That dark elementalist should have obtained the first crown. The second crown is in the same general direction as Senior Nigel, so there's a high chance that Senior Nigel took it. The third crown, which is also the last and most powerful crown, is the furthest away. It is still in that place. There's no point in continuing to pursue them. At the same time, I don't know if the 2 of them have similar cloning techniques. If there is, I will only give them time to search for the third crown. They can't lose the third crown. The most important thing is for me to personally take the third crown and end this elemental ban. No matter what, Nigel and I both got the more expensive top-tier crowns, while that darkness elementalist only got the weakest crown. Besides, Ying Luo, Gunai's eyes narrowed. So what if the evil gods and the South Church get the crown? Even if you have faith, you need some time to become a god. Give me a few years, or even a dozen years, and I might be able to become a god. Gunai thought. After each intersection, Gunai would slow down to check if there were any other people around, and at the same time observe the terrain. Then, he quickly followed the nearest route. If he were to fly straight over, it would definitely raise suspicion in the heart of the secretly observing old man. Fortunately, they were far enough away, so Gunai wasn't worried that the two fleeing figures would arrive before him. About 3 to 4 minutes later, in a huge and grand palace, Gunai saw the divine crown, which had completely concealed its aura. Even though it had concealed its aura, it was placed on a round table in the huge palace, and there was still light gathering around it. Basically, anyone who came here would know that it was the god's crown. What he saw was the crown of an ordinary-looking royal. But when he got closer, Gunai could feel that it contained a vast aura that he couldn't look up to. Although he was only facing the crown, Gunai felt like he was facing a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Gunai stepped forward and picked up the most precious of the three. As he took the divine crown, a milky white light bloomed from Gunai's body, and the power of teleportation gathered. Now that they had obtained the last god's crown, the fight for the forbidden elemental land had entered its final stage. 339 Chapter 160 The Path to Godhood. Swish! As the Space Power Upanishad bloomed, Gunai felt his position being shifted again. After the milky white light dissipated, Gunai appeared in an ancient palace with a dim color. The entire palace was decorated in a foreign style, giving off an ancient and solemn feeling. After looking around for a while, Gunai felt something and looked to his right. About 10 meters to the right, the dark elementalist was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His aura was extremely dispirited, and he looked extremely tired. His body was completely wrapped in a black robe. He glanced at Gunai, then drank another bottle of black medicine and went back to his cultivation. It was obvious that the explosion of divine power just now had a huge impact on him. Divine power was extremely harmful to extraordinaries, and Gunai knew that. If it wasn't for the energy restriction that kept Gunai here, he would have killed him on the spot. Gunai looked to the left. As expected, the person he saw was Senior Nigel. Nigel was also happy to see Gunai. Then, he looked at Gunaisui and the dark elementalist in the distance. They were happy to have obtained 2 crowns, but the other party had also obtained 1, which was clearly not a good thing. Gun thought as he looked away from Nigel. Since Senior Nigel has already arrived here, it goes without saying that he has indeed obtained the divine crown. Although it's not the most perfect way to kill all the enemies, it's still a very good ending for us to get 2 crowns, and they're 2 rather expensive ones at that. Gunai thought to himself. The 3 of them waited for a while. Thick fog gathered. In the air, the 10-meter-tall body of Strange Sea Elder gathered. After a few breaths, Strange Sea Old Man's body was completed. He then looked down at Gunai and the other 2. Congratulations to the 3 of you for obtaining the divine crown. Strange Sea Old Man's voice boomed out like heavenly thunder. The deity realm is an extremely important part of a transcendence cultivation in the vast transcendent world. At the same time, the paths of the gods are also different. Treacherous Sea slowly explained. The 3 of them immediately focused their attention and listened carefully. And the divine crowns in the hands of the 3 of you also belong to different paths of becoming gods. The god's crown in your hand is the path to becoming a god by collecting the beliefs of people. It corresponds to the path of an oracle. Strange Sea Old Man was pointing at the dark elementalist. The divine crown in your hand is the path of self-cultivation for the ancestral spirits, the path for the ancestral spirits to become gods. This time, he was pointing at Nigel. And in your hands is the holy god crown. You walk the path of becoming a god from a holy position. The last one was naturally Gunai. The dark elementalist frowned. Is there any difference between the divine crown and the others? He also knew the difference between an oracle, an ancestral spirit, and a saint. But he didn't expect that there would be differences between the 3 divine crowns this time. He had always thought that the 3 crowns were the crown of faith. Who would have thought that only the crown in his hand was the crown of faith? Although I'm a relatively weak god, I'm still a god. As long as I become a god, I can still become an eternal existence. Eternal life is my ultimate pursuit, the darkness elementalist thought to himself as he clenched his fist. The path of faith to godhood is to collect faith and then condense a divine crown. There have been several gods on the path of faith in the Oya continent. In fact, these gods of faith have even repelled the invasion of darkness several times. Old Man Strange Sea continued. However, after faith becomes a god, it is limited by the power of faith. The stronger the power of faith, the more creatures there are to believe in, and the stronger the power. However, once they leave their faith, the god will quickly weaken and become a very weak god. Even powerful demigods can kill such gods who have lost their faith. But the path of an ancestral spirit becoming a god is different. Ancestors' souls are created by opening up one's own internal space, condensing one ancestor's soul after another, and then using the belief of the ancestors' souls to become gods. After that, the internal space is transformed into a divine kingdom. The divine kingdom can not only provide power to the ancestral spirits, but it can also provide faith, and faith will not be interfered with by the outside world. Thus, the ancestral spirits continuously opened up divine kingdoms in their bodies, and their strength grew stronger and stronger. The next step is to become a god from a sage. The path of a saint is to use nature's profound to condense a powerful saint position, then continuously strengthen one's own saint position, and finally become a saint demigod, and finally become a powerful saint god. It can also be said that the sage position is the path of profound meaning to become a god. Many powerful major transcendent worlds, and even those supreme high-dimension transcendent worlds, all pursue the sage position to become a deity. However, it's too difficult for profound meanings to form a saint. Just the profound meaning comprehension alone will take dozens or even hundreds of years to make any slight progress. Among humans, even the top transcendent masters can only live for 500 to 600 years. The only way to increase one's lifespan to 2000 to 3000 years is to use a massive amount of water from the spring of life. Even so, it's hard to gather enough profound meaning to form a saint position. Thus, the number of saints is still very small. A sage-level expert is merely a condensation of profound meaning. When they've just become a sage, they're unable to grasp or communicate with divine power. They can only rely on the origin power that has transformed. As for the oracle and ancestral spirit paths, because of the faith, after becoming an oracle and ancestral spirit, one can already absorb and use divine power to a slight extent. You all know the power of origin power with divine power. In addition, the oracles and ancestral spirits can unleash the power of divine power. That's why the comprehensive strength of newly ascended saints is far inferior to the other two paths. However, as the saint's position gradually increases, especially after becoming a demigod and mastering divine power, at that time, the saint position will have divine power, and the profound meaning in itself will be stronger than the oracles and the ancestors' souls. In addition, the saint will walk the path of profound meaning, so he will be able to unleash the power of profound meaning to a greater extent. Thus, at the demigod realm, sage-level demigods are extremely powerful. In fact, powerful demigods are comparable to ordinary gods of faith. As he listened to Old Man Strange Sea's story, the three of them quickly digested the information in their hearts. After all, such information could not be obtained outside. Gunai asked after some thought. Senior C, if a saint uses divine power, will he be comparable to a divine envoy and an ancestral spirit? It's not impossible to make use of other people's Shen power, said Strange C Old Man softly. However, oracles and ancestral spirits use divine power that they guide themselves. It can be used perfectly without harming themselves. And the sage seat uses other people's divine power. You should know that the sage seat itself will reject other people's divine power, and you should know how powerful the divine power is. It will cause a backlash to this rejection. This will cause a saint to be very harmful to himself by using the divine power of other gods, and at the same time, it will be difficult to exert the original power of the divine power. Therefore, a sage basically won't casually use other people's divine power, because it's simply not worth it. The majority of saints will cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible and become demigods as soon as possible. When you become a demigod and can only display the power of a saint. I see. Gunai slightly nodded. In other words, if the origin power of a sage is powerful enough and the profound meaning comprehended is profound enough, then they can also have the strength of an oracle and an ancestor's soul at the same level? Of course. Old Man Strange Sea nodded. After all, the strong and the weak are relative. As long as your origin power continues to be refined and strengthened, your profound meaning will be more than 10 times, or even 100 times, stronger than others. Then you are a saint, and others are divine envoys. They are both in the first transition realm, and you can also kill divine envoys of the same realm. Old Man Strange Sea looked at Gunai as he spoke. Why? Do you want to become a genius saint that is rarely seen even in the higher dimension worlds? I was just asking. Gunai replied. Strange Sea Old Man laughed but did not say anything. Just now, he had seen how terrifying Gunai's profound world intent was. It was even more profound than the profound intent of an ordinary oracle or an ancestor's soul. Given enough time, it wasn't impossible for Gunai to become a saint. 340 Chapter 161 Reward. I'm telling you about the path to becoming a deity because I hope you can cultivate well and become a deity with your own strength in the future. I'm not telling you that you can become a deity by refining someone else's deity crown. After all, although it's easy to become a god by refining someone else's divine crown, it's 10 times or even 100 times more difficult to advance after becoming a god than normal cultivation. It can even be said that there's basically no room for further advancement. Even though this was what the Sly Sea Old Man had said, to the vast majority of extraordinaries, being able to become a god was already an extravagant hope. As for the next step after becoming a god, that was basically not within the scope of consideration. Senior C. Stop. Nigel suddenly said. Among the three of us, the crown of gods and the crown of faith needs to gather faith to become a god. Does my crown of ancestral spirits also need to gather faith? I don't need to. Old Man Strange Sea said softly. If you refine the ancestral soul crown, an ancestral soul space will open up in your body. As long as you have enough resources, you can gather a large number of ancestor souls and become an ancestor soul powerhouse. You can control divine power, then slowly become a demigod, and finally become an ancestor soul god. Of course, even with the guidance of the ancestral soul crown, the path to godhood is not easy to complete. You also need to focus on your insights, then break through layer by layer before you can become an ancestor soul godly spirit. Old Man Strange Sea said. Gugni and Nigel were overjoyed. The Dark Elementalist's expression changed drastically. At first, they had thought that they would only get the crown of faith in this trip to the Forbidden Elemental Lands. After all, the strongest person in the Oya continent was only the god of faith. If they only had the crown of faith, they could have cooperated with the southern churches and used the faith of the churches to achieve the position of God. After all, the north did not have any churches or missionaries who spread faith. Therefore, even if the forces in the north obtained the divine crown, it would be of no help. At that time, the three empires in the north and many duchies could only watch as the South Church created a powerful god step by step. Once a god appeared, it would be the day of the fall of the Northern Empire. Who would have thought that the three divine crowns were different? And he was the weakest one. The divine crown that Nigel had obtained did not require faith at all. He only needed a large amount of resources to cultivate and become a god. In that case, even though their god creation plan had succeeded, the effect would be greatly reduced. After all, the south had created a god. In the north, the Dark Elementalist glanced at Gunai. Two gods might appear in the north, At the thought of this, the dark elementalist, Pandihurst, felt that he was not in a good mood. The strength of the 3 crowns is different. The difficulty of becoming a deity after refining is also different. Collecting faith energy and becoming a deity is much faster than raising ancestral spirits. If I collect enough faith, I'm afraid I'll be able to become a god in more than 10 years, or at most 20 years. As for the ancestral spirit, it'll take at least 20 years, and at least 50 years. As soon as he said that, the dark elementalist Pandihurst's face darkened. As one of the core members of the Church of Pastors, he naturally knew that the rate of becoming a god after refining the crown of faith was much faster than the crown of ancestral souls. However, the Empire in the north might not know. But now that strange sea old man had said it, they all knew. Why is this strange sea old man saying everything? Will you die if you don't tell me? Pandihester was secretly slandering him, but he didn't dare to show it. Hearing this, Gu-ni and Nigel exchanged a look, and they immediately understood. This was something that strange sea old man had warned them on purpose. Even if he became a god, the other party would still be faster than them. The method to slow down his ascension to godhood was simple: wage war. They continued to destroy the altars in the south, the churches, and kill the priests. Although this method would not be able to stop the other party from becoming a god, it could greatly delay the speed of his ascension. When Nigel became a god first, they would be the first to be destroyed. Since the 3 of you have obtained the divine crown, without a doubt, this divine crown is the best reward for you. However, as a reward for your cultivation journey, I will also give it to you. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and 3 milky white stone slabs the size of books flew toward the 3 of them. The stone slab pierced through the energy barrier in front of Gu-ni. Gu-ni took it with a wave of his hand. This is a condensed cultivation manual for you flesh and soul creatures. The physical body is not a weakness, but the soul is undoubtedly the weakest part of humans at the same time. The soul is the core of your extraordinary origin. The core is in the weakest place. This will limit the abilities of you human extraordinaries in many aspects. Cultivating this origin canon will allow you to become extraordinary masters. Once you become an extraordinary master, this situation will be greatly improved. Your soul, body, and origin pool will be strengthened and improved more than ordinary books. Thank you, Senior C. The 3 of them thanked him at the same time. Gu-ni. Just as Gu-ni finished his thanks, the voice of the strange sea old man rang out in his mind. The scripture I'm giving you is the top-tier cultivation scripture for saints in Erasmede's divine source kingdom. You have to know that even in the vast, large-scale extraordinary world of Erasmede, where geniuses are produced in large numbers, there are only a few geniuses who can get their hands on such classics. The difficulty of becoming a saint with this ancient book is even higher than that of ordinary saints. Once you become a saint, you'll be even more powerful without a doubt. Your potential will also be even deeper and boundless. The foundation of the saint's position is very important for your future path to godhood. Therefore, you must definitely cultivate this manual and become a transcendent master. After that, you will become a saint. At the same time, the core of this manual is the cultivation of the soul. You're a domain spellcaster, and your soul is extremely deep. It's just that you don't have the corresponding technique to unleash it. This also means that your soul can only carry more runes. And this ancient book can allow you to completely display the strength of your soul. Of course, it's impossible to explain the profoundness of this powerful sage-level ancient book of Senluo in a short time. When you go back, you'll understand how powerful this ancient book is. It's one of the top cultivation manuals for saints in Erasmede's divine source. Furthermore, it's related to the soul. Gu-ni's heart skipped a beat as he began to pay more attention to this ancient record. Senior C, don't worry, I will, as he muttered in his heart. Gu-ni nodded at Old Man Weird C. All right, since I've already given you the ancient records, it's time to send you off. Old Man Strange C's voice was slowly transmitted over. Then, he waved his hand. The milky white light surged out and wrapped around the three of them. At the same time, space profound bloomed in the white light. 341 The arrival of the war. A dark fog shrouded the entire mobile island. The powerful energy restriction that sealed the entire island was still enshrouding it. In front of the treehouse of Strange Sea Old Man. On both sides, the Beyonder Society, the evil gods, and the church's powerhouses were still in a stalemate. As for the many extraordinaries who were watching from a distance, they had already dispersed. Even though the two sides were at a stalemate, the number of people was much less than a month ago. At this time, both sides were shrouded in fog. Other than a small number of people standing guard, most of the others were currently in a state of cultivation. During this confrontation of more than a month, there were many assassinations between the two sides. In such a situation, Strange Sea Old Man would naturally kill him. He even killed the transcendent masters who wanted to stop him. After killing more than 10 people in a row, only then did the two sides completely stop their secret actions, and no one dared to make a move. As of now, the trip to the Forbidden Elemental Lands had not ended, so the confrontation between the two sides would naturally not end. Wang 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 wang. Milky white light and space power Upanishad bloomed. Immediately, all the powerhouses who were sitting cross-legged opened their eyes and looked at the light pillar in front of the treehouse with burning eyes. They had been waiting here for a month for the result of their trip to the elemental Forbidden Land. At this time, everyone was looking at the milky white light pillar with some apprehension. After all, this was a game that would determine the fate of the continent. The trip to the Forbidden Elemental Lands has ended. At this moment, the voice of Strange Sea Old Man boomed. As his voice fell, 5 figures emerged from the white light pillar. After the space power Upanishad bloomed and the white light faded, the white light disappeared. Gunai quickly looked around. The familiar yet unfamiliar tree houses, the mist, and the eyes that were densely packed together entered his sight. Then, Gunai glanced at Pandihurst on the side. When Pandihurst saw that Gunny was looking at him, he was slightly shocked and immediately retreated to the side of the evil god's church. This Gunai's power was simply shocking. Even if he used his divine power, he would not be a match for him. He was still in a state of exhaustion after the explosion of Shen power. If the other side attacked him at this time, he would basically die. Gunai's eyes flickered as he looked at the terrifying oracle from the evil god's side. At this moment, the powerful man was looking at Gunai with a sinister expression. Clearly, this expert was also on guard. Gunai shook his head and gave up the idea of taking the treasure. Once he did, he would not have a good ending. Then, Gugni felt a figure appear behind him and Nigel. Just by sensing the aura, Gun knew that it was the powerful oracle from the Transcendent Association, Osman. When it was confirmed that only Gunai's group of 5 had returned, the crowd began to discuss the matter. Only 5 people came back. When we entered, there were more than 30 people. The death rate is terrifyingly high. Indeed, half of them died when they entered, and then 5 of the more than 30 people came back. The survival rate is less than 10%. The Forbidden Elemental Lands are, after all, Forbidden Elemental Lands. According to past records, the death rate of those who entered the Forbidden Elemental Lands was terrifyingly high, even if they were only there to obtain the ancient books. And this time, we've obtained the supreme crown of a god. The death rate will naturally be more shocking than before. He brought Gunny and Nigel into the crowd. Osman gently waved his staff. Swish! A hemisphere-shaped light shield quickly bloomed. Gugni, Nigel, and Osman himself, as well as the other 2 oracles, were all shrouded in the light. How's the harvest? After everything was done, Osman calmed down and asked. The harvest is quite good, Neil said. After hearing what Nigel said, the few powerhouses originally frowning and grave expressions immediately eased up. It's good that you got something, Osman nodded. They were afraid that the other party would gain a huge harvest while they gained nothing. If that was the case, the North would be facing a catastrophe. After pondering for a while, Nigel slowly began to explain. For the last stage, we were fighting for the Divine Crown in a giant castle. The Divine Crown has a total of 3 mayflies. When Nigel told him that Gunny had held off the attacks of 7 people by himself, and that 3 of the 3 had even burst out with divine power, the 3 god emissaries' expressions changed as they looked at Gunai. How did this guy do it? They were very clear about the burst of divine power. It was an attack that was very close to the basic level of a transcendent master. Not only had Gunai blocked the attacks of the 7, but he had also killed 4. This isn't something an extraordinary spellcaster can do. Osman sighed in his heart. After looking at Gunai, the 3 god emissaries all looked at him. They didn't ask Gunai how he did it. They only needed to know that this extraordinary was on their side. Nigel continued to narrate, and at the same time, he told the 3 of them about the crown of faith, the crown of ancestral souls, and other information that Old Man Strange Sea had told them. 10 minutes later, after he finished describing many things from the beginning to the end with Nigel's detailed explanation, the 3 gods' messenger powerhouses thought for a while before taking action. A kind smile appeared on Osman's face. He said to Gun, "You've done well. Your huge contribution to potions is enough to make your name go down in history. And this time, you've even obtained the Divine Crown. Such a contribution cannot be measured with words. Don't worry, the Transcendent Association will help you become a deity unconditionally," Osman said with certainty. Following that, Osman also looked at Nigel. "You're one of the top experts in our Transcendent Association, and you've already comprehended the profound. Furthermore, the Divine Crown in your hands is the Ancestral Soul Crown. Our Transcendent Association will do our best to help you become a divine being." "Thank you, Senior," Nigel said. The matter of the Divine Crown was of great significance. That was the path that led to the highest, and even to eternity. Money was enough to move people's hearts, not to mention this Supreme God's crown, which was thousands of times more expensive than money. Once obtained, it was possible to achieve the position of an eternal god. Throughout the ages, there were countless people who wanted to become gods in the Oya continent. Now that the crown of gods had appeared, it was likely that some people with unusual thoughts would also secretly move. Once he succeeded. That was the supreme crown of the gods. It was a treasure that could achieve eternity. Of course, Osman knew this, so it was necessary to give the 2 of them enough support. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 10-meter-wide white shield rippled. Immediately, 5 experts walked in from outside the shield. As soon as the 5 powerhouses entered, Gunai immediately felt their terrifying auras. Although they were restraining themselves very well, Gunai could still feel it. Of the 5 new powerhouses, 4 were ancestor souls and 1 was an oracle. In addition, there were the 3 powerhouses from Osman. This time, the Transcendent Association had dispatched 8 of their top experts. 4 oracles, 4 ancestral spirits. Gunai's eyes narrowed. The Transcendent Association's spending is truly shocking. On the surface, there are 3, but in fact, there are 8. If they really fight, even if the evil god descends, he might not be able to gain any advantage. Gunai thought to himself as he observed the 8 powerhouses. "Everyone, you all heard it clearly just now. Let's go," Osman said after the other 5 powerhouses entered. "Yes." The few of them nodded. "I'm afraid war is coming," a grey-robed elementalist said softly. "Has the war ever stopped?" someone asked. "That's true. All this time, our war with the South has never stopped. It's just that it has not expanded. This time, the South Church shed all pretense of cordiality and cooperated with the evil gods. They would rather let the entire world suffer the evil gods' torment and let countless people die at their hands than accept a peaceful surrender. Before this, we still had a sliver of hope that they wouldn't resist, and that we wouldn't start a war against them instead. It'll be a peaceful unification of the North and South. Now it seems that it's just our own wishful thinking. Now that the evil god's side has obtained the crown of faith, the South Church will spare no effort to help the evil god become a god. Then, we need to start a civil war that will engulf the entire continent. Completely destroy the cancer left behind by an era like the Church. Let our entire Oya continent step into the new era of steam. 342 The Dusk Star Origin Canon. The grey-robed elementalist said. Immediately, many experts looked over. Frank, have you guys succeeded in your research on the source energy steam core? Someone asked. Not bad. The grey-robed elementalist, Frank, laughed. Previously, the development of steam engines required coal, source energy, and heavy water, boilers, mechanical arms, and many other reasons. As a result, the volume of steam engines was huge and the price was relatively high. It could not be used on a large scale. But it's different now. The steam core of the source power steam engine has already been preliminarily researched. The senior named Frank said. Gunai's expression changed. Is the steam revolution in the Oya continent progressing so fast? Having been to the large transcendent world, the holy feather dark origin, Gunai knew that the technological tree of steam machinery had risen. In this transcendent world, the extraordinary steam engine was the power core, with magical coal and magical heavy water. It could be seen from the speed of those large steel ships and the speed of steam trains on the ocean. The next step of the extraordinary steam engine. It was based on a steam core. Once the steam core appeared, it would allow the steam engine to automatically absorb source power, which would then become a more powerful power. The steam core was very small. This would cause many large-sized steam engines to be minimized. Gunai had even discovered that the Morning Light Origin race on the Sacred Feather Dark Origin continent had a small steam engine the size of a fist, but it was very powerful. At this moment, the moment the steam core appeared, the use of energy would enter a new level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the era of steam was about to enter a brand new era. And this would bring about rapid changes to the entire Oya continent. The technology of the steam core has been fully understood. Frank said. Very soon, many new weapons will be produced, and this will bring further development to the industry of our empire in the north. Most of the powerhouses had some knowledge about the steam core. When Frank said this, everyone smiled. War is inevitable. Osman looked around and said softly. Next, after everyone returns, inform the various parties to enter the war preparation stage when spring is over, it will be the time for war. The experts nodded. These oracles and ancestor soul-level powerhouses were part of the higher UPS in power. They naturally had the right to decide whether to start a war or not. Not to mention that this was a battle of life and death. This was even more unavoidable. Gunai was stunned by what he heard. Is it already spring? The spring of the year 9974 of the Continental Age came so quickly. Since the starting state of the war has been decided, then we view. At this moment, Osman's tone was low and filled with killing intent. We can't let the extraordinaries here go so easily. And Luza, how's the arrangement on the ocean? Osman looked at a serious-looking middle-aged man who was wearing ordinary noble clothes. The arrangements have been completed. We're just waiting for them to leave the mysterious island. Very good, he said. Osman nodded. Let's leave first. As long as they leave the mysterious island, we'll attack them when we get the chance. We won't give them any chance to breathe. Understood. The Andalusia noble powerhouse nodded. Then, Osman looked at Gunny and Nigel. The two of you have precious treasures on you. If you were outside, there would always be divine emissaries and ancestor souls who would attack you, and they would even wait for an opportunity to strike. This time, you will accompany us to Yulan City, the capital of the Yulan Empire. Your safety can only be guaranteed there, otherwise, your safety can't be guaranteed at all. Gunny and Nigel nodded in agreement. After all, the divine crown was of great importance, and no mistakes could be made. The two of them would also receive the best protection. Everyone, let's return to Dragonhead Harbor and pass on the news first. Then, we'll take action. Osman said to the surrounding emissaries and ancestor souls. The experts nodded. 3 days later. At Longshao Port. In the secret chamber of the Extraordinary Society. Gunai was sitting on his cultivation seat, completely immersed in the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was 3 times larger than when it had just transformed from a blood pool. This was undoubtedly due to the previous large number of sacrifices. As the sea of blood expanded, Gunai could clearly feel his body becoming tougher. At the same time, Gunai could also feel that there was an endless supply of blood coming from the distant sacred feather dark origin blood dream arena. The Blood Sea is a part of me. At the same time, because my body has absorbed the ruler's flesh and blood, the stronger the Blood Sea is, the tougher my body is. I feel that it won't be long before the toughness of my body can reach the level of mithril tank armor. However, Yingluo. Gunai looked at the ruler's flesh and blood that was being absorbed and digested by the Blood Sea. As the Blood Sea becomes stronger, the ruler's flesh is also being digested faster and faster. In 2 to 3 years at most, I'll probably digest all of the ruler's flesh and blood. I'd better get some more ruler's flesh during this period of time. This way, I can steadily improve the level of my physical body. However, the ruler's flesh and blood is not easy to obtain. It's hard to come by. After some thought, Gunai put aside the matter of the ruler's flesh. With a flip of his hand, he took out the cultivation manual given to him by Strange Sea Old Man. After thinking for a while, Gunai placed his palm on the stone slab and began to activate the passage. He began to accept the extremely difficult book on the soul. This inheritance lasted for more than 10 minutes. The catalyst passage was cut off. Gunai's eyes narrowed, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Indeed, these top-notch manuals from major transcendent worlds are different. Although the cultivation difficulty is very high, the problem is that everyone is equal in front of the hack machine. So what if it's difficult? A forbidden spell and an innate magical ability. It's hard to improve it, but it can be easily improved by the hack machine. This is an extremely difficult manual to cultivate. The strange books from Erasmede's divine source country had indeed shown Gunai a different path of cultivation. This cultivation manual was called the Sunset Star Source Manual. It was said that it was a strange book jointly created by an ancient god and the great creature he was guarding, a twilight of dusk. The Dusk Star Source Canon was a dual cultivation of the soul and source power. For a law incantation master, origin power would nurture the soul, while the soul would control the origin power. The two complemented each other. A cultivation that allowed the two to be perfectly compatible would have a better effect when he transformed and improved in the future. This would also give Gun an extra position to hang in. Gunai had always been cultivating his soul and origin power separately. With the Twilight Star Source Law, Gunai could combine his soul and source power into one. Most importantly, his path of cultivation in the soul had amazed Gunai. 343 The Crown of Gods. The normal soul cultivation was to continuously strengthen and even increase the strength of the soul. When it reached a certain level, it could bring about a transformation of the soul. After that, it would reach the transcendent level. This was a method that had been discovered in the history of the Oya continent since the Dark Age. It was just that the method at that time was very clumsy, and it was simple meditation. Later on, with the start of the era of the extraordinary. As a result, books on soul cultivation appeared. However, the soul cultivation manual was, in essence, a tempering and strengthening of the soul. However, the method was much more exquisite. This also allowed the extraordinary system to replace the simple and crude systems such as mages, magic power, fighters, and battle energy. It then evolved into the extraordinary occupation system of the extraordinary era, where flowers bloomed. However, this still did not change the essence of soul cultivation. However, there were more diverse forms. Some extraordinaries who walked the path of half-soul could condense their soul into a spirit body, and the defense of their soul would be greatly improved. They could use their soul to form a powerful soul attack, and they could even separate their spirit body from their physical body. Some special souls, through constant strengthening, could break through the shackles of the body and leave the body, forming a domain spellcaster and mental tentacles. Gun was one of them. There were also other ways to strengthen the soul. However, all the cultivation manuals stated that the soul had to be in perfect condition. The Sunset Star Source Canon was the exact opposite. The Dusk Star Origin Canon did not need to ensure the completeness of the soul. Instead, he wanted his soul to shatter and turn it into a sky full of stars at the end of dusk and the moment when night was about to fall. Gunai felt that there were more stars at night. However, the original intention of this ancient book was to guard the dusk and not enter the night. After some careful understanding, Gunai vaguely understood the meaning behind the creator. Through the cultivation of the Dusk Star Source Canon, one soul would split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and the splitting would continue at this rate. Of course, it was also possible to use the soul core as the main core and then split it out part by part. However, for humans, soul splitting could lead to serious damage to the soul, and in serious cases, it could directly lead to death. If one's soul was directly split into 2, that would be completely tearing apart one's own life frame, and death was certain. However, the Sunset Star Source Canon was powerful. By using it, splitting the soul would not lead to death. Furthermore, this splitting would not cause the soul's defense to drop. On the contrary, it would greatly increase the soul's defense and ability to withstand damage. Yes, the more it split, the stronger it became. This was the strange, mysterious, and powerful aspect of the Dusk Star Source Canon. At the same time, after his soul split apart. For example, if one of them was devoured by the devil after being divided into 10 parts. This was equivalent to having 1/10 of his soul destroyed. According to the upper limit of a human soul loss, 5% was the critical point of death. If 1/10 of the soul disappeared, it would essentially mean death. However, after cultivating the Dusk Star Source Canon, he would not. Even if 9 parts of a soul were destroyed, as long as 1 part remained, it would not die. For the same reason, when the soul was divided into hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of parts, it would still be the same. As long as a part of the soul existed, it would not die. Of course, when the soul weakened, the strength would also decrease correspondingly. This was a strange and powerful scripture that not many of the top geniuses in the Erismead kingdom of the Source of God could cultivate. It was indeed mysterious and strange. When he cultivated it to the extreme, his soul was like the stars at dusk, not very bright, hidden in the starry sky, and not easy to be discovered. The mysterious concealment and powerful survival ability of the soul. This was the characteristic of the soul given by the Dusk Star Source Canon. Gunai had never seen or heard of this new form and strange soul technique. However, when he thought about the many oddities and strange characteristics of this transcendent world, Gunai felt relieved. Most of the astral souls that practiced the Twilight Star Source Canon were hidden, but as long as one astral soul was in the body, the power of many souls could be gathered. It was unleashed by the soul formed by this one. His soul dispersed, but his power gathered together. This was the power of the Dusk Star Source Canon. The scattering of the soul did not delay the cultivation and improvement of the soul. In fact, when he advanced, he did not even need his soul to return. A star soul would be enough. The souls that seemed to be scattered were in fact tightly connected to each other. The soul of the Evening Star Origin Canon bloomed like the stars at the end of the evening. This is the key to the cultivation of the holy position. Moreover, once I cultivate this powerful scripture, I won't have to fear my soul at all, and I'll be able to use my Devil CO soul to a greater extent. Gunai chuckled. Gunai opened the hack system. He moved the Sigil Bona Origin Pool and the Soul Seal Codex down. He placed the Dusk Star Source Cannon on it. Gunai thought for a moment and placed the little Thunder Flame spell in the empty slot. After placing the Dusk Star Source Cannon on it, a moment later, the experience points floated up. 225. The Dusk Star Origin Cannon's level of experience should be at the level of a high-level forbidden spell, or even higher, according to the classification of magic incantations. Before this, I was still worried about my cultivation as a transcendent master. Now, it seems like I don't have to worry anymore. Once I have the Dusk Star Source Cannon, I will steadily advance to Extraordinary Master, Sage, Demigod, and then Eternal Great God. Now that many people know that I have a supreme treasure like the Divine Crown, there will definitely be many people secretly watching me. Fortunately, I'm not without the power to protect myself under the protection of the Divine Emissaries and the Ancestor Soul Powerhouses. There's no need to worry about their lives. At the same time, I still have many treasures that I brought from the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent that can speed up my cultivation. I need to make a good show of hiding and steadily hack the game. I have to wait until I'm at least an extraordinary master and have enough strength before I can come out and explore the places where the ruler's remains might be. Also, during this period of time, I need to properly construct our Blood Dream Arena in the Oya continent. I don't know how Yazan, Martyr, and the Old Sea Chart are doing. This Blood Dream Arena is in need of manpower, and these guys are out in the ocean. Fortunately, I secretly kept their blood, so it won't be a problem to find them with the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse. At the same time, it's also very easy for them to use their own connections to expand their personnel. When the scale is big enough, people will naturally think of ways to enter. The information exchange alone is enough to tempt countless people. Not to mention there's a place that makes people happy like the arena. If we can set up the Blood Dream currency system, we'll make a killing. Without a doubt, if Gun could establish the Blood Dream currency system, then Blood Dream Arena would become the second world of the entire Oya continent. In fact, it could even develop into a very important world in the entire transcendent world. There was no difficulty in establishing a monetary system in the Blood Dream world. But the problem was that Gunai alone couldn't handle all aspects of the monetary system. Thousands of people were needed to maintain the currency system. For now, it was better to develop the Blood Dream Arena first. Many things in the future would have to be done step by step. It was impossible for him to take everything in one go. After some thought, Gunai flipped his hand. The golden crown appeared in Gunai's hand. Looking at the holy crown, Gunai began to think. 344 The Blood Dream Elf. Gunai gently waved his hand, and the dark golden god crown floated in front of him. An invisible spiritual tentacle touched the crown. Gunai immediately felt the strong and complicated power Upanishads. The main element is the earth profound with the earth profound as the frame. Then, the light profound, wind profound, and a little bit of lightning profound will be the fusing elements. Although the many profound meanings are mixed and might not be matched in a reasonable way, and this small amount of lightning profound meaning is obviously just to make up the numbers, it is still a holy crown. This kind of sage throne crown with a mixed esoteric characteristic can still have great achievements in the future. Gunai knew that the holy crown placed great importance on the comprehension of profound meaning. It would be best if he could merge the profound meaning he had learned into it. It was best not to integrate those weak and rare profound meanings. Otherwise, he would be a burden if he didn't have a future. No matter what, it's still a powerful Holy Spirit crown. After refining and absorbing it, and steadily accepting these profound meanings, it will at least become a powerful Holy Spirit in the future. Unfortunately, I can't use it. Gunai shook his head. Since Gunir was a talented Esper, and his dark and destruction power Upanishads would become a powerful Esper in the future, Gunir didn't need to accept other people's power Upanishads. Gunai didn't need to use it. But Gunai's demonic CO soul could be used. After all, the demonic CO soul was an independent soul. One could also comprehend profound meaning and become a god. However, Gunai didn't plan on giving it to the devil's CO soul. If he used it, he might be able to obtain a powerful devil's CO soul. But that was all. His CO soul didn't have the potential to advance anymore. If the demonic CO soul trained with Gunai's soul, it could also become another great god like Gunai. After all, when Gunai reincarnated, the devil's soul was also affected by the reincarnation. The devilish CO soul also had a bright future. Moreover, devil overlords could also become legendary devil overlords, and in the future, they could even become terrifying epic devil overlords. Just because Gunai didn't refine this divine crown didn't mean he didn't have other uses. It was the exact opposite. Gunai had a very important use for the god crown. In the Oya continent, there was only one way to use the divine crown. There were no other effective ways to use it. There were no other uses for the divine crown in the Oya continent. However, there were other places. Previously, Gunai had learned many ways to use the divine crown from the Dawn Light origin race on the sacred feather dark source continent. With a single thought, the holy throne god crown disappeared. Then, on an island made of bones and remains of flesh in the world of Bloody Sea, the Devil CO soul appeared here. At this moment, the Devil's CO soul was holding the holy crown. With a light wave of his hand, a blood pool with a diameter of about 2 meters and a depth of about 5 meters appeared on the island. Looking at the small blood pool, the CO soul laughed. I have all the materials. The corresponding framework, incantations, imprints, nurturing seals, and other information have been memorized by me after reading it once. The divine crown is the core material. With that, Gun began to take out many materials. He chanted an incantation while he condensed a seal and began to build a framework. About half an hour later, a small blood pool that was isolated from the outside world and could slowly absorb the power of the blood sea had been built by Gunai. After Gunai injected some blood power into his body, swish, a sound. The seal on the surface of the blood pool emitted a faint blood-red luster. However, in the world of Bloody Sea, the blood-red light was not eye-catching. Gunai nodded. Everything is normal. He then looked at the holy crown in his hand. A great god is about to disappear. Gunai sighed. Then, Gunai threw the holy crown into the blood pool. The moment the divine crown entered the blood pool, swish! A dense blood light bloomed in the blood pool. The light was 5 to 6 times more intense than before. Even from a distance, one could see the shimmering blood. The god's crown is an excellent material, but I'm afraid that the control of blood produced by it may not meet my requirements. Let's play it safe. Then, the CO soul of the devil waited. After a while, the demonic CO soul waved its hand. The touch of blood appeared in the hand of the CO soul. Gunai said as he looked at the blood. Although you're not bad, you still can't keep up with my growth. It can only be used as a cultivation material here. Gunai then threw the bloody touch into the blood pool. When the touch of fresh blood entered the bloody pool, Zhang Tai's eyes lit up. Swish! The light seemed to have doubled again. This time, one could clearly see a blood-red pillar of light shoot up to a height of more than 10 meters. The effect is much better this way. It should be out soon. He took a few steps back and looked at the light pillar. Back when he was in the Dawn Light origin race on the sacred feather dark source continent, Gunai had read many books about bloody dreams and bloody seas. One of them was a unique method to nurture blood dream elves. And right now, Gun was trying to breed the blood dream elves, a strange creature. The blood dream elves could be nurtured in the blood dream world, and they could also be nurtured in the world of Bloody Sea. However, the blood dream world was an objective world. Although the blood dream elves that were cultivated were more inclined to dreamscape abilities, they would still become the products of the blood dream world. Perhaps one day, when Gun was able to nurture enough blood dream elves, they might even go against Gun's rule and cause a revolution. There would be a good show to watch then. Therefore, Gunai decided to cultivate it in the Blood Sea. As a blood dream elf that had been nurtured with her own blood in her own world of blood, although her dream force was slightly weaker, she had a very high degree of control over her blood. And this would be even more effective in controlling the blood dream arena. The most important thing was, the blood dream elves that Gu Ni had given birth to with his own blood were equivalent to their father. Gu Ni himself had absolute control over their lives. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about them rebelling against him or anything. And these blood dream elves were created by Ancient One using his own blood. They would also have the power of faith in Gu Ni. The Blood Sea had created a world of its own, and it had nurtured blood dream elves that could give birth to faith. This was already the embryonic form of an ancestral spirit. Unfortunately, Gu Ni didn't take the path of ancestral spirits. Gu Ni had already found a way to make use of this endless stream of faith. Of course, this was something that he would have to do slowly in the future. For now, Gun had to cultivate the blood dream elf first. After making sure that nothing was left out, Gun's demonic CO soul left the world of Bloody Sea. It's almost time to build the blood dream arena. Contact Arson, Martyr, and the others. Gu Ni was lost in thought. Swish! The extraordinary door of the secret room suddenly lit up, and at the same time, it emitted a slight fluctuation. What? Gu Ni's expression changed as he looked at the extraordinary stone door of the secret room. 345. The Land of Mutation. Is there something important? Or perhaps... Seeing the extraordinary stone door light up, Gu Ni's eyes narrowed and he became alert. Gu Ni, it's me. The voice came from the rich and slightly aged Osman. Hu. Hearing that it was Osman Gun, he was relieved. The two divine crowns were at Dragonhead Harbor. If you said that the evil god had gathered all their power to attack, Gun would believe it. Gu Ni removed the puppet's secret thread and placed one hand on the Transcendence door, chanting an incantation. The Transcendent stone door slowly opened with a creak. As soon as the stone door opened, Gun saw a white-robed man with a white wizard hat. At the same time, there were several Transcendent Grandmasters beside him. Gu Ni recognized two of them. The Iron Wizard, Solstan Kareza, and the Extraordinary Master, Gultong. There were also 4 or 5 other masters. Gu Ni wasn't familiar with them, but he knew that they were the masters who guarded the Dragonhead Harbor. In addition to these people, Gu Ni also noticed another powerful being, an ancestor soul. This ancestor soul warrior had perfectly concealed his aura, but it couldn't escape Gu Ni's soul perception domain that was in line with the World Power Upanishad. Gu Ni could feel a vast amount of knowledge from him. Gun had experienced this feeling of knowledge from Sigrakadalts before. It was just that the aura of this ancestor soul's flood of knowledge was far from as dense as Sigrakadalts'. This is the Star Watcher, Maurand Elkli. He's an admirable and powerful scholar. Osman introduced. Greetings, Senior Scholar. Gu Ni slightly bowed. After Maurand Elkli's gaze swept over Gunny, a hint of surprise appeared in the depths of his eyes. He'd heard from other powerhouses that this Gunny was very special, and it was difficult to see anything from him. At first, Maurand Elkli didn't believe it. At this time, he did not see any useful information at such a close distance, and he finally believed it. What a special little guy! Soon, this little guy will grow to a height that we can't even reach. Maurand Elkli thought to himself. Nigel has already left. He went to an extremely hidden training ground. At this moment, Osman spoke. Gu Ni wasn't surprised. Senior Nigel, who possessed the crown of the ancestral souls, indeed needed to be protected to the extreme. After all, he was going to be an eternal god in the future. As for you, you will also need to accompany Maurand Elkli to the Yulan capital for your training. N. Gu Ni nodded. Follow me, Maurand Elkli said, looking at Gunny. Osman and Maurand Elkli led the way, while Gunny followed them through the mountain passage of Dragonhead Harbor. The Transcendent Grandmasters who were stationed there did not follow. About 10 minutes later, The three of them had already arrived at a huge space in the middle of the mountain. As soon as the stone door opened, Gunai felt a strong spatial fluctuation and a dazzling white light. There was a huge teleportation formation in the space of the mountain. Gunai's eyes swept over the stone walls and the ground before he withdrew his gaze. This teleportation array is obviously from a long time ago, but there are traces of repair in many places. It shouldn't have been built by the Transcendent Association. It should have been built by the dragon race who lived in the Dragon Head Harbor in ancient times. However, it was later damaged with the decline of the dragon race. It was later discovered by the Transcendent Association and repaired. Gunai thought to himself. Gunai, after standing by the teleportation circle, Osman looked over. This time, you will be accompanying Maland Elkli to the Yulan capital. If you want to concentrate on your cultivation, the resources there will also provide you with sufficient support. You can tell me anything you need at any time. After all, your cultivation is of great importance. I understand. Gunai nodded. While he was talking to Osman, Maland Elkli had already stepped into the teleportation circle. Senior, I'll be going then. Yes. Osman nodded. Weng. Under Maland Elkli's control, the entire teleportation circle bloomed with a dazzling light. Swish! The space trembled slightly. The white light in front of him gradually dissipated. Gunai squinted his eyes and looked around vigilantly. He was ready to activate the teleportation mark under his robe. Although Osman trusted this Maland Elkli a lot. But Gunai didn't know what he was really thinking. Therefore, Gunai naturally had to be on guard. In case the other side was a spy or had some unusual thoughts, Gunai would be able to deal with it. This place is the high altitude of the Yulan kingdom. As the white light dissipated, Maland Elkli's voice was heard. Gunai looked around. At this moment, he seemed to be at an altitude of 500 to 600 meters. As far as the eye could see, under the faint mist was the boundless capital of the Yulan kingdom. The entire capital of Yulan was filled with skyscrapers and wide roads that intersected one another. In the suburbs, huge industrial factories were densely packed with all kinds of steam. This was the representative of the advanced era of the steam engine. In the urban area, a large number of private motorcycles, buses, and a dense crowd of people were going back and forth on the bustling streets. On both sides of the street were all kinds of lively shops. Suddenly, Gunai felt like he was in a modern city. After a long time, Gunai slowly looked away. How is it? Muran said softly. It's very shocking, Gunai slightly nodded. It's indeed shocking. In the past few decades, especially in the last decade or two, the capital of Yulan has changed too much. It's so big that it's hard to believe. Once you've gone deep into it and experienced its prosperity, you'll fall in love with this luxurious city of desire. Muran said. Gunai laughed. The capital of Yulan was indeed known as the capital of desire. Dreams, ambitions, desires, money, power, beauty, as well as the most advanced technology were interwoven in this steam city that was about to enter a higher level of the steam era. Where is this place? Gunai asked, pointing to where he was. Gunai was currently standing on a path that looked like a flight of stairs. However, everything was illusory and transparent. At the same time, Gunai could feel that he was completely isolated from the outside world. In the distance, there was a vortex-shaped extraordinary door that led to an unknown location. This is the alternate sky of the capital of Yulan. The people below can't see this place. At the same time, this is also the core area of the Star Watchtower. The Star Tower, Gunai's heart skipped a beat. He had never heard of this item before. Yes, a star tower. Through the Star Magic Pool telescope, we can observe many foreign extraordinary worlds. We can also observe the large extraordinary world at the core of our group of extraordinary worlds, the world of Ancient Dragon. At the same time, Maland Elkli's tone became slightly heavy and solemn. When necessary, at some key channels and nodes, drive out the dark creatures from the dark side of the world and the mutated creatures from that strange star field. When Meland Elkley said this, Gunny couldn't help but be startled. The creatures from the dark side of the world were easy to understand, but what were the strange creatures from the strange starfield? 346 The dark side of the world. Dark creatures and mutated creatures. Gun looked at Meland Elkley. Yes, Meland Elkley nodded slightly and slowly explained. Our world is currently in the middle of the origin tide. And the origin tide is a very strange and rare phenomenon in the extraordinary starry sky. To be more specific, the source tide will appear in a certain area, and now our supernatural world has followed the origin star, which is the sun above our heads, and just so happened to break into this world. And this also allowed our extraordinary world to bloom with starlight that can be easily seen in the starry sky. This starlight is different from the origin star. Those extraordinaries with special abilities will know that this is an extraordinary world with life after seeing it through some means. That's why those evil gods came. As Meland Elkley explained, Gugny listened to him in secret. This was roughly the same as what Strange Sea Old Man had said. As he spoke, Meland Elkley looked at Gun. Come with me, we'll talk as we walk. Gun nodded and followed Meland Elkley. You should have felt it too. Isn't the origin power in our world much richer than before? Yes, I am Gun. I could clearly feel this. Moreover, the increase is getting faster and faster, Gunai said. Yes, because our world is approaching the core of the source tide. After waiting for a few decades, we will reach the hottest core layer of the source tide, and the source power of our entire world will be a dozen times richer than it is now. During this period, our extraordinary world will continue to produce geniuses from the star sequence. And there will be more powerful evil gods invading our world. If you understand the cycle of our group of extraordinary worlds, you will realize one thing. That is Indiana 20000 years, the sun above our heads will gradually enter a state of eclipse, just like the moon. And for the next 40,000 years, the right solar eclipse will last for about 10,000 years, followed by the dark era that will last for about 20,000 years. At that time, the power of the dark side projection of the entire extraordinary world will be much stronger than the world we are in. The origin power will permeate it, and the prosperity of the dark side of the world will be formed. In its place, our world will enter the terrifying Dark Ice Age. The last Dark Ice Age caused the decline of the gnomes, who once ruled the Oya continent. Our ancestors survived this cold, Dark Ice Age. However, at that time, we humans were still struggling to survive under the rule of the dark creatures. After the Dark Age is over, there will be an era of the left eclipse, which will last for about 10,000 years. At that time, darkness will retreat and light will reappear, and all things will recover. After that, it will be the age of light that will last for about 140,000 years. Right now, we're at the end of the age of light. It's about to end, but there's nothing to worry about. After all, there's still 20,000 years left. Meland Elkley smiled. 20,000 years is indeed too far away. Gunai said. Indeed, Meland Elkley nodded. 2 days later, they had passed through the extraordinary gate. As soon as he passed through the extraordinary door, Gunai felt like he had entered space. What he saw was a vast floating island in the void. This place was enveloped by a strange power. Gunai was able to see the boundless transcendent starry sky. When he looked back, he saw a huge extraordinary world that took up almost 2/3 of his vision. Is this the extraordinary world where the Oya continent is located? It's really refreshing, Gunai sighed. This is a small void demi-plane outside of the extraordinary world of Oya. It was originally a barren land, but I later transformed it into a frontier land that watches over the void. Meland Elkley. Senior's methods are truly astonishing, Gunai couldn't help but praise. Hehe, the Kazaya is slowly built over time. Meland Elkley was obviously very satisfied with this void demi-plane. The two of them continued to walk along the tunnel toward the ancient castle complex. Originally, it was only during the Dark Era when the source energy entered the dark side of the world periodically that the Dark World would prosper. But, Meland Elkley's speed of speech slowed down as he explained in detail and seriousness. Our world has entered the origin tide a long time ago, perhaps 40 or 50 years ago. The exact numbers are uncertain, but one thing is for sure: our world had entered the origin tide before the evil gods came. And this also led to the prosperity of the dark creatures on the dark side of the world decades ago. As of now, many powerful dark creatures have been born in the dark side of the world. After all, you should know that the dark side of the world is a place that faces the abyss. At the same time, the appearance of the source tide will also attract some powerful dark creatures to enter the dark side of our world and establish a force. In fact, my initial speculation is that there are at least 3 very powerful forces in the dark side of the world of the Oya continent. They have built dark castles and have begun to cultivate dark creatures' core in the soil rich in nutrients that has been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years. In the past, if such a situation were to happen, our world would face the invasion of the dark forces. However, the threat of the evil gods is obviously greater than the threat of the dark forces. The dark forces have only entered our world to occupy the land and resources. We humans can't occupy the transcendent wastelands at the moment, but they can occupy them as they wish. After all, we humans only occupy a part of the Oya continent. Most of the wasteland areas have not been set foot in by us humans. Not to mention, there are also many other races, such as the magic snake race in the western continent, which is isolated by the natural chasm mountain range, and the ice wolf beast empire in the northern wilderness. And the original sorcerer tribe in the southernmost part of the world, who have built their own special transcendent system in the desert, beaches, and mountains. Once the dark creatures appear and touch their territory, they will naturally fight. Those terrifying evil gods are the opposite. Many of them don't even know how terrifying they are, and instead, they work with them. It's a good thing we know their true thoughts. They want to completely destroy all of us humans and intelligent creatures, and finally destroy our world. It's clear which is more important. Therefore, we're currently mainly facing pressure from the evil gods and the South Church. As for the invasion of the dark forces, when I mentioned it in the meeting, I requested that it be suppressed and not allowed to spread to the outside world. It's not necessarily a bad thing to not spread it. It can also avoid causing panic. Meland Elkley was very clear about the stakes between the dark creatures and the evil gods. Of course, our world isn't just facing dark creatures and evil gods. We're also getting closer to the strange land of mutation. We don't know what's inside the land of mutation, and we can't see it. An invisible force has completely cut off our vision. All we can see is darkness, and even light is distorted by the land of mutation to avoid them. Some strange creatures will come out of the land of mutation. Using the power of the source tide, they can smell the world's aura and swim toward our world. If you can see them, you'll find that they're in the starry sky, floating over like ants. There are even many who have arrived in our world. Some of them have fallen into the dark side of the world, while some have entered the various layers of the shadow plane. Some of them have fallen into our real world. Fortunately, our world barrier can prevent them from entering. However, these mutated creatures are also intelligent. They can detect the weak points of our world barrier, some passages, and special nodes. Then, they would gather together and use their powers to cleanse these places. Fortunately, they're not strong enough. Most of them are low level, a few are middle level, and the high level ones are at least a few. It's not difficult to clean them up at the moment. However, as their numbers continue to increase, more mutated creatures will continue to enter. I'm afraid there will be extraordinary master-level mutated creatures. At that time, our world will probably have to face a war of mutation from the land of the grotesque. As he listened to Meland Elkley's explanation, Gun's expression became more and more serious. The Oya continent is really full of disasters. Gunai thought. Can I take a look at the mutated creatures? Gunai said after some thought. Of course. Once you enter the castle, you'll be able to see those strange mutated creatures, said Qian. Muland Elkli said softly. 347 A mutated creature. As they walked into the castle, Gunai felt as if he had entered a huge extraordinary college. There were extraordinaries wearing blue scholar robes and holding books everywhere. They were either in groups of 3 to 5 or walking alone in the corridor. At the same time, there were students with glasses and books in their hands everywhere, from the windows of the corridor to the garden benches and the stairs. This place, why are there so many students? Gunai asked, puzzled. Of course, it's because this is the Starry Sky Watchtower, which is the location of an advanced academy. Although there aren't many of them, each of them is highly talented and has passed strict tests. There's no need to worry about spies among them. Moreover, if someone had really sneaked in, I'm afraid they would have been discovered long ago. This place isn't a place that the evil gods can casually send people in. Muland Elkli said with certainty. I see. Gunai nodded. When Gun had finished his regular Transcendent Academy courses in the Sug ruins, he had also been able to study at a higher grade Transcendent Academy like this. It's precisely because of this that you're allowed to come here to cultivate. There's no need to doubt your safety. The two of them chatted along the way, and before they knew it, they had come to a huge area of extraordinary research academic castles. As soon as the two of them arrived, 2 Transcendent Masters immediately walked over from the entrance. Professor Muland Elkli. Among the two, an extraordinary master with white hair and beard wearing an orange scholar's robe saluted Muland Elkli. This is Gunny Lawrence. Muland Elkli introduced. Gun Lawrence. The 2 Transcendent Grand Masters immediately looked at Gunai. Greetings, great pharmacist Gunny Lawrence, creator of the great dawn of souls. The 2 Transcendent Grand Masters saluted. As Transcendent Masters, they were naturally very familiar with the power of the Signet Soul Potion. In fact, they themselves were in urgent need of this potion. This could help them possess a stronger soul. A normal level soul and an engraving level soul were 2 completely different concepts. Good afternoon, Masters. Gunai also slightly bowed. This is Master Kameng, who specializes in biological research. He is currently studying the strange creatures from the land of mutation. This is Master Adora. He's also an extraordinary master who studies mutated creatures, but his research direction is more towards the weakness of mutated creatures. Muland Elkli gave a simple introduction to the 2 extraordinary masters. This time, Gunai came to you to understand some of the characteristics and abilities of the creatures in the land of mutation. I'll also take a look at these mutated creatures. Then, Muland Elkli explained Gunny's purpose. Since you want to know more about the mutated creatures, please follow us, Sir Gun. Kameng said with a warm smile. N. Gunai nodded. The 2 of them led the way, with Gunai following behind. Very quickly, the group of 4 arrived at the extraordinary research lab, which had a small number of staff members. As soon as he entered the extraordinary research room, he saw many glass containers of different sizes, and all kinds of strange creatures. This time, this is the strange creature that appeared the most in the land of mutation. We have named it the Wailing Suture Monster. This is a strange, multifaceted creature. That's his general situation. Kameng pointed at a huge glass container that was about 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The glassware was filled with some kind of clear liquid that emitted a dark blue light. In the light blue liquid, a black-grey corpse with a metallic luster came into Gunai's sight. It was a very strange mutated creature. It had a huge head and 4 eyes. The opened eyes seemed to contain some kind of death cry. The upper half of their bodies had 4 thick arms, and their sharp claws made their bare hands full of killing power. On its back, it had a pair of large wings and a pair of small wings. Its lower body had more than 10 octopus-like tentacles. However, the problem was that this mutated creature was clearly not a complete creature. His arms, head, torso, and lower body all had obvious signs of strong stitches and fusion. Even the 2 wings were not the same, there were signs of strong stitches and fusion. It was no wonder the researcher, Meng, named it the stitched wailing monster. Meng continued after Gunai finished reading. The stitched wailing monster is a very common mutated creature. We named it the wailing stitched monster because they have a powerful and strange ability of wailing impact. There are several other types of mutated monsters. Meng explained as they walked forward. For example, this kind of shadow suture monster. A part of their body is a strange shadow. They have the strange ability to integrate into other creatures' bodies, and it's very difficult to be discovered. During a battle, it will suddenly rush out and give the enemy a fatal blow. At the same time, there's also a type of queen bee chimera. This is a type of monster that can breed many mutated bees the size of a palm in its body. These mutated bees have long-range projectile abilities and are extremely corrosive. They are especially effective against all kinds of powerful shields and rare-grade equipment. Another example is this very strange blood and flesh suture. They will collect the dead body pieces and suture them to give them life. Or another type of mutated creature that is extremely difficult to deal with. It is also the most powerful mutated creature we have encountered so far, the flesh devourer. They can continuously devour and become stronger, and there is no limit to it. They can even grow into a huge mountain of flesh by devouring. In fact, we've seen quite a few of these huge flesh mountains in the starry sky. Wailing stitched monster, shadow stitched monster, queen bee stitched monster, flesh stitched monster, flesh devourer. Gunai noted down the information. There are so many types of mutated creatures. Looking at the many mutated creatures in the glassware, Gun thought to himself as he walked. If that's all it is, then so be it. Meng softly explained. Most importantly, these mutated creatures don't seem to have souls. They're just flesh and blood consciousness bodies. Oh! Gunai raised his eyebrows. A pure physical body of consciousness. How's their intelligence? When their numbers are small, their intelligence will be lower. They only have simple self-awareness and a high level of combat awareness. However, as their numbers gradually increase, their intelligence will obviously increase. A tribal creature that lives in groups? Gunai asked. It should be, Meng nodded. At the same time, those powerful mutated creatures, the flesh devourers, are generally very intelligent. They are not weaker than us humans. How strong is their flesh and blood consciousness? Gunai asked. Very strong. It's even more durable than the bodies of tank armored knights of the same level. It's also very resilient. Meng said. Gunai wasn't worried at all. He even wanted to laugh. It's capable of fighting and has high tolerance to injuries. This is simply a living, wriggling, intelligent flesh and blood. I'm not afraid of you guys being strong, I'm just afraid that you guys aren't strong enough. To Gunai, the stronger the meat, the better it would be digested in the blood sea. Senior Meng, can you obtain some of these mutated flesh for a simple understanding and research? Gunai asked after some thought. No problem, Meng nodded lightly. 348 Information on mutation. After a while, a researcher in a white lab coat came over with a sealed glass vessel. In the white vessel, a tentacle the length of half an arm was soaked in a pure blue liquid. Gunai could feel that the tentacle wasn't dead. It was still alive and could move slightly. This blue liquid can suppress their life force to a large extent. In this blue liquid, their growth rate is very slow, almost non-existent. They will also be in a semi-dormant state and will not be aggressive. But if they were placed outside, it would be completely different. They would display extremely crazy attack abilities and corresponding intelligence. Previously, there was a huge meatball in the inside laboratory on the ground. We designed a series of checkpoints for him to escape from, and a lot of data was obtained from that experiment. Secondly, if they are placed in a free environment, they can absorb origin power and grow continuously. In the end, it will grow into a strong mutated creature that is a stitched monster. This is also the terrifying part of us mutated creatures. If they enter our world, they will continue to devour all kinds of flesh and blood creatures. In the end, they will grow into terrifying nightmare creatures. The entire world will be covered in huge, terrifying, and nightmarish flesh and blood. Kameng explained. While Kameng was explaining, Gunai took the bucket-sized sealed glass container. Gunai narrowed his eyes and said, "They do have a high level of life activity and are highly independent. Once they are dismembered, their life framework will become independent because of their independence. This is also why they can't die directly even if they are dismembered. A large stitched monster will split into dozens of parts, and these dozens of parts will be independent. If there is one with a stronger devouring ability, it will devour the others and form a flesh devourer. If there is no corresponding ability, it will turn into a dozen small stitched monsters." Kameng added. "Then how do we kill them? Penetrating destructive power. Extreme cutting, or burning, or freezing." Gunai looked at the two masters. The penetrating destructive power is very effective. It's also one of the best ways we have to deal with them, the female transcendent master, Edora, added. "If you just cut them, you'll only get more wriggling pieces of meat. If you don't kill them completely, they might be able to fuse and become a stitched monster. There is one thing that needs to be supplemented: the remains and the like are the food of these stitched monsters. The best way to deal with them is to burn them to death with fire so that they can't become food. At the same time, sealing is also a pretty good method. For example, lightning, ice, strangulation, obliteration, corrosion, curses, poison, and other methods can all cause decent damage to them. Of course, there are other more powerful methods that can also cause objective damage to these mutated creatures." Gunai slightly nodded. "Although these mutated creatures are strange and unbelievable, they can still be killed." "That's natural." At the side, Maur and Elkley nodded slightly. "These mutated creatures pose a great threat to our world. I hope you can help us in some special places in your spare time." "Oh." Gun's brows twitched as he looked at Maur and Elkley. "Are there any difficulties in dealing with these mutated creatures?" Gunai asked. "Yes, I am." Maland Elkley nodded. "At the edge of the world of Oya, there are many strange empty source spaces. The pressure in these empty source spaces is very strong, and only extraordinaries below the level of a master can enter. Although we have some level 5 and level 6 transcendents sent by the Transcendent Association to clean up the mutated creatures. However, you also know that this is a critical moment in the battle between the three great empires in the north and the Transcendent Association. Basically, the Transcendent Association won't transfer too many powerful transcendents over. So, Yingluo. Professor Maland Elkley, don't worry about that. In my spare time during cultivation, I also need to conduct certain experiments on many spells and the results of cultivation. I think that the many stitched monsters in the empty source space at the edge of the world would be a good place to practice." When Gunny said this, Maland Elkley immediately smiled. "Thank you very much, Sir Gunai," Maland Elkley said. After getting in touch with the tentacle and understanding the creature, Gunny left the research site with Maur and Elkley. After that, Maland Elkley arranged an extremely hidden and safe place for Gun to practice. In the dark and silent secret room, Gunai quietly sat cross-legged on his cultivation seat. After a light breath, Gunai opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, Gun took out the mutated tentacle sealed by the clear blue liquid. After carefully examining it, Gunai gently opened the seal. Swish! As soon as Gunny opened the seal, the tentacle seemed to sense the door of escape. It quickly wriggled in the liquid, and when it reached the edge of the glassware, it jumped directly toward Gunny's face. This thing, it actually knew how to jump in the face. Howl! At the same time, a faint mental wail attacked Gunai's mind. The power of the wailing might be a threat to ordinary people, but it was harmless to Gunai. The tentacle jumped into the air and was hung up by Gunai's puppet strings. Immediately, the tentacle began to twist wildly in the air, and it kept letting out howl howl, which were light soul whales. Gunai pulled on the strings, and the string almost doubled in length. It's very tough, and its defensive power is not bad. At the same time, it seems that because it has its own will of life, it will not be kept in the system space. Then, Blood Sea, come and try. With a thought, Gunai threw it into the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea is a place with its own world. There's naturally no problem in putting in this kind of mutated flesh with life and self-awareness. After all, Gunai's CO soul had been in the Blood Sea for a long time. The Sea of Blood and the Mana Pool formed a world of their own. This was the powerful effect of the 6 occultic runes. If it weren't for the occultic runes, Gunai wouldn't have been able to let the Vice Demon enter the Blood Sea and Mana Pool. Not to mention building an island in it to house this self-aware mutated creature. As soon as Gunai released it, the mutated flesh entered the Sea of Blood. As soon as it entered the Sea of Blood, the tentacles seemed to feel threatened. Howl, howl, howl. It constantly let out a sharp and soft roar. No one knew how it controlled the source power to make sounds. Then, as it fell into the Blood Sea, the Blood Sea churned and turned into countless tentacles. They tore it apart and began to absorb it crazily. The Blood Sea was an entire ocean, and its ability to devour and absorb was extremely strong. Gunai had even digested more than half of the Oracle-level corpses the Morning Light Origin race had sacrificed. The higher-tier ruler's flesh was also being digested. This little mutated tentacle was naturally nothing to him. A moment later, a smile appeared on Gunai's face. The effect after digesting it is quite good. Although it is only a Type 2 meat, it feels better than digesting Type 3 meat. Then, Gunai calmed his mind. What exactly is this land of mutation? The corpse of a ruler, or a living ruler, an old god, or even a supreme ancient god? Gunai rubbed his forehead. I'll have to wait until I'm strong enough to understand this dangerous land of mutation. And now, I'm training in seclusion. At the same time, I'm building a blood dream internet belonging to the Oya continent. Yes, it's the Blood Dream Arena. With this Blood Dream Arena, it will be much easier to deal with the evil gods and the South Church. In 2 months at most, the Blood Dream Elves will be born. At that time, we can let these Blood Dream Elves, who are born with good intelligence, take over the Blood Dream Arena. 349 The Spread of the Bloody Dream. In the depths of the Sea of Fog. The ocean was filled with fog, and one could occasionally see sparse rays of sunlight shining down. Immediately, the thick fog surged over, causing the sunlight to disappear from the surface of the sea. The mist was filled with the smell of blood. On a huge steel merchant ship, Arsene Horwell leaned against the side of the ship, grinning as he bandaged his wound. There were many merfolk corpses in the surrounding sea. The deck was covered in blood, and some places were even burned by special flames. Ordinary seawater couldn't put it out in a short time. There were also many mermaid corpses and a few human extraordinary corpses on the deck. Just now, a group of strong merfolk attacked the merchant ship. Fortunately, the guards on the merchant ship were not weak. After an intense battle, the merfolk paid a heavy price and retreated. Many of the guards were either dead or injured. His cold eyes swept over the corpses of the merfolk and extraordinary humans around him. Then, Arsene Horwell's eyes fell on him. His abdomen, chest, thighs, and other parts of his body were all severely injured. He could even feel pain in his chest as he breathed. Fortunately, I earned a lot of gold pounds by following Captain Jack, and with these gold pounds, I was able to advance to Tier 5. At the same time, I also bought a set of good magic gold equipment and a large number of high-level potions. Otherwise, Arsene Horwell coughed, his face flushed red. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. After wiping his mouth, he felt much better. Immediately, Jason Horwell let himself gradually enter the state of source energy breathing to reduce the breathing in his lungs so as not to burden the injury in his chest. Otherwise, I would have been dead in this battle and the last. Arsene Howell sighed in his heart. Oh, it's still more comfortable when I'm with Captain Jack. If the captain was here this time, he would be able to kill all these merfolk by himself. He wouldn't have let these damn people kill so many of our people. In his heart, Arsene Horwell was reminiscing about the past. The super spellcaster, Gun Lawrence. This is the captain's true face. I heard that on the mysterious moving island, not only did the captain kill a genius expert from the foreign starry sky, but he also killed an expert from the foreign starry sky or even Chi-Chi. With that in mind, Jason Horwell narrowed his eyes. In fact, Yuya has even obtained the divine crown. In the future, Captain will become an eternal god-like existence. I really look up to you, Arsene Howell sighed in his heart. At this moment, the sound of footsteps gradually approached. First Mate Arsene. At the same time, a voice was heard. He glanced over and saw Martyr walking over. After the Magic Whale adventurer team had disbanded at Dragonhead Harbor, Mason and Martyr met each other in a tavern. Then, the two of them decided to guard the merchant ship together. After all, the income of a guard on a merchant ship on the sea was still very considerable, and it was better for the two of them to take care of each other. Yazan waved his hand. I'm no longer the first mate. Martyr was already a third-order transcendent, and his strength was quite amazing. An ordinary fourth-order transcendent was no match for him. Martyr had also recently awakened a very special ability. He could directly transform his source power into healing power to recover from his injuries. However, his appetite was still as amazing as ever. It was said that the person in charge of the merchant ship had ordered everyone's food and drink because Martyr could eat too much. This made Martyr secretly slander him. Fortunately, Martyr's space ring was big enough to buy enough meat, and he could capture some deep-sea creatures with transcendent level at any time. When there were no private battles, Martyr would give himself special treatment. Martyr, who was walking over, was still injured, but it was no longer a big deal. Are you all right? Martyr said as he walked over. I'm fine. I just lost a little too much blood. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Arsene Horwell said without a care. Well, that's good. Martyr nodded. I'm going to check out the other places to see if there are any murlocs that are still alive. These damn guys have attacked us more than once or twice. Then be careful. I know. He looked at Martyr's back as he left. What an energetic fellow, his recovery rate is also amazing. He stood up and was ready to go back to his bedroom for a good rest. As an extraordinary, there was no need to mention the strength of his physique. He would recover after a few days with the help of medicine. Arsene Horwell, who had just taken a step forward, suddenly froze in place, and his expression was stunned. Arsene Horwell. An extremely familiar voice rang out in his mind. Captain. Jason Horwell looked around in a daze, but he didn't find any trace of Captain Jack, or to be more precise, Gun Lawrence. Is Sugzu hallucinating because she's too heavily injured? Said Yasen. This isn't an illusion, I'm just using my god art to communicate with you. Gugni's voice rang in his mind again. After hearing that it was an exact communication, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Arsene's face. Now is not the time to exchange, Gunai's voice came. Find a safe place to rest first. An hour later, I'll pull your soul into a strange world. By then, your body will be completely defenseless, so you must find a safe place. Is an hour enough? 1 hour should be enough. After thinking for a while, Arsene Horwell nodded. That's good. You go find a place first. I'll go and inform the others. Inform the others, is it the demonic whale adventurer team's members? Yazan asked. Of course. Gunai's voice came. Hearing this, Yasen suddenly laughed. Back when Gun Lawrence had established the Magic Whale Adventurer team under the name of Jack Sparrow, he had done many great things on the sea. He had even made the name of the super spellcaster Jack Sparrow famous throughout the sea. Although everyone later learned that his real name was Gunny Lawrence, this didn't affect the many legends that Captain Jack and the Magic Whale adventurer team had left behind on the ocean. This time, Gunny Lawrence was using this incredible method to communicate with him. He had a vague feeling that Captain Jack was about to make a big move again. "Oh, I'm really looking forward to our reunion." Laughing, Arsene Horwell walked back to his room. Since it was a soul that entered a strange world, the barrier of the restriction in this room must be built well. After a few minutes, Martyr also walked back to his room with a face full of joy. In the shallow sea, the Marl Islands, a tourist destination. Old Nautical Chart, who was enjoying the glow of the sunset and the gentle sea breeze, put away his expression and quietly walked toward the rest area of the buildings behind him. In the depths of the Black Demon Sea, at the Evil Dragon Island, the place where pirates congregated, Baster Johnson, who was in seclusion to break through to the fifth step, opened his eyes in shock. After a brief exchange, he looked at the surrounding restrictive secret room and nodded slightly after thinking for a while. On the sea and on land, more than 20 former crew members of the Magic Whale and even the few chefs were scattered all over the world. Gunai also gave them a message. Since the Blood Dream Arena was about to open, he had to spread out his net. 350 everyone's entry. Blood Dream Arena. Shua shua shua. Shua shua shua. Shua shua shua. Gunai pulled. One figure after another appeared in the arena. Fortunately, Gunai had told them before, so they weren't too surprised when he appeared. After entering, everyone carefully observed their surroundings. The vast and ancient Colosseum was filled with a rough and powerful aura. The blood-colored sand on the ground was filled with a bloody smell. Even standing in the middle of the blood-colored sand, one could feel a slight killing intent. Everyone was seriously sizing up the huge Colosseum. "Second officer, third officer, long time no see." A moment later, Martyr's voice came from the crowd. "Long time no see, how have you been?" Old Sea Map replied with a smile. "I'm a guard on the merchant ship with the first mate. I just had a battle, so I'm a little injured, but it's not a big deal. What about you?" "Haha, old men aren't as energetic as you young people. I've bought a few islands on a tourist island in the inland sea and started tourism." "Where is it?" "I'll go and have a look when I have time," Martyr said with a smile. "That's easy." Old Hito nodded. "Second mate, what have you been doing all this time?" Martyr looked at his second mate, Bast Johnson, who was carefully sizing up the arena with a serious expression. After thinking for a while, Bast Johnson said in a soft voice, "He's cultivating in seclusion. He's preparing to break through the fourth step and advance to the fifth step. Then, I wish you a breakthrough soon." N. Baster Johnson squeezed out a smile on his serious face. When Baster had first joined the Magic Whale adventurer team, his goal had been very simple. He had wanted to work together to destroy the Magic Whale adventurer team. He had also wanted to hang the unlucky noble Jack Sparrow on the mast of the deck and let him experience what it meant to be greeted by the sea. However, after seeing Captain Jack's strength, he was shocked. After that, Baster became completely honest. With Captain Jack's terrifying strength, their entire pirate team coming over would basically be sending themselves to death. It was later proven that Baster's judgment was correct. This Captain Jack was a super spellcaster. He had watched the battle on the mysterious island. He wouldn't even last a second against that terrifying technique. Not to mention the news that came later. Captain Jack, no, to be more precise, Gunny Lawrence, a super spellcaster from the Supernatural Association, had obtained the Divine Crown. He was about to become a god that had not appeared in the Oya continent for thousands of years. This news had set off a huge wave in the ocean during this period of time. Gods were eternal existences. The reason why the southern churches had not declined over tens of thousands of years. It was because they believed in God. Gods, on the other hand, could rule the entire continent, sea and sky. As the news from the God's crown spread, The bards, rangers, and many other special professionals who traveled to every corner of the continent said that the songs they sang had changed. In the lyrics of their songs, they were praising the new era that the gods were about to descend. He had thought that he would never have any more interactions with this great existence. However, Baster didn't expect that Captain Jack would find him so suddenly. Moreover, it had easily pulled him into this strange lair. One had to know that he had a similar experience before. That slap was still unforgettable to him. He also heard about the legend of the nightmare creatures at Dragonhead Harbor. He had a vague feeling that it was Captain Jack who did it. After all, the loss of vitality was very similar to his previous situation. But he didn't dare to say it, nor did he dare to reveal it. This was because he knew that some of the pirates had died because their chi and blood had been too exhausted. If he were to reveal it, he would not be able to survive. Besides, so what if it was leaked? Would it be enough to cause Gunai any trouble? Obviously not. There were too many people who wanted to kill Gunai, and he didn't deserve to be hated by the pirates. After that, when Baster heard that some pirates were still pulled into a mysterious world by a mysterious force even after they escaped from the Dragonhead port, he was stunned. Baster felt that something wasn't right. Long-range players could also pull people in? Unable to resist at all? At that time, Baster had vaguely sensed that he couldn't get rid of the control of the shockingly powerful Gunny Lawrence. Sure enough, today's encounter made him completely realize the means and strength of Gunny Lawrence, a terrifying existence who would become a great god in the future. Baster knew that Captain Jack was one of the members of the Transcendent Association. And he was a pirate. Fortunately, during this period of time, Baster had been thinking of ways to withdraw from the pirate circle. He planned to wait for his strength to break through and become stronger. Then, he would have enough confidence to leave the pirate team. At that time, he could just find a random coastal town and enjoy the rest of his life in peace. Many pirates did this. After all, being a pirate wasn't a career that could last a lifetime. Looking at the huge arena and feeling the power circulating in his body, he confirmed that he could use combat martial techniques and other aspects in the arena. Baster was more and more shocked. This world can completely display its own strength. Besides, I've also lost some vitality after being killed by the captain with a single slap. It's the same for those pirates who were dragged into the nightmare world, but they've lost more vitality. In essence, they won't die. If that's the case, then this world is too terrifying. There's no need to worry about anything at all. You can fight without any worries. This place can become a place where a large number of extraordinary humans gather. Every full-force battle will attract the attention of many extraordinary humans. And Yang Luo. Baster looked at the guys who were talking to each other. Just this long-distance communication ability alone is priceless. Didn't these happy guys realize the horror in these aspects? Baster rubbed his brows. In fact, many people had also felt the magical aspects of the Blood Dream Arena. They were all very surprised and instinctively felt that this place was extraordinary. However, they clearly did not see the business opportunities behind this, nor the deep and grand nature that could bring changes and turmoil to this extraordinary world. Where is the captain? After a round of communication, someone finally remembered that Captain Jack, who had pulled them into this magical world, had not come out. You finally thought of your captain at a time like this? At this moment, a mocking voice rang out from the side. Gunai had already appeared and walked over. Seeing Gunai's arrival, everyone was stunned. After all, they had never seen Gunai's true appearance. What they saw was only the Jack Sparrow that Gunai had transformed into. Immediately, everyone came to a realization. Captain Jack. Everyone spoke in unison, their voices filled with respect. On one hand, Gunai had led them to wealth, and as their former captain, he was extremely powerful. On the other hand, Gunir was the owner of the god crown, and he would become a great god in the future. They had to be respectful to him.